Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Design Review Board meeting here in Miami Beach at City Hall on September 6th, 2022. And it's been a while since we've all been together, and we're all happy to be here. And we'd like to begin the meeting, and I'm going to turn over to Michael to start.
Thanks. We do have a very long agenda today, so before we begin, I'm actually going to turn it over to Mr. Stephen Rothstein, and he can let the members of the public know how they may participate in today's proceedings via Zoom.
Sure. Thank you, Michael. Good morning, all. Today's meeting of the Design Review Board has been scheduled in a hybrid format with a quorum of the board physically present in commission chambers at Miami Beach City Hall, and applicants, staff, and members of the public appearing either in person or virtually via the Zoom platform. In order to participate in today's meeting, those wishing to participate via the Zoom platform webinar may dial 888-475-4499, which is a toll-free number, and enter the webinar ID, which is 822-7394-1924, or log into the Zoom app and enter the webinar ID, which again is 822-7394-1924. Any individual wishing to speak on an item must must click the raise hand icon if they are using the Zoom app, or dial *9 if they are participating by phone. Before I swear in those that are testifying, I'd like to read the city's notice regarding lobbyist registration. If you are appearing on behalf of a business, a corporation, or another person, you need to register as a lobbyist with the city's clerk's office. If you haven't registered yet, you should register before you speak to the board. You do not have to register as a lobbyist if you are speaking only on your behalf and not on any other party, or if you're testifying as an expert witness, providing only scientific, technical, or other specialized information or testimony in this public meeting, or if you are appearing as a representative of a neighborhood association without any compensation or reimbursement for your appearance, to express support of or opposition to any item. Expert witnesses and representatives of neighborhood associations shall, prior to appearing, disclose in writing to the city clerk their name, address, and the principal on whose behalf they are communicating. If you are an architect, attorney, or employee representing an applicant or an objector, you must register as a lobbyist. These rules apply whether you are appearing in favor of or against an item, or encouraging or arguing against its passage, defeat, modification, or continuance. Thank you. At this point in time, those who will be testifying before the board, please stand and raise your right hand. Okay. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. For those online, I'll be swearing you in individually as we call the item.
Mr. Chairman, before we begin, I did pass out a corrected final order for the application DRB 22-0850 for 1960 Normandy Drive. The incorrect final order was posted online, so I did pass out the correct order. Just for the members of the public, their knowledge, at 10 o'clock we do have a time certain item, which is 4300 Alton Road, the Mount Sinai Cancer Center. So whatever item we finish up after 10 o'clock, we'll then proceed with that application. We do have a very long agenda today. I just want to let you also know that we're going to defer the after action from July 5th because we've had some issues with our system. So we were not able to publish or complete the after action for July. So we're going to defer that to the October meeting. With that, we can continue with our continuance requests. The first item we have on the agenda it's actually not a continuance request, it's a notification. This is DRB 21-0730, 3747 Chase Avenue. The board may know that due to recent state legislation, no longer when a pre-1942 home is proposed for demolition does it automatically require that the new home come before the DRB. This is an application that was in process that included the demolition of a pre-42 home. They did not have any variances or waivers, so that application will not be coming back before the board. So there's no action required for that item. The next item was DRB 21-0704. This was the West Avenue Phase 2 right-of-way improvements. As you may remember, the board did approve the substantial part of this application and continued or did require that certain elements, including screening for generators and landscaping, come back to the board. The city is not ready yet to have that reviewed by the board, so the board does not need to take any action on that item either at this time. With that, due to the length of the agenda, I want to let everybody know we do have a hard stop today at 4:30 p.m. So we do have one request for continuance at this point, and that's the last item on the agenda, which is DRB 22-0788 for 1840 Alton Road. Is the applicant here for this application?
Good morning. David Butter, Law Offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant, respectfully requesting a continuance today. Work on staff reports and comments, lingering comments from staff.
Do you want to continue to the October 4th meeting? Let me just see if we have any public comment on the continuance request. There's nobody online with their hand raised, and I see no public comment from the chambers here. So we do need a motion from the board to continue this to the October 4th meeting.
I move to continue application DRB 220788 to the October 4th DRB meeting.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Agopian, seconded by Mr. Sheldon. All in favor to continue to October 4th?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, do we have any other requests for continuances today? As I mentioned, we have 20 action items on the agenda, and we're probably not going to get through the entire agenda. Once we finish at 4:30, any item that the board does not get to will automatically be continued to the October 4th meeting.
And Michael, I think we just need to approve the minutes from the prior meeting, if you don't mind.
We don't have them here, so that's why I said we're going to defer that to the prior minutes. We don't have them ready today, so we're going to defer that to the October meeting. Yeah.
So we'll approve two sets of minutes at the next
Yes,
meeting.
correct,
Thank you.
exactly. So with that, we can continue on to the first regular application on the agenda, which is DRB 22-0843, and Ricardo is going to read that notice into the record.
Yes, DRB 220843, that's for 7120 Abbott Avenue. An application has been filed requesting modification to a previously issued design review approval that included the construction of a new multi-story mixed-use residential and retail development, including waivers and variances to replace existing structures, including three two-story buildings, a surface parking lot, and a gas station. Specifically, the applicant is requesting modifications to the site plan, including a variance from the clear pedestrian path requirements.
And some of the board members were present when this application was initially approved by the board on July of 2020. Since that time, the applicant is in the process of obtaining their building permit and was planning on raising all the streets around the development up to the level of their finished floor. However, because Abbott Avenue is FDOT right-of-way, and there are no plans to raise that road at this time, FDOT does require, I think it's a 4-foot wide sidewalk at the existing road level. They're going to be raising a portion of the sidewalk adjacent to the building that results in an offset that doesn't meet the technical 10-foot clear pedestrian path requirements. When Abbott Avenue is ultimately raised, then they will be in compliance. But until that time, it's not the fault of the applicant that FDOT is not elevating that roadway. So I'll let Mr. Wasserman better explain the resulting condition with the split sidewalk. Well, we are recommending approval of the modification, including the variance.
If I remember correctly, this was an architectonic project, and landscaping was a critical item, which was along the north streetscape.
Yeah, and that's not changing. What's changing here is on the eastern side of the project, and they are going to be installing shade trees. At this time, it's just going to be at a lower level. So it's going to have the landscaping. It just is going to result in, some handrails and some railing and that split level sidewalk. And then in the future, depending on the health of those trees and if they can be relocated, the trees will be located at the lower level currently. And then when the streets and sidewalks are raised, most likely they're probably going to have to remove those trees, replace them with other trees that will be healthy and can thrive in the new conditions. But we have the architect of record now for the permit drawings here, as well as the attorney who can explain the application.
And just before we start, I just have one housekeeping item with any ex parte disclosures to put on the record.
I see none.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the board. Ethan Wasserman with Greenberg Charg, 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue, here on behalf of the applicant. I feel like the presentation was made, but I'll go through it very quickly. As you remember, this project was approved a little under 2 years ago. We've been working through our construction documents and came across, I'll call it a civil conflict. We have 3 rights-of-way, and the long story short, the Town Center Code wants a robust pedestrian experience at all frontages. So you have a 10-foot clear pedestrian path that's required. The Town Center Code also highly encourages, is contemplating certain sea level rise and resiliency goals where we're going to raise our roadways. So we can do that on Byron. We can do that on 72nd. As we turn the corner on Abbott, we can't do that. That's a state-controlled right-of-way. And we've had the discussion with them. The discussion is essentially, it's a no for now. We wanted to raise the sidewalk. They felt that would create like a knee wall along the street frontage. They didn't feel that was a safe condition. So when they raise it, I wouldn't say it's if, it's a when they raise it, we'll then be able to transition appropriately and have that 10-foot clear. So if there should be a presentation. I could show you 2 quick slides that'll really clarify this. Next slide. So this was the original approval. You can see we have a minimum of 10 feet along all frontages. We actually set back our building an extra 11.1 to 11.9 on all sides. Only 10 feet is required. So we did build in some extra setback, and you can see we have the clearance all around. Next slide. Here, I'm sorry, it's not blown up as much as it should be. On the Abbott side, you can see we now have to transition down with stairs. So previously it was a seamless transition, and now we have stairs that break up that 10-foot clear. When it's raised, we'll then have a seamless integration between the two. I would emphasize that the city is changing their code over the next few months, or hopefully they're changing their code over the next few months. One of the things that's being brought to commission is this issue where we have a true hardship. A state regulatory authority is not letting us do something that the city wants us to do. So instead of a variance in the next few months, this would be a waiver request. So that concludes my presentation, but happy to answer any questions you have. And we agree with all the staff's conditions in the order.
Does anyone else in the public wish to speak on this matter at this time? Please come forward or online.
Mr. Chairman, there is nobody online wishing to speak.
I close it to the public and turn it over to the board for comment and a motion.
I actually have a quick question for Michael. I know we're reviewing a lot of buildings in this. Is this going to come up again with some of the other projects?
It depends on, yes, if they can't elevate a state roadway, then this is going to come up, definitely. That's why Ethan mentioned that in terms of our code is in the process of being modified right now, and this would be a waiver versus a variance. Right now, it does require a variance for them to move forward.
Michael, is there a timeline when these works will actually happen?
I know that there's been lengthy discussions with FDOT, and there's no planned road raising at this point. So that's such a long process to go through with them that they don't have it on their horizon at this point. And well, the good thing is that at least the difference here is about 2 feet, and generally the areas that are closer to the coast, closer to Collins Avenue, are higher versus for Alton Road. That's one of the lower areas towards the bay. So here the difference is not as great as, or the elevation is not as great as, for example, Alton Road in South Beach. And here the difference in height is 2 feet, so it's not that extensive.
Do we have, since this is going to be going on a lot probably with all the construction we're having, is there any plan with FDOT to get specifications of a limit of when they can raise the roads and when they can't? Or is there, do they have any?
I think they probably have to have an application before them for them to review it.
So there's no standard
I know
thing
that the applicant was working or discussing this with them for many months, if not longer.
It just seems like it's going to keep coming up, and that we should try to have a discussion with them to have a standard set.
Yeah, and I know that, of course, the city's transportation department works closely with them, and I will follow through and see, if, what we can get, or if there's any sort of plan, if they can give us a plan for when or if they're going to raise any roadways in the city.
I have a question on proposed A4. What's the name of the street in the top? It's not labeled.
On the top of the page?
Yeah.
That's 72nd.
Okay. There seems to be like a sidewalk and then a continuous planting strip of about maybe 18 inches or 24 inches?
Yes, let me bring up our landscape architect to address that.
No, in architecture.
Okay, yep. Yes, I think that's right. There should be a break, though, to get into the property. That's what you're asking,
The thing
right?
is, the landscape architect, who has done a very nice job, is showing street trees, but they don't fit here. He has some indentations within this strip. So what the landscape architect is showing and what the architect is showing is not the same.
Would you like me to bring them up to clarify, if you have a
Sure.
question?
Jerome Gafkovich, Tag Architecture. Yeah, good morning. The landscape drawings were prepared a little later, and we didn't update the architectural plans. That's on us. But yes, it will pinch into the towards the property. The landscape that's shown, it's the verge and it's sloped. The tree itself will be set in.
I'm trying to, okay, I found the landscape architecture drawing.
Yeah.
So how far is the indentation into the sidewalk? Because it seems as very small. It seems as very small.
It is. Come to the mic. Sorry. Ken Gardner, GSLA Design, Landscape Architects. Admittedly, the opening is small, but the entire area is Silva cells. So we have the suspended pavement system, so the root systems will be able to expand it properly.
Okay, and those are which trees?
They're green buttonwoods.
Those are oaks.
Oaks. Sorry, I can't read. I thought they were green buttonwoods.
Is the Silva cell running under the curb and gutter or not?
It is not under the curb and gutter. It starts at the curb and gutter and works its way back towards the building. Can't read them. My eyes aren't good enough. I believe it was green buttonwood.
I'm sorry?
Yes, they were green buttonwoods.
They were?
Yes.
The plan I have says QBS.
I believe it says COER. I can't. Unfortunately, my printout is, here it is. On the right side, COER.
So,
they're green buttonwoods.
So we don't have the same plan? There was probably a revision done, and it was not included in the plan we have.
Yeah, I'm looking at the plan that was uploaded, and it does show oaks. We're talking about 72nd Street now, right?
Yeah.
72nd Street does show oak trees along.
Okay, I might have just this morning printed out the wrong copy.
Okay.
But
actually, I think for the roots, it'll be better to have the green buttonwoods.
I do too.
Yeah. Okay, that was my only question.
Thank you.
Okay, I make a motion to approve DRB application DRB 22-0843.
I second.
Staff conditions.
Motion made by Mr. Agopian, seconded by Mr. Comas to approve the application, including the variance. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
With that, we'll continue to the next application, which is for 281 Palm Avenue. And Ricardo will read this application into the record.
Yes, it's file number DRB 220817. This is for 281, Palm Avenue. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story residence, including an understory, a variance from the understory requirement, and one waiver to replace an existing two-story residence.
And the board may remember this application came before you on July 5th, and there were some concerns regarding the design and the elevations. They also had one variance regarding the pervious open space requirements, and this application was continued to September for the architect to address those concerns. I think they've done a substantial change to the plans and improvement with the addition of terrace and balconies, and we are fully supportive of the application. They've also decreased the extent of variance and reduced it from a requirement, a previous open space requirement or provision of 56.9%. Now they're providing 68.6% previous open space from the minimum of 70. So they're almost there. But due to the narrow lot width to try to fit in the driveway and a walkway, that's the reason for the variance. And the opposite side, this does have two fronts. So the other side is predominantly landscape. So we do think there is a hardship and reasons for granting of that variance. We are supportive of the application and are recommending approval.
And before we start, just any ex-party communications for the record?
I see none.
No? And then just how much time, sir?
How much time do you think you need?
I'll be brief. 5 minutes, please.
Thank you.
Good morning. Stuart Dabowski, Dabowski Design Group. I'm here representing Dr. Keith D'Souza, who cannot be with us today. I'm hoping that we can get the presentation up. I sent it over, so I'm hoping we can get it up. I know some of you were not here at the July meeting, so just by way of a quick reminder, this is a home, 281 Palm, and Dr. D'Souza feels as though he's sort of forced to do the project by virtue of the fact that as the streets have been raised around him, his house sits down into a bit of a valley. If we could forward the slides. Just by way of reminder, this is the project itself. Next. Some of the photos, next. Just to show the property as it sits today, and down again in a bit of a valley. It's an older home. Next. The property on site. Next. 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 Lots of drama leading up to this photograph to show you the existing home in context. I was trying to demonstrate the fact that it sits below the floodplain, and as a result of some of our major rains, he sits with about 1.5 feet of water in his garage every time. So that's the necessity for the project itself, and these are some homes in context around us, obviously some older, some more contemporary new ones just across the street from us in the cul-de-sac. Next. More context. Next. 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 I'm trying to go fast, I promise. Next. Next. Just context. More context, yes. Okay, so here's the project itself as it sits. A bit of a distorted view on the property, but just to show you how it would sit on the site. Next slide, please. Next slide. So this is the existing home as it sits, and we have a little bit of a challenge by virtue of the fact that we do have two fronts, so to speak, on Coconut Lane to the back and Palm Ave to the front. The majority of the flooding occurs, thankfully, at least at this moment, to the back of the site where the garage sits. Next. Our new proposed two-story project. We will have an understory as well. We've worked with staff to make sure that the massing is more interesting than just a basic box, and at the same time, by rights, the home could be substantially larger. The applicant is asking for a substantially smaller home given what he could put on that lot. Next. This is the home itself. We made some adjustments. Mr. Gorlin had some nice suggestions about looking at some historical precedent and ways to just break the box up a bit. And we feel like it's been a successful conversion into balconies and just different massing on the face of the building. This is our Palm Avenue front. Next. Next. You can see the difference in site plans as we go to a thinner box, again with two fronts. Next. 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 Next, please. Sorry, just to get to the floor plan. So this is the understory. You're seeing, obviously, the area for cars, nothing habitable, but the idea to allow for some usage of the land underneath the house. Next to the first floor plan. Sorry, next. Relatively simple floor plan, just an open kitchen living room concept with a family room or a den towards the front of the Palm Avenue side. It's also obviously where the main entrance of the house is with a small powder room. Next, upstairs, again, two small children's bedrooms and the primary bedroom to the back with a terrace looking towards the north and a spiral stair up to the roof. The roof terrace is admittedly odd, but a result of setbacks in general. I only have a brief amount of time, so I'd like to just push you through the elevations. Next. Sorry, we planned for 10 minutes, so I'm trying to do it in 5. Front and rear elevations, 2 fronts, basically. Next, sides. Also, a use of different materials to pass along as well. And then I'll use the rest of my time, if you wouldn't mind, just pushing through all of the rest of the flat elevations, and then we have some 3-dimensional elevations as well, if you could continue.
Why don't you take another minute or two?
Oh, sorry.
If you don't mind, just talking
That's like
about
the fastest 5 minutes of my life, so
well,
thank you.
Why don't you take another minute or two, just talk about the architecture?
Appreciate it. This is a good slide to start with on that. Our team prepared a few just 3-dimensional renderings so you could start to understand the way that the mass is broken versus a traditional box. We tried hard to take advantages of natural light to the north and south, maintaining some good privacy from the neighbors to the east and west of us. Again, it's a challenging site because it is relatively narrow, so we had to get quite a bit of program in that way. Next, just the other side of the same. Next, I want to get to the color stuff. It's prettier. Thank you. So you can start to see how the use of materials and the way that we tried to just to create an interesting experience for the user and sit in the context of the more contemporary homes in the neighborhood that surround us. Next. And I think we can leave it here with just a couple of nice 3-dimensional shots of the building. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And anyone from the public wish to speak at this time, please come forward. If not, or online, please come forward. Or if not, I'll close the...
Mr. Chairman, there is nobody online with their hand raised.
Okay, I'll close the hearing to the public and open it up to the board for comment. Alex, let's hear...
I'm ready.
Yeah, you've been...
I think you did an excellent job of breaking up the mass on Palm Avenue, and I think from the original flat box, it's much more successful in terms of massing and use of materials and creating a finer grain on the street.
Thank you.
So I think you did a very good job.
Thank you.
I have a quick question. Is it in the are some of these details blue, or is that just the rendering?
Just the rendering. I'm sorry.
Oh,
I'm not
it's
sure
just
what
the
you saw to
colors
be
off.
blue. No, the
Oh,
intent
okay.
is not for anything to be blue. If I've stumped the band, my mom will be very pleased.
My impression still, and honestly, I don't remember what the last iteration was. It still seems a little bit severe to me. Maybe it's a landscaping issue. I'd like there to be something to soften it. For some reason I was reading some of the metal, I guess, overhangs as blue. I was like, oh, that would be interesting, something different. That was just my thought. It just still seems a little severe. I think a little bit better, but I also, and I think this is just in general, not just your project, but a lot of the ones that we're seeing, similar. But it's constantly striking me, the use of the slat wall, the screening, but also, and maybe the other members of the boards have a thought on this, I'm thinking so much about how it's literally 92 degrees outside, and we keep seeing all of these balconies that don't have any sort of shade or covering. I don't know if that's something, I'm looking at the top floor of the Palm Avenue side, and in the rear, I don't know how. For me, it sort of renders those, without having any sort of shade, it renders the spaces sort of unusable. I mean, who's going to go out there? Just a thought, just a comment, in terms of usability and how much the people are or aren't going to be able to enjoy their home. So I don't know if that's something that's come up in your discussions with the owner or that, but it just seems, especially all the glare. And this comment is going to come up, you'll hear it again and again, because we're getting very similar designs. So.
Thank you.
I wasn't here in July, but there's always a conflict in residential architecture between the interior and the exterior. That is that what you want to see on the interior in terms of windows and doors and fenestration and solid walls are not necessarily what you want to see on the outside. It's a pretty common problem. And I think this is equally as arbitrary about changing materials at an outside corner and what appears to be arbitrary decisions about the exterior of this building.
Well, I wasn't here at the July meeting either, so I'll just, some things I think you've really crammed a lot into a overall small property and a small home. I'm sure programming the space was complicated, so I applaud you for kind of making it work with the client. I too had a comment about the landscaping. I did review the landscape sheet. It's not really the place that I normally review, but because this home does have kind of a little bit of a severity to it, I thought, kind of a more organic, robust landscape plan might be kind of nice. And although I didn't see it in the main package, I did look in the landscape, and it still looks very kind of regimented and generic, so I was a little bit put off by that. But as the person that is the big proponent for sea level rise responsiveness, I'm happy to see the understory and very happy to see that you've taken advantage of that part of the code. So thank you for that.
Okay. And for what it's worth, the landscape architect is not with us today, but I will certainly take your comments back to her and make sure that we are embellishing the site. We left ourselves quite a bit of open space to be able to embellish on landscape as the project progresses.
I think the architecture has improved a lot. It looks very nice. I have a few questions about the walkway with 3-inch risers. Isn't the minimum 4-inch?
I believe you're correct. Yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
so that needs to be
correct that.
And the landing once you go up the stairs is 2.5 feet. I believe the minimum is 3 feet.
Okay.
There are 3 clusias on the, let me see which side, on the south side, I guess, which are represented as maybe 7 or 8 feet in diameter. But actually, they're going to be as big as the mahogany next to it. And in the last session, I recommended that you moved those towards the fence. It hasn't been done.
Okay.
That's not approvable.
Okay.
One question is, how do you plan to keep the runoff within sight?
Well,
because on the sides you have fences.
Correct. Our typical architecture detail is just a small berm on the edges to withhold our own stormwater. We weren't planning anything grand in that regard. And obviously runoff is the impetus for the entire project, to be honest with you. So
I was looking at the survey, and it really doesn't have much as far as spot elevations. So I recommend always that you get some spot elevations, at least 6 or 12 inches into the neighbors, so you can really work with the runoff. There are no visibility triangles in the plan.
Oh, I believe we have them in our site plan.
But they need to be in the landscape plan.
Okay.
because some of those plants are within the visibility of triangle.
Point taken.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes. Thank you.
I also had an idea, maybe to piggyback. A number of months ago, I attended, I don't know, a forum or a conference about sustainability, building for sustainability long-term in Miami Beach. And they showed us some, renderings and designs, concept ideas of, how to live with water. And the pictures that you had of what happens to the house now is very etched in my mind, to piggyback into what he was saying about the berms. The water is going to keep coming. And I don't know if you could do something with landscaping where you have water gardens or something, and that might also offset, it might solve a lot of problems. It might soften the severity of the design. It might help with the flooding and the water it's going to come. And, there's other houses that we're going to see also on this block that are also being built that are higher. The water is going to keep flowing to that spot. So I don't know if that's something that you, your client, whoever would want to look into to using, I guess it's bluescape as well as greenscape to mitigate the flooding concerns that I'm sure, unfortunately, are going to continue to happen on this property.
All of your comments on stormwater are well taken, literally to the point where the client is concerned to even have a swimming pool on the property because he's so worried that it's going to get intermingled with, potentially ocean water and things like that as we do discuss sea level rise and things like that. So we take the idea of stormwater retention very seriously. I don't think that the landscape architect has developed the plan enough, but I certainly bring your comments back, and we can certainly work on a more creative solution to the fact that we sit substantially less than our neighbors at this moment.
I know there were people from the city who are at this conference, even, they've been developing these ideas already. I wonder if there's somebody that you could reach out to, or maybe Michael, I don't know. But they had some really great ideas, and it was based on the premise that we're going to be living with water. So, and I'm sure the water is going to, drain out eventually, but it might be a way for them not to have to worry that the landscape they've invested in is now going to flood away every time it storms. So just a thought.
Yes, ma'am.
Sarah, you're definitely right. I think the idea is we have to plan to live with the water, not try to form a barricade and resist it. It's work with it and live with it and understand it's going to be flowing through. And you don't want to install material that's not going to be hold up to that constant influx of water.
It was such an interesting event to attend because that was the premise of it's going to be here. We just got to build for it and not try to fight it. And I know that there's another property that came to the board a few years ago on the other side of the island where 2 new buildings had been built next to her and everything was flowing down. So this is a problem, and they've raised the roads, so something to think about.
Michael, do you
will there be a required grading plan for the final plans?
Well, they need civil plans for building permit, and they'll have to establish that all water will be maintained on site. No stormwater runoff off site.
Okay. Also, I didn't see an elevation on the front on the fence or the sliding gate. How obscure is the fence?
Well, the height you're asking, or the visibility through
the visibility.
it? Yeah, I think the idea was to provide a certain level of privacy to the back of the house, but to allow for some transparency through.
Okay, particularly within the triangles.
Triangles, yes, yes. And I'm sorry the triangles weren't on the landscape plan, but I do know we have them on the architectural.
Michael, would you just touch on briefly the variance that we're asking to
so
approve?
for homes with an understory, or the opposite, if you don't have an understory home, the code allows you to have a minimum of 50% landscape pervious open space in the front yard. For understory homes, the code has a higher standard that 70% of the front yard be pervious landscape open space. In this case, they're proposing
68.
No, they've actually increased it. The initial was 58%, and now with this latest set of plans, they're up to 68.6%. But this home does have 2 fronts, and the other front is predominantly landscaping, so that offsets the very minor. And they did follow a recommendation by reducing the curb cut, reducing the driveway, as you enter the site, and then widening out as you go under the building with the parking spaces.
Thank you.
I do also want to, I agree with Jim about the details being a little bit arbitrary. I'd like to see maybe a bit more of a dialogue between the front and the back, or specifically the rear elevation. I can see how the screening was to sort of indicates the staircase, which frankly I think is an interesting feature. That I don't know if I would cover it up, but again, that's, but yeah, it seems a little bit arbitrary, and there could be some opportunities to create some sort of shade overhang, with reworking some of the decorative elements of the facade.
Well, can we propose to pass this and work at staff level at that? Because I don't think this needs to come back for a third time publicly. So how would that be worded, Michael?
Is staff comfortable with that?
I mean, they could easily come in. I understand the concern, especially with not having a covered area. So I wouldn't put that as a condition. They can easily add that if they want to. I wouldn't make that as a condition. If there's something you want to specify regarding relationship with the front and the back, if you feel that that's a concern, we can work with the architect on that. I think they are using the same materials, aren't you, for the front? I know it's a little bit odd, the primary entrance off the street with the wide steps. It does look like it's a different material that you have, which Sarah references a blue finish. What is that supposed to be?
Well, I think the idea was for a more concrete look towards the front of the house. And to your point, that we are using the same materials on the front and the back. Just as a quick response to your note about the terrace off the back master suite, that being the north face, we were just trying to maximize the amount of light coming through. It's just treated differently than the south face, but we tried not to be arbitrary with the finishes, and we did try to create, like I said, it is a home with two fronts by every sense of your code, and we tried very hard to pay attention to how both of those faces worked. The suggestion to break the box was well received by the client, and I think you see a better home than we saw in July with that regard. But the materiality is certainly something that we're open to further discussion on, and your comments on landscape are appreciated.
But the material, so you have a covered entrance on both sides, right? You have one on the side and one at the front.
Yes.
That overhang is going to be the same material, correct?
The overhang coming up the back stair is an aluminum trellis.
And what is it in the front?
The same.
Okay,
aluminum.
Okay.
Yes, it's the same.
It looks like some sort of blue.
No, it's intended to be more of a bronze. I'm sorry that it came out that way.
Would that match the window frames? Is that the intent?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So yeah, I think Alex, your point is that the staff could work with the applicant to refine the materiality and with the massing of the building.
And it is our intent to remain consistent, the materiality on both stairs being the same.
And also for staff, to work with staff in improving the landscape.
So do we need two motions, one for the waiver and one for the variance?
One for the design, including the waiver, and then one for the variance, correct?
Okay, I make a motion to approve the waiver of DRB application 220817 design for the design and the waiver, with the conditions that the applicant work with staff on both the materiality on the exterior of the home and increasing the landscaping.
Yeah, enhancing the landscape.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Agopin, seconded by Mr. Comas. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. And a motion on the variance?
I'll move to approve the variance.
I second that.
Motion made by Mr. Sheldon, seconded by Mr. Gorlin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day. Thank you.
And Ricardo will read into the record the next application on the agenda, and this staff report can be found on page 42 of the board packages.
This is for DRB 22-9809, 1339 14th Terrace. An application has been filed requesting the Design Review Board approval for the construction of a new 3-story single-family home in a multifamily district, including one waiver to replace an existing single-story structure to be demolished.
And the board may remember that this last came before you on June 7th of this year, and the board had some concerns regarding the design and massing of the home. The architect has made some substantial changes to the design, and we've noted those changes in our staff report, and the architect, Mr. Ronnie Mateo, will go through those changes. We are recommending now that the application be approved, subject to the conditions outlined in the attached draft final order.
And before we begin, are there any ex parte communications to disclose? Okay, thank you. And 5 or 10 minutes, sir.
Hopefully 5. 7. Okay. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Ronnie Mateo from Mateo Architecture. I'm here to discuss again the project that we had the last time I was deferred. With me today is also our landscape architect, Ken Gardner, if we have any issues and questions. So if you don't mind, I can just, would like to just go to the floor plans to show the changes that we have made based on some of the commentary that we received on the first time.
Do you have
That would
slides?
I'm sorry?
Do you have graphics? There. Okay.
Yes. Let's go to page A109, if it's possible. Okay, so what I've done is I've submitted the original plans, which is this plan was the original one that was submitted, and then the next page is the revisions of this plan. So in this case, we submitted these plans, and then the next page, the next revised Casa Leroy shows the changes that we made, and in particular, the biggest change that if you can go to the next page, please. Sorry, go back. No. Page 109. That's okay. So this page is the revision. If you'll see on the ground floor, there's extended landscaping along the parking area, and then on the second floor plan, there's a notch that has been carved out of the original plan to create a void and articulate more the west facade. If you go to the next roof page, that would be the original plan showing a roof deck. And if you go back to the next page, after that, it shows the articulation on the west side, the notch into the house massing with a trellis that goes vertically along the west side, and then it comes across the roof for a trellised space up on the roof. If we can go to page 113, I believe. Okay. Well, I don't know if you have the documents in front of you, but page 113 is the original one. And again, the distinction is one is called Casa Grubea, which is the original submittal, and then the revised is Casa Leroy. So in page 113, you can see the original elevations on the north and west, and then the next page, 113, in Casa Leroy, you see the changes that we have made. Some of the commentaries that we got last time was that if you go to page A114, the original house had a series of vertical green walls throughout, and one of the commentaries were that maybe there was too much vertical treatment on the front. And if you go to the second page of A114, you will see the changes that we have made, particularly in the front, where we removed the green wall at the upper part of the house and created a series of horizontal louvers so that there was penetration of glass from before. We did have that glass on the original, but it wasn't visible because of the green wall. So now it is, and it is a horizontal treatment so that since it is the front of the house in the south, creates a shading device for the main area of that glass. The other big item that we did was there were some comments about the proportions of the house, etc. We originally had, if you go back to the original house on A114, the elevation in the front, we had an elevator that went all the way up to the roof. We decided that we were going to take that elevator down and lower it so it only goes up to the third level. And to get to the roof, then you go up the interior stair. And we also changed the materials of the elevator core from raw exposed concrete to a tile treatment. So it gave a more varied elevation composition in the front. The page 116 shows some of the renderings of the original proposal, and then the following page of 116 shows the revised renderings of the proposals, and there are a number of other renderings that, again, the same idea of the first rendering is the original submittal, the second rendering is the revised rendering, and again, this house, to go back to the original concept of the design, is that this is a single-family house in a multi-family setting where eventually in page A118, for example, on the right side of the house as you look at it will be some sort of a 4 or 5 story apartment building on either side, actually. So we were trying to create a space for the outside from connected to the inside, but that created an outdoor space that was open enough, but still created some sort of privacy, especially at an angle for creating these vertical fins for privacy, but yet openness. I think this is the big key that we wanted to achieve in the design. And then the last renderings, 118 and 119, show again the difference between the original scheme and the second scheme.
So sorry to interrupt, but the biggest difference is the elevator is one floor down.
The big difference is the elevator is lower, and then the west side has a notch into it with a trellis treatment similar to the front, and we are affirm all of the comments that the staff made.
Okay,
regarding.
thank you. Does that complete your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Anyone else have any comments to make? Please come forward from the public or online.
And I see nobody online, Mr. Chairman. With their hand
Okay,
raised.
I'm going to close the public portion and turn over to the board for comment. My only comment is the stair is now the remaining elephant in the room. Is it possible, because all the residential projects we do not allow a stair bulkhead to go to the roof, could be applied here?
No, because they're allowed to go up to the maximum height, and then the stair is allowed even higher than that as an allowable projection. I do think that he has done a good job of trying to emphasize the horizontality with the slats to the side of the elevator. But other projects are going to.
You're supporting the stair going to the roof, the bulkhead.
Yeah.
Can we object to that?
Well, it's a design issue. I mean, there's things you can do to I mean, it's recessive. It's not at the front, so that's effectively reduced the appearance of the height from the street. Your eye's gonna hit the lower elevator first before it hits the roof. And I think, unfortunately, the aerial views don't really show. No one's gonna see this from an aerial view. More from a street view, you're probably not gonna see that additional stair, or you're gonna see it behind the. You're not really gonna see it because it's behind the elevator. This is a narrow lot, so it is difficult to fit in all the requirements and functions in this narrow lot, and also provide parking under the building without having a stair or elevator come down in the center.
Can I continue? Please. Well, I want to say I think this is a fantastic improvement. I really like it. I completely understand that. The one thing that did stand out at me was, Jim's concern as well, that, there's still that stairwell, and it is the still solid white wall. And I mean, if you look, there is a picture that it looks like a street view picture. It's on A116. And I mean, you do, still see that large expanse of white wall. But yeah, all the other improvements that you made along the west side, the roof, I think I really like that you now have, these cascading features on both sides. I think it's good job. I had a question, and I know this came up in the last thing about that I think staff raised on the first floor with those, the glass, there's just 3, panes of glass. Wasn't that something that you raised, that you thought maybe it was looking too commercial? I don't know if you changed that.
I remember that comment last time. But I just think, in addition to the elevator forward, you have those horizontal slats. That also breaks the line. I think if you were concerned with the white wall of the stair behind it, could you have more glass? Could that be a glass element at the roof? But it's also facing south. That could be an issue with heat gain too. So.
Well, and also I will say it is nicely balanced, between the lower section that's solid versus the upper section that's solid. But yeah, I mean, that was the one thing that jumped out at me, although, the rest of the design I think is really successful. And then just to clarify the color scheme, and I guess this is where I saw the blue ledge. You'd had in the renderings it's yellow, but then on the materials board it's orange?
You mean the little canopy in the front?
Yeah.
On the top?
One of the eyebrow accents. Just a quick one.
We had it, and as part of the original board, it's sort of a in between orange and yellow kind of color. We call out the number, so I don't know how to describe it, either yellow or orange or somewhere in the middle. Can I say something about the stair though? Because first of all, I think if we were going above the height requirement or allowed to go to the roof, I would understand the comment, but this is all within the zoning and the heights, etc. So I'm not sure that, and we've intentionally created all of the stairwell elements to be transparent so that you can see, also in the entrance, so that whole experience of the entry and the sequence of going to different spaces is sort of exposed to the street. The fact that our stair goes to the roof is allowed.
That's a good point. He actually could go another floor higher. He's not using the stairs at a projection. He's within the limit.
I just want to make sure we're all on the same level here. Everything may be matter of right, but everything's under our review.
Correct.
Okay?
No, I understand.
I don't care whether you can go 12 stories high.
No, but
it's
you
still
use the
going
word,
to be reviewed, and you have no right to do it until you get approval from us.
You used the word bulkhead, and I thought
No.
not necessarily the right word to use.
It's bulkhead is just a reference to some stair that goes to the roof. And so your stair that goes to the roof may be matter of right, as I say, but it's still under review.
Correct.
Thank you.
I also, as I was looking at this, and then there's another development or another project in the same neighborhood, I kept also thinking too about how right now everything here is low, and this is really going to stand out. But it seems like things are going to start getting tall very soon. And so maybe this is not, which I think is your point, it's not going to stand out as much within the next 5 years.
And again, I don't want to belabor it, but when we designed this, we We had the plans of an approved project on the left side, on the corner lot, that had been approved by this board before. The comment was made that we don't know if it's going to be built or not, but we use that project also as a reference to influence how we made our decisions in design. And it was a 5-story apartment building.
Yeah, I agree with Sarah. I think the Leroy is a much better project than the over here. I think I agree that the Leroy is a much better, for me, a better design project than the previous rendition. So I'm happy to see that. I think one of the weaker points is what I see on that rear view on the northeast. I guess it's on A117. I know probably programmatically you have some things back there. There's a reason why there's not a lot of fenestration. There's a lot of white wall. I think you've done such a really nice job of creating really nice articulation pretty much on all of the building except for this one this big back corner, which of course is kind of the rear, but it's also, that is somebody else's view too. So maybe you could work with staff on.
We could certainly entertain some looking at this. The big picture was that was the master bedroom area, and it's turned its back really to the back, and it faces the central courtyard, which is what the design was intending to do. But we can certainly work, with staff and provide.
Yeah, I think the front. I think it's quite nice for kind of, you're going to be setting a little bit of a precedent here, as Sarah said. There is going to be a lot of future development. I'm happy to see the first floor is raised up above parking. This is I think you're going to see, hopefully we see a lot of this happening because we know what's happening on that street. There's a lot of flooding and water, and I'm happy to see that this kind of a structure with this level of design is starting to happen. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
I think you have improved tremendously from the last time. It looks very nice. One question is, how high is the wall at the sidewalk?
It's somewhere around 4 feet.
So it needs to come down to 30 inches within the triangles.
Okay.
Because most of the wall is within the triangles of visibility.
Yes, it could be. So we need to lower the front wall down to 30, no more than 30.
30 inches, 2.5 feet is the maximum.
Okay.
Correct?
Correct.
And I don't think the landscape architect could have done any more than he did.
No, this is another one of these things where we're in what was a single-family district where it's now a multifamily, and we're still building single-family homes. And it's like they want to have their cake and eat it too. Not your fault, but we don't actually have a better plan for putting single-family homes on these stupidly tiny lots. And we just don't have anything. So they're doing what they can do. So big improvement. I want to say that too. I don't like the idea of this generally, but you really made a good improvement.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve DRB application 22-0809.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Agopian, seconded by Mr. Sheldon. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
With that, it is after 10 o'clock. So we're going to proceed to the time certain application of the Mount Sinai Cancer Center. Give me just 1 second. Ricardo will read this into the record before the attorney provides the presentation.
This is file DRB 22, 9845, address 4300 Alton Road, Mount Sinai Medical Center, Cancer Center. An application has been filed requesting Design Review Board approval for the construction of a new 5-story cancer center on the westernmost portion of the Mount Sinai Hospital campus.
Thanks. The board may remember that there was a companion application that came before the board back in May for a parking garage that basically would replace the parking in the area where this cancer center would go. At that time, the applicant did provide some concept renderings with the overall general look of the project, and I think was very favorably well received. This is the formal application for that project. It is very large, but the design is very sculptural and designed well along all elevations. We are very supportive of the application, are recommending approval. We did note, just for reference in our staff report, in case it came up, there's a prior condition regarding the construction of a bay walk along the area, so that is in effect for a prior approval, not as part of this one. And maybe the applicant or the attorney can provide an update as to status of that bay walk project. My understanding is it still requires approval from the city commission for the final product. But with that, we are recommending approval, and Mr. Neeson-Kasdan is here to provide the presentation on behalf of the applicant.
Morning, Chair.
Before we start, Neeson, sorry about that. Any ex-party disclosures that need to be made at this time?
I see none.
Okay, and how much time, Mr. Kasdan?
15 minutes. If you would put forward the presentation, please. Let's see there. While we're waiting, good morning, Neeson-Kasdan and Wes Heavy of Ackerman, representing Mount Sinai Medical Center of Miami. With me here today as well is Gino Santorio, the president and CEO of Mount Sinai, who you will hear briefly from regarding the unique function of this building, which informs the design, as well as Arjun Bhatt from Canon, the project architect, who, thank you, has flown in from California, and you've accommodated his schedule by having this hearing at this time, and Ken Gardner, the landscape architect. We have others here as well who may be available to answer questions. We could go to the next slide, please. First, I would like to bring forward Gino Santorio to talk about the unique mission of this facility very briefly, and then we will go into the overall design. Gino?
Thank you, Neeson. Good morning, board, staff. Good morning. Thank you for having me. Gino Santorio, President and CEO of Mount Sinai Medical Center. I was here before you for the parking garage, which was made reference to. So in respect of your time, I'll just be brief to summarize the highlights that I discussed last time. So we're excited to embark on bringing a brand new state-of-the-art comprehensive cancer center to Miami Beach on Mount Sinai's campus. It is a replacement facility, but some of the details behind why we're doing this is, A, to really expand and right-size the facility to meet the demand that will be there in the community, some of which is already there today. Unfortunately, cancer incident rates will be up 12% by the close of the decade. That is something that is attributable to both aging population as well as growth in population that we have here in South Florida. We have a unique opportunity now to really elevate how we deliver that care. So we have signed a partnership in oncology across radiation, medical, and surgical oncology with Columbia University in New York. They're rated 15th in the country for oncology services. And having worked with them over the last year to actually design this cancer center in terms of how we process every component of what we do in that center has arrived at the culmination of what I hope you'll find as impressive as I do. We will have everything in there in terms of being comprehensive, so the full suite of oncology, full diagnostic imaging, as well as with the ability to do some procedural-based items there as necessary. It'll be a good complement to the new surgical tower that we have, breast center, which will be separate, infusion and chemotherapy, which will be overlooking the bay, some of the nicest views for those patients undergoing that long therapy in the country. Phlebotomy and lab, rehab services, which is important for these patients. We'll also have retail and specialty pharmacy on site. And then, true to our mission, we'll be having clinical research as well in that facility to expand our ability to offer more trials to the community. Supportive care services will be in-house, a new conference center, which will be availability to our education component. So we'll be able to host conferences there, large conferences, which are important for particularly this service line, as well as we'll be offering complementary therapies and an appearance center. So that is why we're doing this. It will allow us to grow and meet the demand here and be able to continue recruiting some of the world-class physicians, nurses, and staff into the center to care for the patients in the community. So with that, I'll turn it over, and I'll be available here for any questions afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you, Gino. Next slide, please. To provide you brief context, you are familiar with the campus master plan, and you see in the southwest corner the new building that is proposed before you. Next slide, please. One other comment I'd like to make as we zero in and introduce the project architect is that this is part of a comprehensive design scheme for the entire campus. You've seen this architecture vernacular in the Skolnick Surgical Tower, which is one of the newest buildings, as well as the Hildebrand Emergency Center and the garage, which you have recently approved. In addition, all the other buildings in the hospital are being painted white. What they're trying to do is come up with a comprehensive design scheme for the hospital. It is actually based on the Miami modern style of architecture, which is the style of architecture which the mid-Miami Beach is known for. So this is part of, and probably the most spectacular element of that. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Arjun and then Ken for their presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Arjun Bhatt from Canon Design. The site for the Cancer Center was selected for three major reasons. The first, it being an outpatient center, so it did not require an internal link to the clinical spaces of the rest of the hospital. Two, the size was appropriate for the amount of program that was necessary to provide the clinical care that Gino just described. And three, the proximity to the water, in keeping with Mount Sinai's vision and goals of creating the best patient experiences possible. So that became an important site amenity to try and leverage. Next slide. Of course, with that site comes very high visibility in both east and westbound traffic. This is a view from the Tuttle Causeway looking towards the Mount Sinai campus. You can see Skolnick Tower there in the background, and shown in red would be the approximate location and height from that vantage point. Next slide, please. And then going back towards the mainland, this becomes the building would be visible going westbound as well. So this is a building without, this is a four-sided building, one might say. It doesn't really have a back, so to speak. So we had to take special care to try and address every elevation as if it were the front. Next slide. The overall design really draws from its proximity to the water. Metaphorically looking at the movement, the light and shadow, really trying to create something sculptural that was in concert with Skolnick Tower, the precedent that we set there, with those eyebrows that the look of which change during the day as the sun passes over them and creates different shapes of shadow and light across that facade. So this was something that we wanted to accomplish with this building without mirroring that building, creating something that was complementary to that design aesthetic. Next slide, please. The site plan has basically organized into three major components. The campus face, or the east face of the site, is the entry and parking, surface parking for the facility. The main entry indicated by the number 2 on that plan. The building itself, this sort of amoeba shape that then holds the third component of the site plan, a very extensive healing garden, which addresses that waterfront amenity that the site was chosen for. So that healing garden is a driver of the experience for both patients, staff, and families. Next slide. As Neeson mentioned, there is a real care to try and create, in concert with this master plan, a consistent aesthetic identity across all of the Mount Sinai buildings, both new and existing. Skolnick Tower, shown there in the large photo, has a material palette of a simple material palette of white, along with the energy efficient glass. That palette being extended to the new cancer center as well, the white precast concrete glass, and then really utilizing the sculptural forms to create a sort of play of shadow that then creates the kind of dynamic feel of the building. Next slide. One of the comments that we got from staff was regarding the location of a generator on site. We clarified the site or the setbacks of that generator, and I believe received positive feedback from staff once we provided those clarifications as to the rear yard setbacks and the side yard setbacks of that feature. Next slide. I'm going to really quickly in the last 5 minutes here kind of zip us around the building at pedestrian level so you can get a sense of what the approach might be for patients and staff and family. This is a view of the front entry canopy. It kind of swells to kind of accept that circular entry drive, which might not have been apparent from the site plan. This is, again, a sort of a nod or an homage to Skolnick Tower's front porte cochere without necessarily replicating it or copying it, creating something that's sympathetic to it, but also works with the overall design of the building. Next slide, please. The deep overhangs are something that are consistent across the building. The way the spandrels, those sort of ribbon wavy spandrels that wrap the building, they sort of ebb and flow in terms of their depth to try and create shade where necessary, where the glass expanses are larger, and then kind of recede where they're not as necessary, where the glass expanses are narrower. So we're trying to modulate for solar control and energy efficiency, because that's obviously very important to us and to Mount Sinai. Next slide. A view from the staff walkway. Staff have a dedicated entry to the building like they do at Skolnick Tower, but we wanted to make sure they had a nice, pleasant experience walking from the garage to the new building, and so this is a view from that vantage point. Next slide. This is an aerial showing the back of the building that features in the foreground there that healing garden that we're talking about that has multiple different spaces, art spaces, more private contemplative spaces, more gathering spaces. We found that choice is a very important aspect when it comes to folks that come visit a cancer center. They will be here a lot. They come here as a part of a regimented, battery of treatments, and so some days are better than others, obviously, and so providing that choice as to where that outdoor space or where they might want to occupy a certain kind of outdoor space is important to them. Next slide. The next few images will sort of walk through that healing garden. This is what we're terming the Plaza Garden, which is a sort of more of a gathering area featuring some specimen planting that Ken has arranged. These images are more for illustrative purposes. The exact species are outlined in the submittal and in the planting plans and planting schedules. Next slide. This is a view looking out towards the water from the Plaza Garden. Next slide. An aerial view back towards the causeway side of the site. There are extensive views of the garden, both from the interior as well. So we wanted to use that garden as a way to draw people through the lobby of the building towards the back side and the water side of the site, which is a pedestrian side of the site. Next slide. This is a view looking north along from one of the meditative garden spaces. Next slide. view looking towards the causeway, as indicated on the plan in the bottom, in that plaza garden. Next slide. An art garden where we can feature art pieces on the exterior of the building. There will be art featured on the interior building, so having both of those visible from the lobby, the main lobby, will be a way to sort of connect the interior and the exterior, as well as just the glass materiality of that space. Next slide. Some meditative garden areas that are more suitable for smaller groups of people. So that we're providing, so this is a way to provide some choice in terms of variation of spaces for people to occupy. Next slide. Another view of that meditative garden looking toward the causeways with small gathering spaces along the building and shaded areas. Next slide. There's a donor garden similar to Skolnick Tower that occupies the north end of the building. This is a more private garden. And will be a more intimate space. Next slide. Another view from that garden space, very well shaded as it sits on the north end, will be self-shaded by the building. So basically after 10 o'clock in the morning, it should be almost completely in shade. Next slide. Another view of the back, there's a fire access lane. There's a fire access lane along the back. It's shown here as something more paved, but the reality is it would be more sod-like, almost entirely just grass. The intent is for that waterfront area to be pedestrian only and really just free of cars, free of automobiles, so that it's much more amenable for slower usage. Next slide. I think that's it.
That, Mr. Chair, concludes our presentation. I would note this is the Bremen Cancer Center, and there will be significant, important pieces of art installed. If you've seen the Skolnick Tower and the lobby there, that's, as you know, very important to the Bremens, and very fitting to be part of this complex. If there are any questions, we're here to answer them.
Thank you very much. Does anyone from the public wish to speak? Please come forward, or online, let us know you want to talk.
Mr. Chairman, there is nobody online wishing to speak.
And I see no one coming forward, so I'm going to close the public portion and turn over the board for comment. And my only comment is congratulations. It's a great project, as we all know, an important project, and one that we're looking forward to happening.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I think it's a great project. I'm glad we have a great donor who's going to construct this. However, I do have some questions. So, this is really more Zaha Hadid style, of curvilineal flow and whatever. And the issue about this type of design is, unless it's done perfectly, it can be a mess. So, two things. First, I would love to see plans of each floor, because these billowing ribbons are clearly kind of decoration added to the structure, unless you show not, but you don't have sections or plans. And, we see plans for a small house, so I think something of this scale we should see more. And also, these billowing extensions are really, I don't know, are they empty space, or do you have machines in them? What's going on in this, continuingly different section that at times is close to the facade and other times looks like it could be 6 feet out in space? Right. Now, then beyond that, what are they made of? Because if it's just stucco, and it's not detailed properly, it's going to stain when the water cascades over it. Is there a drip edge, or are these metal, or is it concrete? So, I think at a very superficial level, it's very dramatic and very striking, but I think, as we have been doing for, the smallest projects, we do ask for more information. So I would like to, ask for more,
and that should be presented to the committee, I think, for something of this scale and civic importance. So,
yeah. So to answer a few of those, provide clarity on a few of those questions. Materially, those will be precast, or we're planning on them being precast panels, similar to the Skolnick Tower, the sides of Skolnick Tower. Now, those are all solid panels, and these in the way we've deployed them, they occupy the spandrel space of the floor plate, so or of the floor-to-floor space. So basically, the plenum to floor. So they're not occupied space within them. They are solid panels. So the building is essentially an extrusion with those panels providing shade. You mentioned that they are deep in some areas, and those depths are in order to provide some shadow across the face of the building, in order to provide some shading and protection from solar radiation, as I mentioned before. So the intention isn't for the plan to sort of modulate the interior with the depth of those spandrels. The spandrels would be solid. I believe.
Are they modulated in relationship to the sun? I mean,
yeah. So
I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, yeah. Tell me.
Right. The program on the interior of the building. Some spaces are more like storage. It depends on the space on the inside of the building. So on waiting areas where we obviously want to take advantage of the views out to the water, where we have taller spans of glass from floor to ceiling, they become narrower and more deep. So we can both maximize the light, but also maximize the shadow and the shade that it provides. In some areas that are more like lab-like or storage on the or back of house type of spaces that don't require extensive glazing, they become taller. They swell up to take up to cover that space essentially as a spandrel panel, and become less deep. Because we don't need the shade there, obviously, because there aren't views going out from those storage spaces or clinical spaces.
Also, if I may, Mr. Gorlin, in our submission, A015A and 15B, as well as starting again with A016, A1, A2, etc., it shows A017. It shows the floor plans and how each floor is going to be designed and used.
So it's in the presentation.
It's in the submission material. Yeah.
I just had a question. The portico share, is that accessible space above that? The roof of that, or is that just a roof?
No, it's not planned to be accessible.
And what is the roof? Because like Alex said, it looks so beautiful from a monolithic white view, but what is that actual roof? And I say this because I know portico shares get stained when you look down on them, and they really look terrible. So
yeah, I believe it will be a standard roof, like a TPO roof on top of that portico share. Because it is continuous with the rest of the canopy that runs around that first level of the building. We have some areas along the south face that are terraced as the floor plate steps back, and the intention there is to provide some kind of art garden amenities to the people directly, or to the rooms directly adjacent to those spaces. Some of them are infusion spaces, things like that.
Mind if I just add one? That was a great question. So the top of the portico share at Skolnick Tower today, and we can provide some pictures, is very similar, and it's got the white hue as well. So we pressure wash that routinely, because you see that from pretty much every room in the Skolnick Tower, and it looks pretty much brand new. It's about I think 3.5, 4 years old now, but we can bring some of that to show how it's held up. One of the things that Canon did is looked at every component of the Skolnick Tower and Hildebrand Emergency Center to see if there were any lessons learned, what could we change, what's held up well, what hasn't. And that's one of the items that actually has held up well.
It seems like that is begging to be like a pedestrian area, though. It's so big, and the views are going to be amazing from it. Like, why wouldn't you make that accessible?
And I think he's referring to the big white roof that's on the point on the opposite side, on the side facing the water. There's this big, looks like a big balcony or big porch.
Yeah.
And you're telling us it's pretty much just like a TPO roof. It's a white roof or something. So I was one of my questions as well.
I'm going to jump in here. I did an addition to the pediatric wards at Sloan Kettering, and one of the biggest aspects was the recreational area and the rooftop use. Now, we all know sunlight's the devil for people who are undergoing cancer treatment. And what was great is that the structure of the existing building was allowing us to build on top of the existing building, several floors, in fact. So I would first put into your brief that you have to be able to structurally expand this building. It's very little cost to put in more reinforcing steel and concrete, but it would allow you to make changes in the future. This project looks like it can't change. And the other fact is I think you should always have an expansion plan with a project like this, because you will expand, because the limited definition of what you want right now won't be 10 years from now. You've already defined that. It's going to change. And so both the expansion vertically and horizontally, I think, is a key to this. The third is that the rooftops are phenomenal views, phenomenal recreation areas, phenomenal gatherings for public events. And I think if you were to take advantage of that with either plantings, paving, all kinds of opportunities there, I think that's a mandatory requirement on this project, that you look at that. Because that's the largest areas of your building. It's not your facade, it's your horizontal roofs that you have in a step-back building of this character. And you have three of them, and they could each be of a different character, reflecting the occupancies of those floors.
So we did look at the current plan for the terraces, if we can call them that.
Let's call them terraces, because they're occupiable if they're a terrace.
So, well,
they're not a roof any longer; they're a terrace.
So their current plan for that is really for donor gardens of sorts and sculptures with art, if we can put on there. That's where we currently have in the design plan for that. Insofar as building out and being able to structurally build a foundation on there, we actually built this particular building. So if you look at our existing cancer center, this is roughly 4 times the size. We have a lot of shell space in there. We plan this out to build based on the 30-year projection. So there are some shell space currently in the building. In addition to that, the way that cancer as a service line is moving is really a hub and spoke model. So our plan as we do additional builds are actually in communities and then housing the Bremen Cancer Center more in a tertiary type fashion. But I don't know if Neeson wants to speak a little bit more to the floor plates.
No, I think you addressed it.
I also, that was the one, I really like this design, and of course I was thinking about, it's the dialogue that it has with the Zaha Hadid building further down, further south off the bay. But I too am concerned with these. I do think to call them terraces. I noticed in the staff report they mentioned that as well. And I don't know if this necessarily needs to be party space or for people, but something I'm thinking too, there's so much white. There's going to be so much glare in those rooms that are just looking down, especially with it being white. I love the idea of making it, solar panels, green roof, something. You have this great opportunity. And this just seems to me to be a missed opportunity. Again, I keep thinking of the people that are going to be in those rooms. Yeah, you're looking at the bay, but you're also looking down at this huge expanse of white. And if it's something that you're planning, include it in the presentation.
So if we can offer, that's something that we have studied a little bit, and maybe we come back with what some of the sculpture gardens look like on those surfaces. I will also add one of the things that we've considered, because it's a cancer center, both exterior and interior in the atrium levels as well, is from a safety perspective. We had an expert work with us on that, which is part of the reason we work towards looking at what can we do on those surfaces and have it look nice. So maybe what we do is we go back and study it.
We could study it further. We would like to be able to study it and present it, to discuss it with staff
We had recommended a green roof. I mean, a green roof doesn't have to be occupiable. It could be just something that's easy to maintain, not like a manicured lawn, just something that's sustainable and provides that visual as well as environmental benefits for those large expansive roof decks. We just ask that they explore that.
And we will agree to explore it.
Yeah, I mean, it just won't work with it being white. It's southwest. I mean, it would be so bright in those rooms where you have floor-to-ceiling glass. I mean, I can't even. I mean, when you look at it, it's just not gonna. You won't even be able to put the shades up.
Yeah, actually, there's so many office. In fact, I can't think of one office building that's presented. An office building that doesn't look like the Hanging Gardens of Babylon now. So, I mean, in here you have actually a beautiful, looks like trays of, like it's waiting to be planted, these terraces.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think there are different levels, from non-accessible green roofs that are just wild meadows to, viewing gardens with sculpture to, even having some of them accessible, but not all the way to the edge, like, kind of retracted from the edge.
Yeah.
So I do think that's not an explored possibility.
Right. I think one thing that when you asked about the top of the porte cochere, when I mentioned the roofing of that, it wasn't intended that the rest of the roofs be just as spare. I think our initial sort of default was to have them at least paved with a raised paver, so that it had some kind of aesthetic to it. But I agree, looking at maybe some less intensive green roofs, even if they aren't occupiable, because there are safety concerns with this being
I think we're going beyond a raised paver conversation here, okay?
Okay.
Can you describe what you think you're hearing from us? Just describe the quality that you're going to project onto these roofs besides sculpture.
I mean, I think there definitely needs to be a reflection of the sensitivity to landscape that exists at ground level to some degree at the level of these terraces. So showing green, whether those are planting trays, raised planters of some kind, certainly along the perimeter, so that there's some kind of translation of that.
And what kind of accessibility would you have? Staff, public,
yeah,
no one, you tell me.
Yeah, I think initially we would want to, I think we would have a position of having it non-accessible until we can figure out a way to make the accessibility requirements work with the safety requirements. In our experience with other raised roof or roof garden type projects across the country, a lot of times it comes down to safety fences that can be upwards of 12 feet tall. And given the hurricane, wind loads, things like those aren't in Miami, and so I can only imagine what we would have to go through in similar, or to provide a similar kind of level of protection, but within the environmental constraints of Miami. So there are challenges to making everything occupiable to everyone, but I think it's something to take a look at and judge the feasibility of.
I would say,
The biggest problem I ran into when I did this little project for Sloan was the sterility issue. Mm-hmm. That you feel like there has to be this cleanliness perception constantly. Right. And when we moved away from that, people got nervous, not the people who were there as a public, but people who were on staff and all the clinical people. And so I think there's a crossover that you've got to, maybe you'll figure it out.
There's infection control issues, especially with cancer patients. So.
And Mr. Bodnar, some of you may have seen and walked through the Skolnick Surgical Tower as well. Candidly, I think they did a remarkable job of making that not feel like a hospital in terms of its interior design, art, everything up all the way through the floors. And I think that's the same theme that they're going to work with. And your suggestions will be explored in terms of the green roof or other things to soften the large expanses that are open.
And then I just have one more. That was one of my major questions and concerns with these large roof areas. But my second is the whole face of the building that's on the water. So I don't know if it's not resolved or just not shown yet, but I see sort of like this elevated area where you have your meditation garden and all these spaces. Then there's kind of like this, well, not this kind, there is a retaining wall that basically allows you to create this very large elevation change between the pedestrian level of your building and then I guess whatever this is going to be, this fire lane, this walking area, this river walk, this, I don't know what it is. And partly I think it's because your landscape architect has not created his renderings in these renderings. So all the landscaping you're showing is kind of just a placeholder. And I definitely think on a project like this, you need to have the actual landscaping in here for us to see, because a lot of your spaces in these renderings look very sterile. And I mean not like sterile like, oh, it's a good way, it's like clean and modern and crisp, just what we're trying to make the whole campus look like, but I mean a little bit kind of gloomy to me. So but the bigger concern is this kind of disconnect between your building and the ground and then the water. And I know you talked a lot about the connection, but to me it seems like maybe the building element and the wall element, like there could be more of a grounding, because the way it looks now is like that you're really trying to create this very big separation between the pedestrian experience and then what I would think is like I want to get down there like on the water. I want to take a walk down across this grass area, which is not going to look like a driveway, right? You told me it's not going to look like a fire lane. It's going to look maybe like a semi-pervious paver or something. But they're really, at least at this point in time, it doesn't seem like that's been really explored, like how this building actually landed here, because it kind of looks like a little bit of a spaceship, right? It plopped down and then it's very contained. And I think if you maybe spend a little bit of time looking at that, I think for me that would be a great place to create a little bit more connection. And maybe it's not supposed to be connected, but if that's the case too, I think it needs to be a little bit more deliberate and explored. I mean, overall, I have a lot of really positive notes. I mean, this whole idea of kind of modernizing this campus, which is kind of a cornerstone of our community and has served the community. This is amazing. It's so great to see after all these years. Everybody wants to go to if they're going to end up here, they want to go to a place that seems modern and fresh and clean, and it didn't always look that way, even though there were a lot of wonderful and amazing things happening here. So the idea that these buildings are coming in and kind of making this campus like this futuristic city, and I think the medical profession and what we're doing now is very futuristic. It's very amazing, the machines, the robotics. So I'm glad that the architecture is going to represent that. I'm super happy to see that, and I think you're definitely going in the right direction. The white is very Miami. It's definitely a nod to like mid-century modern, Miami modern. I think that's great. I think it's going to be a beautiful campus. So we're just it's a big building, so we're being extra critical.
Right. Yeah, and Jason, looking at the design of that elevated meditative garden and such, it is pretty severe in terms of the break there. So I don't know if you want to include a condition regarding a softer transition. It could be terraces. It could be, even if it's not accessible, something that suffers that breaks. You're not looking at a wall.
Yeah, I think it's like it's probably a 10 or 15-foot wall. I mean, it's big. In one of the renderings, you see the tops of the palm trees just poking up above it. So I didn't look to see the complete sections there, but I think maybe it looks more like those bulbous bands that are on the roof. Maybe they come down and they form the wall, and the wall is a little bit more sculptural, since you talked a lot about sculpture. I mean, I don't know. I would want this to kind of see some ideas, maybe.
How tall are those walls?
So the difference between the fire lane and the finished floor is 6 feet, and we raised that was due to resiliency planning. And then there's an additional 42 inches there shown in those renderings for guardrail height wall. So almost 10 feet.
But it could be like an open railing system versus a solid wall. That would also help reduce that appearance of having
the height of the wall in a way.
Okay, but there is planting in front of the wall.
There is planting in front of the
wall. What's in front of the wall?
Ken Gardner, GSLA Design, Landscape Architects. So one of the things that we did to mitigate the starkness of a 6-foot wall there is we created some undulation in there, which allowed for some pockets of planting. Mm-hmm. So in there we have a combination of either clusia, which would be planting 6 feet tall already, so it completely negates the visibility of the wall in those areas. And then there's also other pockets we were able to get some smaller trees like lignum vitae and things like that. So we were very, very constrained, one, with the space between the building and this fire lane.
So
fire lane's dictated.
So in other words, what we're seeing in the rendering, which is an 8-foot-high wall, it's going to be 2 feet visible.
It's going to be
2 or 3 feet.
Yeah, and I don't want to overstate that. Every square
Everywhere,
inch
of
that wall is going to be obscured, but there are significant portions of that wall that are obscured. And then one of the things that we did when we were creating the healing garden on the west side there was kind of funneling the vision and funneling pedestrians that they can go down this staircase that will access across the fire lane and to the bay walk that will eventually have to.
Yeah, I think the renderings don't do justice to the landscape, because I'm looking at the landscape, and by the way, I commend you for showing everything in not only in the design, but showing everything in one sheet.
Yeah, we had to do the one sheet, and then we had to break it up. My eyes are getting old.
No, I mean all the layers of plants.
Yes.
Because sometimes people go to 2, 3, 4 layers, and you go crazy
it's very, very
trying
difficult
to understand it. But I can see in what you have done that it will be a large landscape.
Yes. And we'd be very happy to work with staff making sure that this transition space is perfectly amenable to everyone.
Maybe it's me. I'm feeling that I'd actually like to see all of these things. You've been telling us a lot about what you're envisioning, but if this were a home, if this were a smaller project, and the details weren't fleshed out, we would ask, for continuance to come back and see. So I don't think we're out of line. And it seems like there's a bunch of things that need to be worked through, whether it's the landscape. It's true with the rendering I was reading. I guess what you're describing is this gradual stairway as sort of a driveway. It's a little bit confusing. And it would be really nice to see renderings with the actual landscaping involved, considering that seems to be such an important part of the design. So I'm going to make a motion for a continuance.
Mr. Chair, may I comment?
And I would also like to say too, the rooftops, the terraces, whatever you want to call them, I don't need to see people going out there, but I do think that it needs to be refined in a certain way, rethought of, used, because I don't think it's going to be, it's the glare factor. And there's all these opportunities where you're even talking solar panels. I mean, there's a generator right down, there's just all these different opportunities. It doesn't need, I understand that you don't want people out there, that's fine, but something, and I think that's something that goes beyond, this is what our role is to review these things.
If we could bifurcate that element, because
I'm sorry, are you making a motion?
Yes, I made a motion.
Oh, anyone want to second it?
Second.
Well, we can have a discussion on the motion. I think maybe.
No. I think we had a motion, we had a second, now we're going to vote. We can have a discussion afterwards.
Mr. Chair,
Sorry to interrupt you.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I wanted to offer something, Mr. Chair, if possible.
Besides voting on this now?
Yes, sir.
Is it a better solution than
I think
voting?
so.
I think we're going to vote. Michael, could you ask for a vote?
So the motion was made by Ms. Gil Nelson to continue to the October 4th meeting.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Sheldon. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed to the continuance?
We'll see you in October.
You can now make your case.
Well, Mr. Chair, what I was going to propose is none of the comments related to really the building itself. There was significant comment with regard to the green roofs or solutions for those spaces, as well as comment for the transition between the healing garden and the area to the east. What I was going to propose is, which you have the right to reconsider if you would so indulge us, is to have us bring that portion back to the board so that the rest of the project could continue to move forward.
I only object to the first portion of your first sentence, which is that we didn't make any comments about the building. All of our comments were about the building, but they were about the exterior portions of the building that you did not address, in my opinion, that it looked blank, the white spaces. The actual shape of the building, and correct me, board, if I'm wrong here, the actual shape and general design of the building we like. So that's not being held up, in my opinion, right now. And we probably will not reconsider it when next time you come back. We just need you to fill in the blanks, so to speak.
We will do that, Mr. Chair.
And it's probably you have a week to do that, right?
We would need to have any sort of revised plans or documents by next Monday.
Well,
The October
yes.
meeting.
We'll work towards that.
But I think the rest of the project should continue to go forward. I think in general, we're very happy with not only the function of the building, the shape of the building, the location of the building, all the primary aspects.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, moving on, we'll go back to our listed order on the agenda for the next application for 1771 Purdy Avenue. And Ricardo will read this into the record.
Yes, this is for DRB 219773. Address is 1771 Purdy Avenue. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 5-story multifamily residential building that includes review of a mechanical parking.
And the board may remember this first came before you back in May of this year. At that time, that also included a large trellis at the rooftop as well as a variance. Since that time, the applicant has removed the trellis and the associated variance. When this was discussed in May, there was a concern noted regarding the side elevations, the north and south expansive side elevations. And the board did ask the applicant to look at green wall systems or green walls on both elevations. At the July meeting, the applicant did submit some drawings that referenced the green wall system. However, due to the minimal depth provided for those green walls, they're really not something that could be achieved based upon that minimal depth. So we had, at that time, asked the applicant to explore other options, including materials. The applicant has come back with an alternative option that does show ceramic tiled accent walls in place of the previously shown green walls that were submitted for the July meeting. We are recommending approval of the application, but we do think there needs to be some additional movement along those elevations, especially due to the height and expanse of those areas. But we are recommending approval with the applicant to provide some additional modulation of those north and south side elevations. With that, we have Mr. Larkin here to provide the presentation.
And Mr. Larkin, before you begin, are there any ex-party communications that need to be disclosed? Okay, and how much time, Mr. Larkin?
10 minutes, please, sir.
Thank you.
So good morning, Mr. Chairman, board members, staff. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant. With me today is Kobe Karp, our design architect. Carolina Montiero is our landscape architect, and our traffic engineer, Alfredo Selli. At the prior hearing, you all had numerous comments, and I'm just going to go run through the changes to the application before Kobe presents to you all. But first, we withdrew the rooftop trellis setback variance request. We withdrew the rooftop trellis area variance request. We relocated the rooftop trellis 20 feet back from the front property line to comply with the rooftop trellis setback requirement. We reduced the area of the rooftop trellis to comply with this. We updated the color scheme with darker accents on the ground floor, and we removed the natural landscape from the north and south elevations, otherwise known as vertical green walls, and replaced with additional design detailing. PJ, could you pull up the presentation, please? I'm going to wake up our AV staff. Okay, good. Sideways. Everyone tilt your head, please, while we go through this presentation. Come on, guys. There you go. booting. It's all good. Oh.
Yeah, that's how it originally came. So we're trying to figure a way how to make it.
Okay.
Yeah. Unless you have another presentation,
Well, I was being, I guess so. David, are different ways to send it? Or? Yeah, please. Oh, are you? All right. Well, then let's continue, and then. All right, and I'll talk just for a couple more minutes. Alex has the best idea. Necessity. What is it? Necessity is the mother of innovation. So, just to talk about it extemporaneously, I was at Stillsville last night, and I walked by the site, and I saw the large office building go up to the south. Stillsville will probably be redeveloped in the near future. So this is going to be quite an anomaly. It's going to be a 4-unit apartment building. It's going to be a jewel right in the middle of will be 2 larger office buildings, and it's going to have a great bay view. So we did make all the changes you all requested. I think Alex was in particular bothered by the large trellis, so we reduced the size of the trellis, pushed it back into the property. So with that, I'm just going to turn it over to Kobe and go ahead and walk through the presentation.
Hi, good morning. And, there we go. So this is the residential building at 1771. And if you go to the next image, please. The location is right there. I'm sure many of you are all familiar with the location, so I don't need to. Thank you. Next image, please. And we're next to the building, which is currently under construction, immediately to the south of us. And what we did here, as you can see, we have a lobby at the ground level. We recessed it back with landscaping. And that lobby is the entrance to the residences on top. Next image, please. Next image, please. We showed the vault and so forth. We showed the terraces. We have on top of the lobby and the parking, we have a rooftop terrace. So the building looks into both directions, both east and west. Next image, please. Actually, if you go down, back one, I'm sorry, I'll jump too fast. You can see that basically the units have a terrace to the west, a terrace to the east, and then if you go up to the next level, they have balconies with landscaping wrapping around both east and west. Next image, please. And then we have outdoor landscaping and planters as well. Next image, please. And that's the public spaces. If you go to the units, if you go to the next image, please. That comes to the rooftop. There's another pool amenity area on the rooftop with a landscaped area that has both sunrise and sunset views. Next image, please. That's the trellises that we discussed, that we reduced. Next image, please. This is a view looking at the building with the building under construction currently, the residences and the entry lobby at the ground level. Next image, please. This is a view from Stillsville. Next image, please. These are the materials. I brought this 3D because sometimes it's what we have this material. It's a 3-dimensional tile that we are proposing to use on the facade to give it the artistic facade looking both to our neighbors to the south and our neighbors to the north. Next image, please.
This is just, we reached out to the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association. They have issues with transient uses in their neighborhood. About a year or more so, they asked the commission to prohibit transient uses, so we felt it was important to go ahead and proffer a condition of approval to be included in the order that basically says no short-term rentals will occur within this building. And they were fine with it, and they loved the design from the beginning, but this made it even better for them. And I think you'll hear from Sarah that they're in support of this.
Next image, please. I think that's it for us, if you have any questions.
Yep. So, Mr. Chairman, board members, any questions you all have, please go ahead.
Thank you very much. Anyone from the public wish to speak, come forward now or register online.
We have one person wishing to speak, Sarah De Los Reyes.
Hello, Sarah De Los Reyes, Sunset Harbor.
Ms. De Los
Can you
Reyes,
hear me?
before you testify, and yes, we can hear you, I need for you to raise your right hand. And do you swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, and Mr. Chair, is 1 minute or 2 minutes for public comment? Okay, thank you. You have 2 minutes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. This is Sarah De Los Reyes, president of the Sunset Harbor Neighborhood Association, we have worked very closely with the attorney and the architect in regards to the building. We have approved and the concept of the building. The issue that I have is in the sidewalk, because on the sidewalk, we normally have trees in the sidewalk in Sunset Harbor to actually make sure that when people are walking around, they're actually a little bit covered from the sun. And the front of the building, according to this rendering, didn't have there's a tree in front of it right now. It's small, it's a tree right in front of the building. So I was wondering if there's any changes that they can do on the sidewalk to actually have some trees in the sidewalk, some greenery in the sidewalk in front of it. That's the only comment that I have. Otherwise, we love the building. I think it's going to be beautiful. I understand it's going to be crunched into two big 75-foot buildings there in between. So I understand that view. I see it every day from my window from my apartment. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Do you want to rebuttal? Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak?
There's nobody else online.
Okay, I see no one in the audience, so I'll close it after your rebuttal.
The tree is on city property, and we are happy to improve it in any way that you deem necessary. But right now, what happens is that when you walk along the sidewalk, you can see the adjacent building to the north and to the south do come to their property line. And then there is a bit of a landscaped, and so it's about a 15-foot to the curb. But there is a tree there and landscaping, and we'd be very, very amenable to.
Well, the landscape plan does show. I know the rendering just show one tree. The landscape plan show two trees in front of the building. Yes.
Correct.
Is it possible to increase the landscaping and tree planting?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
And you can do that.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll agree to that condition. Easy.
Okay.
Easy.
It is a narrow width because you have the driveway on the north side, and then you have the two trees flanking the entrance. Any more landscape would have to be low landscaping, most likely.
Mm-hmm. Well, I think what was misleading, because you never want to put too much trees in renderings because then it obscures the architecture. But the sidewalk's exceptionally wide here, just the way the lots were platted originally. So the tree that is there now will remain, and then we'll augment it with trees within our private property.
Yeah, and just to clarify too, the tree in the rendering is not in front of the subject property. So the rendering that's showing the project does not show any trees in front of the building. So there will be two.
Right.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to close the public portion and turn it over to the board for comment.
Kobe, I love that you got rid of the trellis and opened the views up, because I think that'll be really important to the I got to tell you though, I'm still curious as to what's for the dark colors on a west-facing wall. If you were to go stand out there right now at 5 o'clock in that shirt for an hour, you would die. So what are those materials of those planters, and why are they black?
So two things. Number one, we have an end user here who does like the darker tonality on the building. Obviously, you are our leaders here. Whatever you say goes. But he would have liked to have a darker tonality. We do use aluminum with darker tones on buildings, and it's not bad at all. So we would prefer, if at all possible, to keep the darker tones. On the planters, so we gave you the metals on the facade that's silvery, then the blue, and then we have the darker on the frames. But, Scott, if you feel that, I have to go lighter, yeah, I'm happy to go.
It's not me. I've been president of 3 condo associations.
Right.
I'm dealing with 40-year maintenance now, and ours has dark gray. And I told you my balcony is like an oven. It's like a furnace. And, you just, especially those direct-facing west walls, to have them black, that's why you don't see black buildings in Miami, because it attracts all the heat. I'm not going to stop it for that. I'm just saying, I think that the owner will regret it. I think that the people living there will ultimately regret how hot it feels.
Yeah. And Bell Plaza has that wonderful chocolate brown. So, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Well, but and also, listen, this dark stuff, it never looks great for very long, if you ask me, that's baking in the sun. I don't know if aluminum stands up better, but every dark thing that I see, you see every crack, you see every defect, and the heat just attracts to it. That's all. It's not a personal thing. I think it's a practical thing.
I take your comments very seriously, and if you allow me to work it further with my client and or staff in the future, I'd appreciate it. Just as a side note, when we did the Arte, which is a darker brown on 8955 Collins, and then we did the Surf Club next door, which is white. The heat is, and it faces the same direction. The heat is not an issue. But I do take your points to heart, and if you allow me, I'll sit down with my client one more time. Thank you.
Kobe, one question.
Yes, Rolando.
In the survey, there is a light pole in the center of the walkway. Are you planning on removing that or not?
That is in the center.
In the right of way.
In the center of the right of way.
Yeah.
What plan page, Orlando, are you looking at?
The survey.
The survey?
If it's if it's in the way, I would relocate it to accommodate the
Can
drive. Yes, we have been working with Public Works. It's a city right away. Yes.
Okay, yeah, because it's not shown in either the site plan or landscape plan.
Yes, sir. Good. Yes, sir.
We'll move it.
I'd like to piggyback onto Scott's point. I know I actually went and looked back at the original design that you submitted in May, and one of the things, I know if you recall, the trellis we didn't think was so successful, but one of the things that I think did make the design successful is that it had a certain sleekness to it, and our comment was back then too, lighten it up, what you've done here is making some of the balconies dark gray, some of them black. Because it's not all the same color, I think it makes the facade a bit more choppy and it loses that sleekness, which I think was a really nice element to the design. I agree with Scott. I don't even know if the plants are going to grow as well in these dark balconies, and I just see it, fading. I mean, I know aluminum is this amazing material, but something to explore. And another reason, if whatever color you decide to go with, I would recommend it all be the same. And then, at least in my opinion, then you reclaim this sort of sense of sleekness. I also had a comment about the door. It looks like maybe an access door at the bottom left of the building. It's hard to see just from the rendering what exactly that's going to be, but you have this beautifully designed lobby area, and then from the picture it just looks like this industrial solid door, not cool industrial, just utilitarian industrial. So is there a way that you can make that equally well?
Yes. Number one, yes, on the door for sure, and maybe what we can study is to put the vertical mullinerization upon it to make it blend in. And I accept your comments, Sarah, 100% on the tone. I will work with my client on that. Yes, and I will make it monochromatic throughout. I accept your comments 100%. Thank you.
One more issue, Kobe. In the, let me see what sheet this is. in the tree mitigation plan, and I imagine in the rest of them, there is a triangular visibility missing at the property line. Is that corner going to be in conflict with that triangle?
I am looking at page A0.04, and they have to answer your question. I think it should be fine. It will be fine with it because I see the angle that you're looking at, and we can put the low landscaping outside of that.
What is that? Is that a fence or a wall?
No, it's not a fence. At the ground level, it's landscaping.
No, I'm looking at the tree disposition plan.
I don't.
Right below number 3. See, we're missing the triangle here, and what is this?
So this is the triangle.
Yeah, we're missing another one.
So that would be the entry.
And what is this corner here?
Kobe, can you get the mic?
Yeah.
Forgive me, Orlando. So yeah, the triangle is right here. Glass. It's a glass. Yeah, to the lobby.
That would be inside the triangle.
There's no traveling mic.
I believe that the triangle is out here.
No, there's 2.
Okay.
One at the edge of pavement.
Kobe, would you hold that mic?
Oh, thank you. I was looking for that. Thank you.
That's better.
I'll study that, Orlando. That's a good point there. And
See, it seems that the glass is encroaching in the triangle.
I'll double check on that. If I need to, I can push it out a little bit.
Is there anywhere in the presentation a rendering of the other side? Because this is 2 street-facing sides.
Yes, so we have renderings on A007 massing and A008. And we have
That's what I'm looking at now.
the elevation on A402.
The challenge there is if you're walking from the Venetian north into Sunset Harbor, because of the largeness of the office building to our south, it's going to be very hard to perceive our building until you're right up on top of it.
Oh, so it doesn't go through to, was it Bay Road? Oh, okay, never mind. I mean, I want to see it, but I was, okay.
We wish it did.
Yeah.
That'd be great. Thank you.
I'm going to make a motion to approve the application.
Second.
Second, with the condition that glass corner does not encroach into the triangular visibility.
Okay. Yeah, subject to that condition.
Correct.
Who was the second on the motion? Mr. Agopian?
And I'd like to make the friendly amendment to explore the different color tones.
Yes, that's
with
it.
staff.
Yes.
And the door.
And the door.
And to keep it monochromatic.
Wait. What?
Got it all up here.
Talk about the different color tones for where in relationship to.
What Scott was saying had that maybe have it a lighter.
Okay, so the whole thing could be lighter, but of a continuous.
One color. Correct.
Similar color, lighter.
Agreed.
Are you accepting? Staff had asked for some additional planar movement on the north and south elevation.
We accept that.
Yes.
We're trying to talk like some minor, push and pull.
We accept it, and also the Orlando comment about the corner.
Right.
That I need to look at.
Okay. Motion made by Mr. Sheldon, seconded by Mr. Agopian. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Great.
Okay, let's see. With that, we'll continue to the next application, which is 291 Palm Avenue. Ricardo will read this into the record.
This is file DRB 210739. Property address is 291 Palm Avenue. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story residence on the east side of the property, one or more waivers, and a variance from the maximum lot coverage and unit size, from the setback requirement from an interior side, from the maximum yard elevation, and from the setback requirement for a roof deck for the construction of a new home, pool and pool deck to replace the portions of an existing one-story residence on Lot 55.
This application has been before you on several occasions. First, starting on February 1st of this year, there was a companion application that was approved as part of this lot split several months ago. This last came before you in June, and since that time, just to make a correction in our staff report, the applicant has withdrawn two more variance requests, variances number 9 and 11, related to the elevation of the pool deck and the setback for the pool and deck. They have further developed the design of the north elevation in order to address the concerns expressed by the board. With the latest updates, staff is recommending approval of the application, including variances 1 through 8 and number 10. And we have Mr. Amster here on behalf of the applicant to make the presentation.
And Mr. Amster, before you begin, any ex parte communications from the board?
I see none.
None. And how much time do you need, Mr. Amster?
10 minutes, please. And there are some members of our team on Zoom, Shamsu Lalani and Tyler Nielsen, and we need to get them sworn in as well as Rizzi.
Correct. Tyler is on, but I don't see anyone else. Oh, here we go. Yes.
You want to swear them in now?
Yes, if you would, please.
Okay, it's Tyler and Shamsu.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, gentlemen, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Yes. Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Matt Amster, the law firm of Burkow, Riddell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanes, offices at 200 South Biscayne Boulevard in Miami. Here today representing Casa de Palm, the applicant and owner of the subject property. With me, as mentioned, Shamsu Lalani is with ownership. He's actually lived on Palm Island for many years, and as he's been here before, but unfortunately couldn't be here today. Rizzi Bykovis is with Royal and Bykovis, our architects. Tyler Nielsen online is our landscape architect, and I'm assisted by my colleague David Butter. We have come a long way. We actually have a presentation, if you could call that up. We had a lot split associated with the lot to the west approved back in October. We've been here a number of times to get both homes heard and reviewed by you. You did approve the west lot, which we appreciate, back in April. And we've continued to refine the scale and massing of this design, which is the home on the left. The one on the right is the Lot A that was approved back in April. So we've definitely reduced the scale and massing of the home, added more residential character, as you all requested. And as Michael mentioned, we're now basically from the beginning, we've withdrawn 3 of our variances. Staff is now in full support. And we do, in doing that, the magnitude of our remaining variances has also been reduced. If you go to the next slide, we did, throughout this whole process, reach out to our neighbors, passed out plans, and invited people to a virtual meeting, which we did have with the 2 in orange, which are our 2 closest neighbors. And we've even had recently more communications with our neighbor to the east, the immediately affected neighbor. And collectively through the process, we've done changes to move the building away from his property, including the pool, which are also reductions in our variances. And that has benefited his property. Next slide. I just want to bring you to next slide. A quick reminder that this entire neighborhood is well above the average unit size. 53% is the average, well above other areas. So this is almost an anomaly, as well as both from unit size and setbacks. You can see just highlighted quickly in yellow, there's lots of nonconformances with today's code here prevalent in the area. Next slide. One more.
And this is exacerbated when you get to the roundabout. Our property is at sort of the upper left, which is both lots. But the red indicates just in this area that these irregular shaped lots on the roundabout and ours, which is only 70 feet deep, our neighbors do have, again, nonconformances. Next slide. This is how we effectuated the lot split. Ours is now the right side, and we did have to redraw the line in order to make a compliant lot size. Next slide. That's just the existing condition, which had a large wall facing north, over 127 feet long. So 2 homes now break that up and bring a view corridor in between. Next slide. And then this, again, as a reminder, as a 70-foot deep lot, highly challenged to make any home work here without a variance, which would exist whether it's a single lot development or as we're doing with the 2 homes. And the benefit of the 2 homes is that you have 2 smaller homes and you have a view corridor in between instead of a large massed building. But the light gray is sort of the boundary of where you can have a single-story home, which is a 30-foot depth of construction, and then the dark gray in the middle is a 10-foot wide area that would be the only place that you could, following the code, develop a 2-story building. So we are quite challenged, but what is outlined there is 2 front yards, another challenge to the project, and we have set our property, our building within as best we possibly can. The majority of it meets those 20-foot setbacks on both sides, and we're doing our best to comply with side setbacks. Again, we meet all of our side setbacks to the east, which is the neighbor. Shamsu, the owner, is actually going to live in the home to the west, the one that was already approved. Next slide. Let's go further. Next slide. This is just some before and after, but I don't want to get into the particulars due to this time. This is a good one. And I'm going to turn it over to Rizzi to walk you through our changes.
Hello, everyone. Rizzi Bikavas with Royal Bikavas. As Matt had mentioned, we've listened to what you guys had to say in the last meeting, and we addressed your concerns. On the south side of the building, we had removed the raised terrace. So right now it fits within the setback, and the pool terrace has been brought down to the grade level. On the north elevation, what we've done, you had concerns with fenestrations or the lack of the fenestrations. We took a good look at it, and if you can change to the next slide, you're going to see that we've added number of the windows on the north facade and increased some of the windows on the northeast corner.
I think you need to go next slide to the second floor. So here's the before, and then there's
on the second floor. You're gonna see the addition of the new windows on the northeast corner, right here. Next slide. Next slide. Next slide. So this is a before picture of what we presented in the last meeting. And can you show us next slide, please? And here you're going to see we've added additional windows on the second story. Also, we've added the vertical louvers. The vertical louvers, we wanted to add a sense of the layering. So we not only add to the privacy, but we also work with the dynamics of how the building is perceived during the day and night. So during the day, it becomes more opaque screen. During the night, when the light is coming through, it creates an additional layer of interest. Next slide, please. So this is a northwest view, what we presented in the previous presentation. Next slide. And you can see we've added additional windows to the northwest corner. Next slide. And this is the overall view of both buildings on Lot A and Lot B. Next slide, please. This is the south elevation, showing the old deck. And next slide, please. And here you can see that the old deck has been pulled back, and all we have right now is just the stairs that are within the rear, the front setback.
Rizzi, you added more louvers on the second floor?
So, several members were here in the June meeting. So, from that previous presentation, what we've done, I think, I'd like to mention, we've reworked the south elevation. We've added additional louvers on the back. We've added additional windows on the south east corner. Also, when it comes to the overall situation of the footprint, we had reorientated it to sit at the 90 degrees with the curve on the Coconut Lane. Also, what we did, we removed 11.5 feet from the northeast corner, and by that we reduced the overall length of the facade. As well, we've added additional folds. Actually, if you can go, if you could please go back to the page, slide 21. Well, this is going to be good. So the overall length that was reduced by 11.5 feet. So what it did, it created an additional breathing room between us and the neighbor to the east, and also between Lot A and Lot B. Can you move back to the...
Go forward.
Actually, forward to slide number 27. Next slide.
Just 2 more minutes to finish up?
2 more minutes.
Thank you.
As you can see in these landscape renderings, the changes that were done to the rear of the property on the south side, you're going to see the changes that were done to the rear terrace. Next slide, please. In the bottom left corner, you can see how now the tanning terrace has been lowered, and basically the appearance of the raised terrace was minimized. Next slide, please. Next slide. On these slides, you can also see how the landscape is affecting the entrance of the building on the north side. And this is probably going to be the last slide.
Yeah, so just to wrap up our presentation, the renderings that you just saw were meant to obviously show you before and after, right, since changes since we were here last, but not all the landscaping is there in order to show the architecture. If you recall, we have a perimeter that's very lush with landscaping, as you saw in some of those little detailed renderings, but overall we've kept the same very lush landscaping around the perimeter. There is a wide landscape buffer swale on both streets that is adjacent to this property, which pushes it further away from both streets itself. So that will have street trees, but our property will be extensively landscaped. Michael already mentioned, and I know that the order can be corrected to show that we're withdrawing variance number 9 for the pool. That's to comply with the setback in between Lot A and Lot B. We're trying to come into compliance as much as possible. And with that, I just want to make one sort of housekeeping clarification. This is Lot 55. Just make sure the order references 55, not 56. We're here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone from the public wish to speak, come forward, or online?
And there is nobody online with their hand raised, Mr. Chairman?
Okay, I see no one in the public here who's coming forward, so I'm going to close the public portion and open it up to the board for comment.
So I support this application. I'm persuaded that this is a difficult lot to develop, either with the lot split or without the lot split. I think this is the third time you're here, Matt, on this application. You've made, a number of changes to accommodate the suggestions that the board has made, including, withdrawal of, 2 of the variances and modification of the remainders. And so, I think it's a nice looking house. I was also persuaded by your chart showing all the different nonconformities in the neighborhood. I believe that it's consistent with the size and character of the neighborhood, and for those reasons, I support approval of the design as well as variances 1 through 6 and 8 through 10. And with that having been said, I'm going to make a motion to separate motions.
I have a comment.
Okay.
Go for it.
Okay. In the front, I'm looking at your, let me see, 101B. The landing, as you enter, it's at 5, right?
I'm sorry?
The landing, as you enter the steps to go up to the entry, it's at 5 NGBD?
Yes. Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
How high is the wall?
30 inches.
30 inches? So the steps go over the wall?
Correct. Correct.
It's weird. You understand my point? If the wall,
you're talking at the landing at the.
if the landing is at 5,
Okay, it is at 5.
and the landing at the top is at 10,
Oh no. The finished landing is at 10.
yes, but how high is the wall?
So there are several walls. The wall that we see the raised garden. Actually, if you could go to slide number 13.
Okay, you see the wall that goes, that is right on top of where it says raised garden.
Okay, that.
How high is that?
Okay, so that wall is 30 inches.
30 inches.
Correct.
And it returns all the way to the planter.
Correct.
But there is a difference of 5 feet. So if the wall is 30 inches,
You can actually see this condition in the rendering. It's probably better explained.
I can see it in the plan perfect as well.
So there is actually a difference. So you come at the lower level, and the step come up all the way up to 10 feet, from 5 to 10.
The wall ends against the planter, right?
Correct.
And that wall is 7.5.
7.5.
7.5?
Correct.
Okay. But the landing right next to it is 10 feet.
Correct. Actually, if you can go and show the rendering, the slide number 19.
What's the sheet number on the bottom?
Sheet 404B. All right, so here we go. So as you can see, the stair goes high to the 10 feet, and you are at the lowest point. You are.
I'm sorry, but I cannot see it.
As you can see, the entrance.
I think the issue is that there's no railing, or you have a higher wall at the front, and then the wall goes down to a lower elevation, which is lower than the top of the terrace.
How high is this wall? That's not 30 inches. It should be, but it's not.
Correct. So,
My concern is this wall.
Okay, so it's supposed to be 30 inches.
My concern is that all the walls within the triangles of visibility are not over 30 inches.
Correct. So this wall and this wall, they are within the visible triangle, and they should not be more than 30 inches.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll add a condition regarding the visibility triangle.
Any other board comments?
Oh, that's it.
Okay, I'd like to, should we do variances or
Do the
design?
design first.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the design.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Agopian for the design. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes 7-0.
And now I'd like to make a motion to approve variance requests 1 through 6 and 8 through 10.
8 and 10.
8 and 10.
Right, because 9 has been removed. It's withdrawn.
I thought 7 and 11 had been withdrawn.
So yeah, we should
And
have
9.
We should
Okay.
have 1 through 6, right, Matt? 1 through
1
6.
through 6, 8, and 10.
Okay, I stand corrected. So I'd like to make a motion to approve variance requests 1 through 6 and
Second.
8 and 10.
Correct. And who was the second on that again?
Yeah, what the heck?
Orlando? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes 6-1.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Just a second.
Mr. Chairman, can I beg your indulgence just for 1 second?
Please.
This relates to an application 205 East San Marino Drive. You all have to hear 3100 Pine Tree Drive before you get to us, but we run into a timing situation where one of the neighbors that's here to support us has to leave. She's Melissa Beatty. She's president of the Venetian Islands HOA, and she has a little bit of a scheduling issue today. So could you briefly open our application to hear her testimony in support of our application, and then close it, and then go back to the normal agenda? I'm sorry to ask, but it's a timing issue. If that's something okay.
We can do that. We can read it into the record and then table it until we come back and 2 more items.
Okay.
So
Thank you
Ricardo
very
can
much for
read-
your indulgence.
Okay, again, everyone, what project is it so we can at least turn to it?
Sure.
and
It's
identify?
205 East San Marino Drive. It's on San Marino Island, one of the Venetian Isles, the westernmost, and within the city of Miami Beach boundaries, and it's on the southern half. It's about 3 lots in on the water.
Got it.
DRB 220822.
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
So this is file DRB 220822. Property address is 205 East San Marino Drive. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 2-story residence, including 1 or more waivers to replace an existing residence.
And just to summarize the application, they're asking for a height waiver. Staff is supportive of the height waiver due to the size of the lot. And with that, we'll open up for the public testimony.
And yes, this is
And I
public
just need to swear
testimony,
you
but
in.
not the presentation of the project.
Okay, please raise
2
your right
minutes.
hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I swear. Hi, thank you for accommodating. I'm Melissa Beatty. I'm the president of the Venetian Islands Homeowners Association. I'm here today to show support for the project as well as the height variance requested for the project at 205 East San Marino. I would first off just like to say that the property owners, Mr. Polito and Mrs. Cardona, are outstanding residents in our neighborhood who took the time to go through with the neighbors and with the HOA to make sure that we approved and support the project. This is a project that's consistent with the other homes that we have seen built recently in the neighborhood and the upcoming projects as well. With their request for the height variance, this is a beneficial, aesthetically more pleasing design to have this height variance. It in no way negatively affects the neighbors to this house. Contrarily, we are looking at some of these new design homes, modern house, to make sure that they are in their elegance suitable for the neighborhood, and we just want to show that we have a full support for this project and for this height variance. It's tasteful. And that is the same with the neighbors near the house who I've spoken to personally. So we just want to, hopefully the board recognize this is not a request for a variance from a developer looking to increase the bottom line. This is two people building a home in our neighborhood and looking to make it a tasteful, elegant project that harmonizes with the neighborhood. So we hope to get the support of the board here today and the approval of the height variance. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Michael.
Okay, with that, we'll table that item, which is DRB 220822 for 205 East San Marino Drive. We'll take that next after the next application, which Ricardo will read into the record, for 3100 Pine Tree Drive.
This is for DRB 22-0834. Property address is 3100 Pine Tree Drive. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story accessory structure in the rear yard of an existing pre-1942 architectural significant single-family home that includes a rear setback variance and a variance from the pervious open space requirements.
And this is an application the board typically doesn't see. This includes the retention of a architecturally significant pre-1942 home that was constructed in 1940 and designed by architect Henry Hohauser. The applicant's proposing a one and two-story addition that's located in a manner which will have the least impact on the main house and includes the demolition of a 1999 addition. The new structure will be separated from the main house by almost 34 feet. Absent the requested variance, again, which is for the rear setback and for the pervious open space requirement, this application could be approved administratively. Staff is supportive of the variance request, both of them. Again, the required setback, because a portion of the building is two stories, the technical requirement is 15 feet. However, the code does allow for a single-story structure a 7-foot setback. So they provided a staggered setback, 7'6" for the single story, 15 foot for the second story, and due to the nature of the construction and pushing the addition away from the original construction, they're asking for a minor variance for the pervious open space. 70% is required. They're requesting 65.6%. Staff is fully supportive of the variances and is recommending approval, and the architect's here to provide the presentation.
And before we begin, Mr. Chair, any ex-parte communications from the board?
I see none.
None. And how much time do you need, and have you been sworn in?
I have been sworn. I'll probably need 5 minutes. I'll try to rush it. I know you guys have been here for a while.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rodrigo Carrion. I'm with DNA Design and Architecture. We're at 7288 Northwest First Court in Miami, Florida, 33150. We do have a presentation. Hopefully we can get that up. Perfect. So we're proposing an accessory structure to the back of a Henry Hohauser building. One of the main items that we were looking at the moment we were ready to design this house is to be as correct towards the original house as possible. And in our mind, that included trying to separate our building as much as possible in both architecture and in space. So if you can go to the next slide, please. This is the existing house. The Hohauser house, the original one, is the top right-hand corner with the cylindrical entry feature. That bottom left-hand box, that was an addition that was done, I believe, in the 90s. And then the top left-hand corner is an existing garage, which was connected. It wasn't really connected, but there's a weird bridge feature that was done in the 90s. And both of those are currently slated for demolition under a separate permit. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So that's what the house looks like from an aerial perspective. Next, please. These are the views from the street. The topmost image is a continuation of photographs of our property. So 3100 Pine Tree Drive pretty much takes up the right side of that property, and as you can see, it's extremely heavily landscaped. And then the one on the left side, it has a very high hedge to it. And then the bottom images, those are images of the fronting street, also heavily landscaped. It's actually a beautiful street. If you go to the next slide, you'll see this. This is the Pine Tree Drive view of the same property, and the house is kind of invisible behind landscaping. It's a beautiful tropical landscaping that's currently there in the house. Next slide, please. So that's the existing house. It's gorgeous, gorgeous building. Obviously, you'll see what's typical to the period, which is a series of horizontals and verticals, contrasting colors and detailing. Next slide, please. More details. Next slide, please. And this is the back view of the addition that was done in the 90s, and it kind of hit this weird Mediterranean thing going on, but the bridge on the left side, that's what's coming down, and the building to the right, that's actually staying, but it's a very quiet building, so we don't have too many issues with it. Our building will be sitting, ideally, where these lawn chairs are. Next slide, please. That's the bridge and the garage. Next slide. And then that's that weird bridge to nowhere that would have connected, I guess, to that garage at some point. Next, please. Okay, so this is the site plan for our proposed project. The majority of the first floor program is open terrace space, with the exception of the garage on the left side. So you see a lot of floor plan, but in reality, this is a lot of open terrace, inclusive of that jacuzzi at the bottom. We'll talk a little bit further about that jacuzzi later on. Next slide, please. So this is the actual massing of the property. The house to the right, the Hohauser house, is roughly 3,700. And then on the left, you see the two setback lines that are being represented, which is one of the variances that we're going after. The area that is in a lighter peach color, that is correct for a first floor accessory structure, but not necessarily correct for a two-story accessory structure. So on the first floor, it works. It just doesn't work once we get to the second floor. So we can go to the next slide. So that's the this is the unit size. This is just showing what is enclosed space. Next, please. And then this is the second floor. So on the left-hand side, you will see that big X. That's the roof area of that first structure that is abutting the rear setback. Next, please. And that is kind of a representation of what we're discussing. And the separation between the existing house, the existing pool, and our kind of outdoor terrace space. Next, please. Same image for the second floor. The second floor currently houses a guest quarters and a small gym. These are enclosed spaces. The area in the middle is not. I'll rush through it. Yes, please. I'll rush through the rest. These are the elevations of the addition, and we'll see it better in rendering, so I'm not going to stay here. Let's go to the next one, please. There we go. Okay, so this is the actual view of the image. We're looking at incorporating a couple of elements that we discussed for the original Hohauser house. So one was the horizontality versus verticality. The second one was introducing color against the main form. And then we also introduced one other element, which is the breeze block, as kind of a memory of the architecture of the time. And then finally, if you see there's an outdoor kitchen in the back, there's kind of an enclosure, and that is a wood trellis condition, which we're using kind of to anchor the corners of the building. We can go to the next image, please. These are the materialities that we were looking at. Next one, please. This is the image from the rear of the property. So this is the building to the left, or the part of the building to the left. That's the gym. The open kitchen is at the bottom. And then you see here clearly the first floor versus second floor setback. The idea obviously being that we don't negatively encroach on the neighbor. Next one. We'll just jump through these. Let's just go one after the other. Next. This is the existing building. That the garage currently takes up more than what we are encompassing from a rear lot coverage or from a previous perspective. So we're actually improving the condition as it stands currently. Next slide, please. Yeah, that's a new one. Next slide. Same visibility. Next slide. Other angle. Next. This is the separation between the two, and then if you just run through the next three, you'll see an image from the street. That's the image from the street without any trees. And if you run through the next two, we start showing the true condition with the trees, and then one more, and obviously then the house disappears because the landscaping is so heavy. That's it. Thank you so much.
That completes your presentation.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. And anyone from the public wish to speak at this time? Please come forward, or online.
And there is nobody online wishing to speak?
Okay, I'm going to close the public portion and turn it over to the board for comment.
I don't understand this at all. I mean, I suppose we should be grateful that the clients are not planning to tear a beautiful house down on Pine Tree Drive, which many people are doing. But if they chose to buy this house, which is a wonderful traditional Miami house, why would you do a pool house that is completely not complementary in any sense at all? I mean, I know you said that it relates to certain aspects of the house, but the bay system of the columns has nothing to do with the main house. It's like twice the scale. Everything is like twice the scale. It's like a very generic modernist Villa Savoy pool house. And I just don't understand the thinking behind it. So can you tell me a little bit more about what they wanted and what you were planning? Why you think this is complementary to the existing structure?
Both the owner and ourselves believe that when you're dealing with a house of this magnitude, you don't try to do something that looks like it or mirrors it. So we were trying to contrast against it. So from an architectural perspective, that's what we're doing. We're bringing in ideas and movements that are reminiscent of the main building, but contrasting and not necessarily trying to be a whole house or mini version of what it could.
Well, I mean, you could do a modernist pool house, but then I would want to see diagrams showing certain bay systems, certain structural systems, and saying you're taking the same system and translating it into a modernist idiom or something. I mean, there are
that would be true if we were trying to use the
that.
structure as the contrasting element, but we weren't. We were trying to use the language of the horizontality and the verticality against it.
But that house is not horizontal; it's vertical. I mean, there's the entrance. You showed a very beautiful deco portico with kind of intricate setbacks. I mean, if anything, I would say, if you looked at the work of Carlo Scarpa, I would say maybe that has a little bit of relationship to this vocabulary. I mean, he's a modernist. I don't know who you're even looking at. And then just even in terms of massing, that double height louvered structure on 31st Street to me is also completely out of scale with the existing house. And again, I don't know, as far as I can see, the light pink is what you're asking for as a variance?
Yes.
Okay. So, again, like I don't see anything about the plan that would demand a hardship that you couldn't reconfigure that plan to set it back so that you wouldn't need a variance, a waiver. So to me, there's nothing about what you're doing that demands that waiver without, replanning this to some extent, and not even a great extent, so you could fit it in, tighten up the plan.
Well, maybe we can go back to the site plan and discuss it. Can we open up the presentation again and go to the existing site plan? It'll be page number 2. Yeah, so that's the existing site plan. That the rear setback that is shown there is the property side plan. By us putting this building onto this side, which is truly kind of the only place where, for example, a garage can be, right? So there's no other place that I can properly put a garage other than sliding it closer to the main building. What that does is, if I were to do that, then the area to the rear of the property line becomes fully encompassed or fully behind the new building. So you end up with a dead zone, really. Because this is not your standard house where you have a couple of side setbacks and an open rear backyard. The moment we do this, it becomes more of a courtyard condition.
I'm going to sorry to interrupt. Just to correct something here, we're looking at two variances. There are two variances.
Yes.
Specifically, that you should address, and I want to point out the fact that the staff did not respond or comment on those variances in their report.
No, we did. We recommended in favor of both variances.
Under your recommendations, the first sentence of the beginning of the report? Yeah.
Under staff analysis. This really is an application about the variances.
Yeah, it's an application for two variances. That's why they're here. Otherwise, they wouldn't be here.
Correct.
So address the two variances and why they are having to occur where they have to occur and not anywhere else on the site.
Okay, so I'll address the second one, which is the easier of the two. The garage is currently in the top left-hand corner of the building, which is the northwest property. By having that location be where it's at, and by having a driver reaching the garage, right now the current condition it means that most of your rear setback is dedicated to your car. So what we're doing is we're taking that garage, we're moving it forward almost to the street in order to have a cleaner condition and a easier condition for the rear setback requirement. So that's that variance. The second variance is one of accessory use. The accessory use states that a single-story structure requires a 7-foot rear setback. A two-story accessory use requires a 15-foot setback. So if I were to take the entirety of the building and push it so that it's at 15 feet, I end up with a dead zone behind my garage. So that's the reason why we're trying to create this relationship. I also have an existing pool, so if I were to move the garage into the 15-foot setback, then I would have a pool looking at a garage, where I think we can come up with something a lot more interesting by creating a public space that connects to the pool at that location.
Excuse me, staff, this application doesn't require landscape or tree disposition?
Well, he will require for building permit, yes.
So,
Are you relocating any large trees that are, because right now you have the garage, driveway, and pool deck, and then the construction that's already there, so I don't think you are. Are you moving any large trees?
Basically, we're relocating, or we're removing the existing gravel road, and we're putting a building on it. So most of the trees happen on that perimeter, not necessarily in the building. We are introducing a planter on the second floor, which we're using as a screen.
Yes, we don't have a tree disposition plan to see it.
That's a minor part of this application. So I mean, I think that we give a lot of leeway for someone who's retaining a pre-42 home, and it'd be different in terms of the design if this was a typical accessory structure with a 5-foot separation, and you had this so close. This is further away from the main house than typically a house would be from a neighboring house. Typically, in these types of lots, you would have a 5-foot setback between the lots, or maybe a 7.5-foot setback. So you're looking at a typical separation between different houses on different lots of being 15 feet. Here it's 34 feet. So we gave them, in terms of our recommendation, free-for-all in terms of the design. We're not looking at it in terms of relationship with the existing pre-42 home, understanding that somebody who has that type of home may want to have more modern features or more modern elements, higher ceilings, things like that, as part of their accessory structure. So we felt this was a good offset for them to keep the older house and also improve and bring it back more to its original by demolishing the later additions. They could have kept that addition there and added this onto it. So I think in the overall grand scheme of things, we felt that this was a good thing for the neighborhood, and that's why we're supportive of the variances.
I agree with you, Michael. While there were many opportunities, I think, to pull details from the Art Deco home, I think this is a really interesting, almost model project where you're preserving an existing beautiful historic home, and then you're modernizing it with, in a more modern style, the accessory. I don't have any problem with the variances. I understand why they're needed. This is going to read from the street almost as if, there's a modern house built next door to a historic house. So I'm fully in support of this project, and I would hope that, other property owners would do something similar in the future. Thank you.
I agree with Sarah.
Could you make it, just for my purpose, clear what exactly addition triggers the variance?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
What exactly triggers the variance?
The fact that the garage is having to be pulled back to the corner the moment you end up with a secondary structure.
So it's only the garage and not the space above it?
No. The space above it works. It's the garage.
And it's only half a car?
Yeah.
Jim, it's just, if you look at the proposed ground floor, well, to me I understand now the board's thinking here, but I think the board should still not give up architectural. The new project should be at least trying to relate to the existing building within a modernist vocabulary, but in a more sophisticated way.
Well, I may be the devil's advocate here from your perspective. Yeah. I'm saying if he were to eliminate the half a car problem,
right,
he would not have to be here.
No, or you could take the garage and bring it towards the street.
That eliminates the half a car problem and leave.
Well actually, the thing is, the garage that's there now actually takes up more space, and they're making
Nothing's
it
grandfathered here. Nothing's grandfathered.
But then you also could move the whole building, move the whole new construction towards the house, and that's going to have a negative impact on the house. So that's our focus is on trying to preserve the integrity and hoping that if this is done, maybe this owner wants to keep the house. A new owner will also want to keep the house because it has these modern features, including a 2-car garage.
I'm on the same page. If somebody's saving this house because they're all knocking them down and just building whatever the hell they want, we really need to encourage that. And if give them an extra garage, I think it's totally worth it.
I can tell you, people try to avoid at all costs. I look at houses like this with additions, several times a month, and we have a lot of incentives to allow these additions to be done administratively, but in some circumstances we can't approve it. I know the City Commission is going to be looking at another round of incentives to allow people, more flexibility in keeping these older homes, especially now since, at this case right now, the homeowner could come tomorrow and get a demo permit for this house and build a brand new house that's code compliant and not come before the board at all. So that's why we try to make the process easy. And we don't want to, bog them down or delay, their permit. We want to encourage people to make an easy process to go through.
Right, well, at the very least, I'd like you to look at the trellis on the street front that's in front of your hot tub. Mm-hmm. And I really don't think it needs to be 20 feet high. I think that's totally.
It does two things. It's something that I kind of ran through the presentation. It is supposed to be a facade for privacy's sake, but from the inside, we're actually planning on putting a vertical green garden on it. So the idea was that as we have a water feature coming from the second floor down onto the jacuzzi, and then that is supposed to be encompassed in this green enclosure.
It's also very far set back from the street. Like that in the picture, or I'm looking at, I guess, the last slide in the presentation, there's a very wide, it's not up against,
right. Well,
it's not going to be towering over.
I think it's a very interesting point that to save this house, we're basically, if this was a freestanding structure, you'd be all over it. So, but I think, I don't think we should sacrifice architectural quality to save, a significant house. So I'm just trying to make the architecture better with it not I mean, ideally, I think it doesn't need to be modernist at all. I mean, I've done work on Pine Tree Drive in which it's seamless, but I also do modern houses. But in this case, fine. But I think it could be a better modernist structure. That the view from the house looking towards it would at least not look like you're looking into another world somehow, but just somehow connecting it. At least even looking at the structural bays or something. Anyway.
To that point, I do feel like the one thing that feels a little off to me about the design is the second story bay of windows. It seems awkward that there's no frame. That to me seems a little.
We're looking at using butt jointed glass, so the frame would occur behind it. Also, on the top, we're using a steel angle to reveal the edge and the slab. So you're going to have a very large kind of gap between the two, and that's on purpose to make it look like the glass volume is freestanding from the structure.
Right. Yeah. No. I mean, that's it. I think if there was a different approach to that, that would be more successful, because right now you have lots of there's a lot going on. And, you're pulling from, underneath with the breeze blocks, these sort of mid-century, you've got the hanging gardens, and then you have this horizontal band of very sleek, slick brown windows that doesn't really, I feel like it's working against what you're trying to achieve.
Correct.
I make a motion to approve the design.
Second?
Second.
Second by Jason. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Aye. I mean, yeah, no, yes.
Motion passes 6-1. And can I get a motion on the variances?
I so move to approve both variances.
Second?
Second.
Seconded by Jason. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
One opposed. Motion carries 6-1.
Thank you so much. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you.
I believe we have lunch.
Let's do this next one, having just heard from the public, so it's fresh in our mind, if you don't mind, everybody. And the owners are here, and they've been waiting the whole morning.
So we're going to go back to 205 East San Marino Drive. You can read this again, Ricardo.
Yes, this is DRB 22-0822. Property address is 205 East San Marino Drive. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story residence, including one or more waivers to replace an existing residence.
And as I mentioned earlier, this application includes a request for height waiver. The subject site, hold on just a second. The wrong file. Sorry again. Yeah, so the applicant's seeking a waiver for 2 foot 4 inches of height. The public speaker this earlier referenced a variance. This is not a variance.
It's a waiver.
It's a height waiver. The board can grant up to 4 foot of additional height. In terms of looking at these waivers, staff looks at the size of the house, the size of the lot, and how proportionate they are or consistent they are with lots that are zoned RS1 and RS2, which allow, as of right, a roof of up to 28 feet. Here, the applicant's requesting a height of 26 foot 4 inches because the lot is 18,375 feet. It's over the minimum of the minimum lot area of an RS2 lot, which is 18,000 square feet. Staff is supportive of the application, including the requested height waiver.
Are there any ex parte communications from the board?
I see none.
Okay. How long, Mr. Larkin?
Great. Thank
10 minutes, Michael?
10 minutes. Don't want to keep you all from lunch. Good morning or good afternoon. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicant. With me today is Gonzalo Pulido and Natalia Cordona. They are the owners of the property. Annie Carruthers is our design architect, and my colleague, Emily Balter. In summary, as you heard from Michael, staff is recommending approval of the design review element of the application and the height waiver as well. Could you please pull up the presentation, PJ? Thank you. Good. It's horizontal this time. Next slide. Okay. So the waterfront property is part of the Venetian Islands located south of the causeway fronting East San Marino Drive. San Marino Island is the smallest island that makes up the Venetian Isles. Next slide. The applicant is not a developer or looking to make a quick flip. He and his family are proposing to construct an elegant two-story residence for himself and his family. Gonzalo Pulido and his 3 children and 3 grandchildren are extremely close. In Bogota, Colombia, they all live in the same apartment building and work in the same company that Gonzalo created. The reason that there's references to the dog treats up there is that Gonzalo actually created dog treats that he sells exclusively to Purina and has done so for decades in a very successful relationship with a Purina company. Gonzalo fell in love with Biscayne Bay when they traveled here many decades ago. They stayed at the Marriott that's on the north side of the Venetian Causeway where it intersects with the mainland. And he looked out toward the Venetian Isles. He's like, one day I want to own a waterfront property here and call it my dream home. And he has achieved that now. Next slide, please. So because this project is so important to Gonzalo, he reached out to his neighbors, both to the north and south. Charles Gratz is to the north, Jeffrey Miller is to the south, and we have support from both of those neighbors. We actually have a mutual support agreement with Jeffrey Miller. He's of the Miller-Lennar family. He's a good guy. He's really philanthropic, and he said, yes, we'll support you if you support us, so it's a mutual support agreement, and we're happy to do that. And as you heard from Melissa Beatty, we also have the support of the Venetian Island Homeowners Association. What was not discussed is that there's a vacant lot now, and on the Venetian Isles, the roads are being raised, and it's impossible to bring in the equipment now over the bridges because they're taxed to their last legs now, so it has to be barged in. So Gonzalo and Natalia are making their property available to the contractor the city has hired in order to bring in all the different equipment because they have an anomaly with a vacant lot. So they're going to do that, and we're happy to work with Lanzo Construction, is the name of the GC, and we're happy also to reach out and do that. Next slide, please. As Andy will elaborate more, the application may look familiar. It came before this board in 2021. However, the current application is improved now. We have the support of the budding neighbors, and as you will see, there are many more usable outdoor spaces, and the north elevation has changed pursuant to y'all's request that was made way back in 2021. Next slide, please. So there's a bit of information on this slide, but what I wanted to show you was that the main building volume is significantly set back from the front property line. It's only the main building volume that triggers the height waiver. And as Michael pointed out, this lot is larger than a typical RS2 zone lot where 28 feet would be permitted as of right. And as the staff recommendation points out, the main building volume is 82 feet from the front property line. Overall, we think the massing of the home is sensitive to the neighbors and is within context of the neighborhood. So I'd like to go ahead now and pass the baton over to Annie and have her walk you all through her design.
I do need to be sworn in, please.
Good morning. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
My name is Annie Carruthers. I'm the architect for this project. I'm with Insight Design Group, 1546 Jackson Street, Hollywood, Florida, 33020. So I will start with just the slide right before this one. I do have a full presentation, but I really only need a few minutes. I do want to mention that in terms of the height waiver, that we have worked with staff and we have also presented to the adjacent neighbors. In particular, this home, we have studied the volumes, and we feel that these volumes are very elegant and they're very appropriate to the lot. The reason for the height waiver is not just for some equipment that we will need as well in between the flooring systems, but in addition to that, it was really just the elegance of the height relative to the site. Basically, this is an oversized lot. the volume sets back substantially. The volume, the main volume that you are seeing that we are requesting the height is almost 100 feet to the street. When you couple that with a shorter house and a very large lot, the proportions aren't as elegant. We really did want to have a bit of a wow factor with this and raise it up just a little bit. Keeping in mind that he is building significantly less than a developer would. With the costs of the homes and the sites today in Miami Beach that are extraordinary, most people are maximizing their real estate value. So most of the developers and owners would go for 50%, which is what is allowed as of right. Here we are only requesting a unit size of 34.6, and that really does include a couple of architectural features as well, so it's actually less. The footprint is actually less than what was there previously that we knocked down. So I want to mention that as well. So just the size of the house, which is considerably smaller, it is set back as well. On a very large, oversized lot, we feel that the proportions are, they really do allow for a little bit more height, and we feel it's very elegant. That really gives us that wow factor that we can have a smaller house on it. When even just in considering the real estate value, although the owners will live here and this is their dream home. I do want to also mention that this will be built to the highest standards. I have been working with the owners for 2 years. I cannot take full credit for the design because this is a design that came to us from him. It is his dream home. We did add to it and make suggestions. Some of the suggestions were also implemented in this new design that we are coming before. And it really just warmed up the home. We added some natural elements of that wood. We also elaborated on the north and south elevations that affect the owners, and we've created some architectural features there that are very pleasant to them. Initially, our initial design did not have those, and that was a comment on the board. So we really made it a point that in this iteration that all facades were designed appropriately. And again, the owner is one that can perceive to the inch any offsets and so forth. So everything has been calculated to proportion to his proportion of what he loves, but it will be built to the inch in terms of all of the alignments and so forth, because we have really looked at this house in 3D, every aspect of it to ensure that it does. In disconnecting any of these heights or anything of the sort would really reveal some items such as staircases and so forth that the owners of the north and the south lot have already approved. So we do want to continue all of the volumes as they are because that's something that we have worked on with them and staff. And so for this reason, we are requesting the height variance.
Do you want to go through the design, just show the board some floor plans or elevations?
Yes.
Yes, Mr.
Just
Chairman.
one quick question. The only reason you're here is to ask for the height waiver, correct?
Yes.
This has already been approved.
Yes, and permitted.
So,
and
the what changed?
Well, the design has changed a little.
Yeah, the
well,
windows on the right,
well,
things like that.
so there was a home on the property. You all granted a design review approval. The design review morphed into a building permit. The building permit issued. The home was demolished. But then the owner had a real change of heart, and he really wanted a second try or a second bite of the apple to come back to you all with neighbor support this time, an enhanced design, because it's his dream home. That's why he's back before you all for the second time. But to specifically answer your question, yes. Now we're only here for the height waiver. I'd like for you all to see the design and have it elaborated upon, but narrowly speaking, yes, we're only here for the height waiver.
Yes. So I do also have a presentation, but I can just take you through some of the photos of all of the exteriors.
Yeah,
I
or
believe
the
there's one.
renderings, whatever.
Yeah, so that would be
Just a couple minutes.
just a couple minutes. If we can pull up the presentation right away, I'll just
It's there.
refer to it.
Just the slides. You're just going to go through the slides.
Okay, yep, sure. Okay, so just page 13, if you can just skip to that. So actually page 7 does show how far back it sets the volume set back, and you can see it's about The main volume is about 97 feet to the street, about 84 from the property line. There's a swale. And then there's another portion on the north that's a little bit less. It's about 75 to the street. Okay, and then just skip to number 13. Okay. Oh.
I think the plan pages that she's referencing are in your plan set. They don't correspond to the PowerPoint presentation.
Oh, okay, I see.
So,
So
if you wanna
just
go
keep
through that,
skipping
it's
until
fine.
you see the rendering. It should be page 25 on here. Here we
There.
go. This one's good. And then so here you see how it's, and this is a rendering, but generally it does set back quite a bit. And you'll see the volumes here, and you see how there is an alignment. We have worked on some of those alignments and some of the proportions of the home and so forth, which was very, very important to the owner. So next slide. And then here's just reflects relative differences to the original design. It just has a little bit more warmth, a little bit more natural elements, and there is an additional volume between the garage and the main home. Next one. Okay, next. Next. Just want to get to the sides. There's some landscaping here, but you will see an architectural element here is on the south side, so you see some of the woods as well, and some of the volumes as well elaborated with some windows. Next slide. Here you see the sides and some of those elements as well. Next slide. And then the rear. Very simple, straightforward design, very contemporary, Miami, a lot of glass. It is very light. You practically can see through the home. It just makes you feel like that. And next. That's from the water. That concludes my presentation.
Great, thank you. In just 1 minute, Mr. Chairman, I would like to have Gonzalo just address you all. He's the owner of the property, Gonzalo Pulido. Just wanted to give you all some brief comments.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you so much. I want to thank you for allowing me the opportunity to share with you a little bit about myself and why this project that we are presenting you with is so important to me and my family. 40 years ago, I started my company, a company that is dedicated to manufacturing doctorates for USA and Canada-based companies. We are a family-owned business that is run by my children and me. I have a special connection to Miami and most particularly to Venetian Island. On my first trip to USA, I still remember that from the window of my hotel room, I could see the Venetian Causeway. 40 years later, here we are. Together with my kids, we work on every single detail to make it ours. A piece of land that I want to leave for generations to come to enjoy and take care of the same way I have done my whole life with everything that I have had the privilege of achieving. You may ask why this height waiver is so important. Okay, the reason is very simple. Every inch, space, and layout of the design we are presenting you which has been thought through together as a family to make it our home. The home that as soon as you open the door, we are imprinted in every detail. We truly feel our property is 1 in a million piece of land, a treasure beyond words, and all the adjustments have been made with purpose and intention of being a welcome addition to the Venetian Island. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you, Gonzalo.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, that's all we have. Happy to answer any questions you all might have.
Okay, thank you. And anyone from the public, wish to speak, please come forward.
And there's nobody online with their hand raised?
Nobody online, so I'm going to close the public portion and turn it over to the board for comment. And I'm here to remind everyone, we did have someone from the public speak earlier who represented the Homeowners Association.
Right. So the design was already approved.
This is a new application. That application is no longer part of this. This is a new application. They're asking for the height waiver. I would note that, as mentioned earlier, I'm not sure if you clarified, the unit size here is less than 35%. So it is comparatively a small home. Typically, we don't see homes constructed that are this low. So that's another reason why we're recommending in favor of the height waiver.
Okay,
If there was no waiver, they would just submit for building permit and it wouldn't be here.
I do see an issue with the visibility triangles because you're only showing one on the edge of pavement, and you're missing the one on the property line.
That's just for this application. Those have been already approved, and we have a building permit for the original design, so it has gone through.
The walls are inside the triangle of visibility, that's it?
I don't know what's been constructed. I mean,
it has been reviewed by the building department.
Is that a new wall or?
No, it's existing to remain.
It's an existing wall.
I'm confused. If this is a new application, then
this
why?
is a new application for DRB. They may be doing are you doing a revision for the building permit?
Yes, we will. With this, if of course we proceed, we would be doing a revision to the building permit.
But for DRB, this is a new approval.
I can go. I think there are many parts of this project that I think are just really, really lovely. I love how you've situated the house, how far back it is, and I like that it's sort of. I like the scale of it. I think it's also really nice, and I particularly think what's very beautiful is the entrance. It's very lovely. I remember when this came before the board last time, and I spent a lot of time looking at the what was approved last time. There's one photo on page 5. Could you bring that up with the presentation? And I'm listening very carefully to what you're saying about everything being in proportion and exacting, and I think that I think that's I appreciate a refinement of design and everything. And I was just going to make the suggestion that one of the things that struck me, I'll wait for him, and it's on page 5 of the presentation.
Okay, the PowerPoint presentation,
The
right?
PowerPoint.
So can you get to the 5th slide?
The 5th slide, which I think this shows the previously approved. So my only suggestion, as I feel like with all of the delicate proportions, and that, again, I really like the entrance, but this new section that you've added that's now a double height, I feel like that takes away from the elegance of the section behind it. And I was just going to make the recommendation. It just doesn't seem as, I don't know, that was my first impression, that it just sort of took away from, my eye wants to go to this really interesting door and the windows around it and the 2 sets of squares, and I want to focus on that, and that other portion on the left, right, between the garage and the main part of the house, that detracts from it. And so that was my recommendation, to look through that. I noticed you added some height. That was my one comment.
If I can just respond. So I think that this rendering doesn't do it justice, that volume, because as you kind of come a little bit closer to the front door, you will see that volume on the side actually relates quite well to the main volume. I think it's just the angle of the rendering and so forth. Keep in mind as well that we have stripped it of all the landscaping just to show the rendering. The landscaping will be, very, very complementary, tropical, and appropriate for this. So I think we've stripped it of that too. But in turning just a bit that rendering, you would see how that volume relates. We could not have made it relate on 2 sides. So what we felt was that volume relates more to the front garage, which is a bit more simple. And then as you turn sideways, you will see that it relates more to the main volume. So I think it's just that might be that first reaction to that.
I'm, of course, looking at it from the street side perspective,
Yes.
of what the general public is going to see as we drive down the street. So that was just, and I want to help you make it the best version of the home possible. And so that is where that critique is coming from.
Understood.
Thank you.
let's just say it's almost sort of, I feel like it's sort of undermining what you're trying to do. And it would seem, it might be more successful if you make it more of this as opposed to the side, looking up. Just curious to see what the other board members have to say.
Sarah, there's a stair in there, actually, if you look at the plan.
Yes.
I think it's
What
that
makes it look bigger
vertical.
than it really is the frame that.
Yeah, I think it's that thick frame on the right.
Yes, so there are two stairs there. One's going to the roof and one is going to the second floor.
Yeah.
So that is really what we are architecturally kind of.
But I think it's
Yeah,
the wing wall that you have extending from the stair that is making that volume look heavier. I'm just thinking maybe you don't need that wing wall and just have the stair.
Yeah. Yeah, I think
something like that, which would then
That
open
wing
up.
wall was what we felt on the side related to the main volume. And that's what I was trying to say. If you just pivot that just a little bit, you would see them both relating. So that kind of, I guess, is the perspective of one relationship to the next. Yes.
Well, and you did a really nice job providing us with renderings from different perspectives, and I feel like there is a rendering that has that perspective, and I still get the same effect. So.
Oh, I see.
Page 24 shows what you're talking about.
Yes.
The other thing, I like the design and the proportion and the setbacks. I think in the rear you have that frame for the patio. I think the sides of that, as you experience it, the clients might want to make that a little bit more open on the sides, because you have basically there's a very wide pier in the center, and I think when you're in that volume, you might want to experience, rather than a total frame forward, but a little bit more perforation on the side. But that's all. Yeah.
Just in kind of responding to, as the garage also has, that elaboration of the box and then also the main structure, we feel it as well, it might have been a pause in that repetitiveness. And so perhaps if we elaborated and kind of copy it, and there would be too much duplication. So for us, we felt that was that angle that really needed to kind of relate to it. So that I guess explains why there's a bit of a pause. And sometimes that restraint is kind of what we want, in order to not be overly repetitive with it.
I do appreciate the fact that you have pretty much left 3,000 square feet of space undeveloped. We never see that.
Yeah.
So I'm actually, and I think the way it sits, even though you're kind of hitting your setbacks on the side, all this space kind of at the front and the back, it does, the site kind of nicely, I do think frames the home rather nicely the way you have the proportions, and I'm inclined to not be, I'm actually favorable of the variance in this case, because it's not on top of 17 other things that most of the applications have when they come to us, like maximum lot coverage and maximum unit size. So I do think there's a very kind of a delicate, deliberate proportion to your building, and that resonates positively with me. So
Well, if I may say as well, that was a consideration for the neighbors too, who have given us support. The volumes in doing something that maximizes the unit size really does affect their views and their sides. Part of what we did as well originally was knock down a 2-story shade structure, and we do not have a shade structure. And one originally was knocked down that was 2-story, and that really opened up their views. So that, coupled with a smaller footprint, I think they were very positive to, these volumes.
I also like the idea that space is an expression of elegance and luxury. And I feel like in so many of the homes we see, that's not part of it. And that's one of the things that I also like about this project. So I, too, am okay and especially because it's so far back, I barely say this, but I don't mind the height waiver. I'm supportive.
And there's no accessory structure in the back, like this thing on the,
Right.
that you can put closer to the seawall and closer to the property line. So.
I'm supportive as well, and I really appreciate how sensitive the front of the house is to the neighborhood. And I love the symmetry in the glass in the back. I think it's stunning. So I really like the way those are so different, and yet they look like they go together. So.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve DRB application 22-0822.
I have a comment.
Okay.
I do think that there has to be a condition for the 4 triangles of visibility to be in the place where they have to be.
I can add that condition.
Yeah, we're happy to agree to that.
The ones that are shown are not in the correct position.
We'll agree to that.
Yes.
Yes.
And then whatever has to go with the walls has to do.
Okay.
Understood.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll amend to add the condition to require the 4 visibility triangles.
Comply with the requirements.
Yes. And to approve the height waiver.
Second?
Sarah, do you have any comment about the addition?
I would just, as a friendly amendment, and again, I can feel how hard you want this to be perfect, and I'm trying to help you perfect it, to explore that section that we talked about, where the stairs are behind the garage, to refine it a little bit.
Sure, we'll explore that with staff. Yes.
I have an idea.
We have a second?
I second that.
Seconded by Mr. Gorlin. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0, noting Mr. Sheldon is absent.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Now, lunch.
Take a 20-minute break. How long do you want to take?
5 after. We turn at 5 after.
5 after.
Agreed. Welcome back, everyone, to the Design Review Board meeting here in Miami Beach on September 7th, and we will continue now with the remainder of the agenda after our lunch break. I'm going to turn it over to Michael to introduce the next project.
Sure, and I'm just going to also bring up another application. We're going to reorder the agenda slightly. The next application we're going to take up is going to be for 1717 West 24th Street. And then we are going to take up the citywide bus shelters, and then come back to the agenda with 1600 Cleveland Road. We will delay the application for the Miami Beach entrance sign until after 2 o'clock. So next is going to be 1717 West 24th Street, and then the citywide bus shelters. With that, if Ricardo could just read the brief introduction.
Hold on. DRB 22-0830, property address is 1717 West 24th Street. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 2-story single-family home, including a height waiver to replace an existing residence.
Now, unlike the last application, we are recommending denial of the height waiver in this instance because the lot is less than 16,000 square feet, which is more than 2,000 square feet less than the minimum required for an RS2 lot, which would be allowed to get the additional height as of right. As well as we did note that the proposed residence is located between 2 existing pre-1942 homes. So we are recommending that the design be approved, but that the height waiver be denied.
Okay. And Mr. Chair, before we begin, are there any ex-party communications that are?
I see none.
None. Okay. And then
10 minutes.
How much time, Mr. Larkin?
10, Michael?
10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. So, good afternoon, everybody. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard, here representing the applicants. With me today is Tabitha Jana with Strang Architects, our landscape architect Simone Stark, also with Strang, and my colleague Emily Balter. This home is situated on the north side of Sunset Island 3 waterfront lot. It's larger than most over there, and so that would, of course, that would militate in favor of the height waiver that we are requesting. In addition, the volume, as you had with the prior application for this height waiver, is also set back into the property. It's important to note that the neighbor that's directly west of us is in support of our application, and my colleague Emily is going to pass out that letter of support to you all. We don't have a letter of support for the neighbor to the east, but we have a verbal yes that they're in support of the project. Unfortunately, they were gone all summer. We weren't able to get a letter of support from the neighbor to the east. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Tabitha and have her walk you through. Could you please pull up the presentation?
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Tabitha Jana. I'm the architect with the firm Strang, located at 2900 Southwest 28th Street Terrace, Suite 301, Miami, Florida 33131. I am here on behalf of DRB 220830, located at 1717 West 24th Street in Sunset Isle 3. As mentioned before, our landscape architect, Simon Stark, is also on the Zoom meet for any questions. Next slide, please. I'd like to start with the site plan. First of all, the design is tailored to align with the lifestyle and personality of our clients, Carolyn and Jim Bellinson. They desired a beautiful, sustainable, and low-maintenance home in front of the canal. In this slide, the canal is on the left, which is north, and the street is on the south, on the right, which is the south. The lot is 90 feet wide by 175 feet long, which is roughly 15,800 square feet. Our lot coverage and unit size meet the requirements. We have also provided a greater than required front setback at the second level, which will be visible in the renderings later on in the presentation. Next slide, please. This is the first floor plan where there's a single entry exit driveway and a pedestrian entry flanked by a custom breeze blockway. At the 20-foot setback, there is a two-car garage to the east and a small gym to the west, connected by deep concrete beams above. There's a series of steps leading up to the main entrance, which is tucked away from the street. Next slide, please. I'm sorry, can you go back one? This is the first floor, where our slab is at 9 feet NGVD. The program in this level consists of the foyer, living, dining, family, and guest suite and powder room to the west wing, and a kitchen, laundry, pantry, stairs, elevator with another suite to the east wing. At the canal, there's a small accessory structure with a pool bath and a storage. There's a pool with a hot tub and exterior covered barbecue. Next slide, please. The second floor slab is at 22.5 NGVD, which is 13 feet 6 inches above the first floor slab. This level consists of the master suite, reading room, and 2 guest suites, a fun bunk room for the grandkids, and a convenience laundry. The roof slab is at 35 NGVD, which is only 12 feet 6 inches above the second floor, where there's a small observation deck to enjoy the city skyline and sunsets. This level is accessible via a spiral staircase or the elevator. Next slide, please. This is a photorealistic rendering from the canal. The intent of this view is to show context and scale to understand how the project scale fits with the neighbors. The landscape design is primarily native. It softens and obscures some architectural features and relocates existing planting materials. Next slide, please. In this view, you can appreciate the canal facade closer, which has a rich texture material palette. We have removed the landscape in order to appreciate the architecture in these following views. The materials consist of formboard concrete. The intent is for it to have an additive to make it in the warm tones. The cladding is a natural wood look finish, dark window mullions, glass, and horizontal metal louvers. We're also mindful about the lighting design so that at night there will be a soft glow like a paper lantern. Next slide, please. Here, you can appreciate a planter band that wraps around the exterior first floor to soften the facade. Next slide, please. As mentioned before, here's a view of the front door, which is pushed back so the client can experience the lush landscape design, which also allows for the living spaces to be closer to the water and away from the street. Also note the deep eyebrows cladded in dark aluminum and wood. Next slide, please. Finally, in this slide is a photorealistic rendering from the street showing the aesthetics of the project in a true tropical modern architecture in line with Strang's style. We are here to request a 2-foot variance in the height. After much analysis, we feel this better suits the volume and proportions of the home. With this design, it would allow us to have ceiling heights of 10 feet 10 inches at the first floor and 9 feet 10 inches on the second floor. Thank you.
Great. I'd like to reserve some time for rebuttal. We'll happy to answer any questions you all might have right now.
Okay, thank you, Michael. Thank you for your presentation. Anyone from the public wish to speak, raise your hand and come forward.
Sir, before you begin, I just have to swear you in if you haven't.
I've already been.
Oh, you haven't? Okay, thank you.
I've been here since the beginning of time, I think, 9 o'clock.
2 minutes, okay? 2 minutes.
I'd prefer 3 if I could.
Let's start with 2.
Okay. I'll speak fast. My name is Peter Luria. I'm a resident of Sunset Island 3, 1900 West 23rd Street. I'm within 375 feet of the proposed house. The design to me looks fine. I do, however, want to say I support the staff report and urge you to deny the height waiver. It has a domino effect on other homes, and it does affect the residential neighborhood. Remember, already most houses are 4.5, 5 feet NGVD to begin with, but the new houses are 9 feet to 13 feet to start with on the first floor elevation. Then you add 24 feet, which is they're entitled to by right, and then you put a rooftop, with a cover on it, and you can imagine how high it feels. I know there's one thing, a pet thing that I do feel strongly about, but I don't think you have the ability to do anything about it. Most of these big houses, and the houses have grown from 25% FAR to 30% to 35, and now they're 45 and 50%. They don't have enough parking, so they park on the street, they park in other people's right-of-ways, and it's a shame. I don't think I've wrestled with it. I don't think there's much you can do about that. Assume that unless people speak up in favor, they're opposed, rather than if they don't speak up, that they're okay with it. I would urge you to keep that in mind. The developers and architects and lawyers like to feel that if they don't speak up, they're in favor. That's not true. Most people, thank you, most people are do not want conflict. They're not knowledgeable. They don't want to spend the time. It doesn't mean they are a support of the house, okay? And I wrote out something, so I just want to say, we are witnessing a historic wave of development taking place today in our existing residential neighborhoods. It is both your privilege and your burden to protect the existing residential neighborhoods of Miami Beach on behalf of those who are not here to speak up. I decided, since I'm retired and have nothing better to do, I would spend a couple hours waiting to speak on this. So I urge you to support the staff and hold the line, because you see more and more houses being torn down and building much bigger houses, and taken away from the beauty of the neighborhood that's existing for the reason that they bought into it. So I want to thank you very much for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. Anyone else online, Michael, or anyone else?
There
in
is
the room?
nobody online.
All right. Before we close it,
Yes, sir.
Rebuttal.
Just a rebuttal. So the property is zoned RS3, but as I discussed with you all before, the minimum is 90 feet here, and that's our lot width, and that's really more appropriate for RS2 zoning. When the wider the property, the more the property can accommodate some additional height. The front setback is 51 feet, the rear setback is 60 feet, so the height waiver volume at 26 feet is actually in the core of the property. This is what was particularly attractive to our neighbor to the west, where they entered into a mutual support agreement with us because they realized that they were getting a great house right next door to them. We have no negative impact over our adjacent neighbors. You all consider these on a case-by-case basis. There's no domino theory that would erupt today based upon the approval of this height waiver. We certainly are not negatively impacting the last speaker. He lives on the south side of the island. We're on the north side of the island. And, the way that the laws in Florida have now changed, it's become more of a design discussion with you all because we don't have to be here anymore. You're here specifically for the height waiver. You all asked me the question before, what are you here for? We're here for the height waiver. This enables us, I think, to have a healthy design discussion with you all in exchange for this and that. And I think it's a great discussion because you all always produce a better design at the end of this process. So with that, I'd like to know if you all have any questions, comments, and my entirely capable architect, who's much better than me at this, will answer all those questions.
Could you just make it clear what the denial of the height waiver would impact the building, how it would impact the building?
Well, I can tab a look at that, but it will just shrink the floor-to-ceiling height on at least the ground floor. I think that the second story will remain the same, I hope, because it's already at 9 feet. It's only at 9 feet. Is that about right, Tabitha?
Yeah, yes. We would have to study the overall project because if you recall, there's a planter band that wraps all the way around the house. So there's different ceiling heights we would have to adjust in order to leave enough space for the planting to be continuous all around. So if we don't get the height variance, we would have shorter ceiling heights in the first and second floor. Maybe try to get it to 9 feet at least on the ground floor.
Okay, if no one else wishes to speak, I'm going to close the public portion and turn it over to the board for a comment.
Well, first of all, your argument that it would shrink the ceiling heights inside is not completely correct because in your own section, you show a plenum for mechanical that's at least, it looks like almost 18 inches or so. So in... you obviously don't have to drop the ceiling entirely along the, the complete plan. You have the mechanical fed from one side or the other or a central spine, and you work it in with the architecture that's done with apartments all the time. So you absolutely can get 10 feet on the 10 or even more feet below on the ground level and 9 or more feet on the upper level if you have a very clear way of planning the mechanical systems. And I also I think this is, this is not a zoning board. The zoning is for a certain height for this, and then it becomes an architectural issue. So I don't think we should be using the architect DRB as a zoning board. That's not its purpose. So I personally, also as an architect, again, I don't understand why architects in Miami simply ignore the height requirements and just automatically ask for waivers and variances. That's not how I think the client is best served. So there's nothing about this house that demands that it be 2 feet higher architecturally.
I agree with Alex in regards to the height. I also had a question about the materials. Did you provide us with the materials board, or it's hard to see just from these renderings exactly? I mean, it seems like every surface is covered with something.
Correct. Yes.
So what is that? What are we getting? Is it...
Most of the facade is covered with formboard concrete. It's going to have a toned, warm, earthy tones, not the typical gray. We're also going to have a wood-looking clad finish. We're looking for a natural wood, if not aluminum. It depends if the maintenance on it. We actually have some that we brought over if you want to see it.
So this is obviously what are you going to use this for?
That could be the tone of the cladding, like on the entire facade. There's no stucco plan at this time.
And this is for
This
the
could be
woods.
the actual cladding, but in the honey
In
tone.
this color.
Yes. And then the form board, it's to show you the texture that we're looking at, but it will have an additive to make it more warm, not so gray.
Okay. I'm going to...
Michael, they're 1 foot above, the first floor slab is 1 foot above the base flood level. They're allowed to go 5 feet, correct?
That's correct.
So this building could be 4 feet taller.
Right. We don't like to use that as an argument for granting of a height waiver. Or
I'm just trying to understand.
Correct. They could if they
The
wanted to.
options here, because
Correct.
they have 13.5 foot floor to ceiling on the first floor. To Alex's point, there's probably a room in there to squeeze. And then they have another 12.5 feet for the second floor to roof slab. I'm good. So there's a lot of height playing around here.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I like what I see. I think, Max, you guys do a great job. Your designs, your floor plans, and your materiality is very thoughtful. And likewise here too, I like this rough concrete, this nod to kind of the breeze block from Miami Modern, and then this warm toned wood, which is actually one that we don't see that often. We see a lot of dark wood usually, so I kind of like this idea of these variegations. I'm not sure that warrants the variance on the height. I'm not really feeling it. The waiver, excuse me. But overall, I think the design is quite nice, and I know it'll be a nice house when it's done because typically Strang's work is very nice. So I'm happy to see more of it happening.
Thank you.
Well, if there's support for the height waiver, we can go forward. If there's not support for the height waiver, then we could withdraw the application, because really that's the only reason that we're here. And I'm not trying to be a bully about it. It's just as a practical matter, it's a beautiful design. I don't think you all really have issues with the design, but it's just now that the laws have changed, the only purpose we're here is for the height waiver request. And if they're not 4 votes, if you all don't think it's appropriate for this neighborhood, then we withdraw the application. We just go straight to building permit with what we've presented to you all.
So that's the, sorry to interrupt, that's the benefit of withdrawing, is just going immediately. But we don't approve it, what happens? Height waiver.
Well, if you don't approve the height waiver, then I withdraw the application and we go straight to permit.
Yeah, either way, it works either way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like sometimes you ask for multiple height waivers. I mean, a height waiver, the notch waiver, understory waiver, you ask for all of that. But in this instance, no. we think that the height waiver would make the house a better house. But if you all disagree, it's your province to do so.
Well, it's an interesting discussion to have maybe now and maybe more in the future. But once they eliminated the 42 rule, it became only a waiver or a variance that you'd have to bring a project before us. And there's certain beliefs that it's certainly to everyone's advantage to apply for it neither. Right? So we'll have nothing to do eventually.
And that's too bad, because you all are a great board.
I know, we love getting together, but...
But your agenda is going to be slimmed down by, 60%, Michael?
We've only seen like at most 1 or 2 applications each month being affected by the state legislation, because typically people will ask for, they're not going to come and ask for the 2-story side elevations if they're asking for a height waiver. The height waiver is what we're going to see. We're not going to see, there are waivers that were approved before we're not going to see going forward, because it's not worth it for them to come to the board for the side elevations. But for something like this, the height waiver we're going to see. But it's in terms of our perspective for planning, we don't typically entertain even the idea of a height waiver unless you meet that minimum threshold of 18,000 square feet, or if you were, boxed in and you had larger homes on either side that were approved at higher heights, in the past. In this instance, it's under 16,000 square feet, 2 pre-42 homes to either side. So we just couldn't find an argument for the granting of any. And it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if they withdrew the application and complied with the.
The design here is fine. So the only thing I object to is the height waiver. So if they withdraw, I don't assume they're going to, design some kind of wild, crazy house just to spite who, I don't know who.
No, let me play devil's advocate here. But if we don't approve a height waiver and never approve height waivers, we'll have nothing to do.
This is almost a case where you designed it so well, there's no bargaining chip to say, seriously, I'm just, the thing to me is, if you had a compelling element that made the height critical, I would consider it more than just the ceilings versus 9-10 versus 10-10. You're not talking a giant difference there, and when you have a neighbors against, I know it's a precedent. I know it's silly because it could be taller based on the base flood elevation. They can raise it even higher if they want to.
I actually think the result of this law change will be there'll have to be much more clever arguments on behalf of height waivers and come up with a story that makes sense. Other than, up till now it's just like, well, we want more height. So that doesn't really.
It's an argument for quality.
Yeah, quality, right.
The higher ceilings are a quality which are valuable and which they're applying for. I would say I'm in favor of a height waiver in some cases. Probably most cases.
It's a case-by-case basis.
We're not going to be around if we don't approve some of these things.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the design, but without the height waiver.
I second that.
And as long as there's no change to the design, it's fine. It's not punitive. It's just, God bless, be on your way, and that's fine. That's
we'll make sure to talk to our engineers to agree that 18 inches is enough for them.
So we have a motion by Ms. Keller-Nelson, seconded by Mr. Gorlin, to approve the application, not including the height waiver. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Mr. Bonner's opposed. Motion passes 6-1.
Great. Thank you very much for your time.
With that, I anticipate a letter withdrawing their application after the fact.
Sure. It could happen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With that, we are going to continue to the reorder of the agenda and continue to the application from the city for the bus shelters. Ricardo, if you can read that. It's the second to the last application.
That would be fine.
Just bear with us a second.
DRB file 22-0883, bus shelter citywide. Various locations in public right-of-way citywide. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the installation of new bus stop shelters in various locations throughout the city.
So some of you may remember that this has been going on for a long time. The board last approved the bus shelter design in 2018. And Milos will go ahead and expand on the process since then. But ultimately, that original design was determined to not be financially viable. So they've had to modify the design, and they're coming for you today with a modified design. Now, one of the things that we are recommending, especially since one of the more iconic elements of the previous design, which was a glass roof with various colors that reflected the colors on the sidewalk, that's been removed, and it's going to be more of a monochromatic pattern. But we also had a concern with the heat gain of having a glass roof. So now they're proposing more of an option for a polycarbonate resin roof, which we think is needed to mitigate the impacts of heat gain. So we are supportive of the application. We are recommending that polycarbonate resin roof option be employed. And Milos can go ahead and explain the history of this and why we're back before you here today.
Milos, I just need you to raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And how much time do you need?
About 10 minutes, I hope.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Milos Mojstorovic. I'm Assistant Director for the City's Transportation and Mobility Department. I'll provide you a brief project background before I let some of the members of the Outfront media team, who is our contractor, and they will take us through the bus shelter design. To give you a little background, the existing bus shelters that we have out there were installed in about 20 years ago, in 2001. And in 2015, the City Commission directed us to update the design with the goal of achieving iconic design and providing shelters that would help promote transit service and achieve City's goal down the road of becoming less car-centric. There are some deficiencies at that time that we identified as part of the current shelters that we have out there, which are limited protection from the elements, such as sun and rain. They do not provide for passenger security lighting, so they are, for the most part, dark overnight. They do not provide for any technology elements, such as security cameras or estimated time of bus arrival on them, and they are very heavy structure and very complex for removal or installation. Finally, the current design prevents installation at any of the locations around the city that are limited in terms of right-of-way. As a result, only about 1/3 of our bus stops currently do have a bus shelter. So we have about 290 bus stops, but only 100 are covered with the shelters. So pursuant to City Commission direction in 2016, we secured design services of Akai and Pininfarina. They developed bus shelter design, which was approved by the City Commission, DRB, and HPB. Following that design approval, we issued solicitation for construction, operation, maintenance of those new bus shelters. Unfortunately, we received no responses. And after we had meetings with the industry to better understand the challenges and why we haven't received any, basically industry came back saying that the construction cost was just too high and it was cost prohibitive. Based on that industry feedback, we went back with design team. We changed the design a bit without impacting the aesthetics of the design. As a result of that change, in October of 2020, we issued a new solicitation where the bidders had the opportunity to follow that new design or select their own design. The only proposal we received was from Outfront Media. Ultimately, we executed agreement with Outfront Media in October of 2021, and that agreement is for design, construction, installation, operation, and maintenance of the new bus shelters going forward. Under the agreement, they will be installing about anywhere between 200 and 250 bus shelters. All of them would be equipped with the estimated time of arrival signs. They will also be installing some benches and bike racks. From the time that we signed the agreement with Outfront Media in October of 2021, they have been working closely with the city staff to develop a new bus shelter design, using some of the alternative design approaches. However, following the original design intent that was developed as part of the Akai and Pininfarina design. In May of this year, the City Commission approved via resolution this new design concept. which we'll be presenting to you. And the goal of design is to create a really attractive bus shelter that is equipped with technology components and that promotes, that actually also includes security cameras, passenger lighting, estimated time of arrival of the buses, and any other enhancements that we can incorporate. This is a significant improvement over the existing bus shelters, and our goal is again to provide coverage at each one of the bus stops. We really believe that proposed improvements, with the staff facilities, when we speak about the bus shelters, combined with the increase of service frequency of our trolley service and a better bus network that Miami-Dade County is putting out there in a year or so, will significantly promote the use of transit service, particularly for those choice riders, help us reduce congestion and become a less car-centric city. So that's some background, and I will let members of the Outfront Media team introduce themselves and take us through design.
Is that, yes, was that Damian Gutierrez?
That's right, yes.
And Mr. Gutierrez, I'm going to need to swear you in.
Good afternoon, members of the board. Thank you for having me.
Yes, Mr. Gutierrez, please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So we have a presentation which we can queue up. I wanted to start by thanking the members of the board. Is this the correct presentation here?
PJ, I just sent you an additional presentation maybe about 10 minutes ago, if you wouldn't mind opening that one up.
I can also share it on my side if you like. It's up to, if that's easier for the board.
You don't care.
Yeah, just got it on the screen.
While we're teeing that up, I'll just add a little bit to Milos's introduction. So we thank the board for the consideration today and the time, and we want to applaud the city of Miami on this, Miami Beach on this process. Outfront, we are an out-of-home advertising firm. We manage transit shelter advertising contracts for transit authorities and municipalities across the entire U.S. And typically the process there is go find us the least expensive bus shelter, deploy as many as you can in as little time as possible, and the best cost wins there. This process has been very different, as Milos has indicated. The city has demonstrated a desire to have an iconic design, and the work that was put in prior to our being awarded the contract was done very thoughtfully, and it was very well done. Our challenge in executing the exact design as proposed by Akai and Pininfarina was, as Milos mentioned, a cost problem. The city wanted to realize roughly a doubling of the current existing 100 shelters. And the cost of each of the new shelters, as it was in that design, was well into the six figures per shelter. There was also an engineering rationale there as well. The shelters needed to comply with city building and wind load codes and all of that, and that design had not been tested and put through those engineers. So the designs we'll review today, you will note, have been refined with an eye on manufacturability, compliance with code, the feasibility of cost of both procurement, installation, and long-term maintenance. I can share. You've got it. All right, great. Excellent, thank you. All right, so I also would encourage the board to ask any questions as they come up. Please feel free. I have also from the Outfront team, I have Marcela Tuceda, who runs operations in the Southeast region for our company and manages over 2,000 bus shelters throughout Miami-Dade County and the city of Miami. And also on our team, we have Poitras Industries. They are the shelter manufacturer and design partner that we've engaged on this project, and they've been along with us through every step here in refining these designs. Next slide, please. And we can skip to the next. And this is where I was going to give my intro. So we'll dive in now to the next slide. And just a reminder to the members of the board, what we are showing here are examples of basically the kit of parts, essentially. As Milos indicated, there are numerous desired locations in the city of Miami Beach where there are no shelters today because of space constraints in the right-of-way or various other reasons. And so we were tasked with developing concepts for many different shelter types. The reference at the top, the Washington Avenue, that is the location of the rendering. This is not meant to be indicative of a site-by-site, this is exactly what we're going to do, but this is an example of what the new shelter design, which type would be appropriate in the right-of-way that's demonstrated in this rendering. Here we have a shelter. It's a 20-foot by 7-foot shelter. This shelter has an advertising panel, and it also has a real-time bus arrival display, which is indicated on the very right side of the shelter there. It's an e-ink display. It includes a bench and a lean bar. All of the shelters would have a opaque but semi-transparent roof, as was alluded to at the outset in the introduction, as well as solar panels if the shelter location is not scheduled to have direct line power from the utility. Bus Pass Technology, just as a reference, that is the product name of the real-time bus arrival signage that we are proposing for use here. Next slide, please. This is the same shelter type, a 20-foot by 7-foot shelter with a lean bar and a bench, as well as an advertising panel. The only distinction here, obviously, is to show a different location and how it would exist in that context, but also this is an option that does not include the real-time arrival. Our intent and goal is to have real-time arrival at all the new shelter locations. Next slide, please. This is the line diagram here, also materials description up in the right corner. Are my friends from Poitras on the call? I don't know if the Poitras team would like to go through the materials description here. They might need to be let in to speak.
Who is that?
Renee Thibault or Daphne Champagne.
I see Renee.
Yeah, is the design director at Poitras.
There's a Renee and a Daphne.
Hello?
Yes, sir. Could you please raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for joining, Renee. So if you could just walk us through the materials description here and a rough idea of, or some background on why they were chosen, that'd be helpful.
Yeah, certainly. First of all, thank you to the board. Thank you for everyone for giving us the opportunity. First of all, sorry about my throat here. I'm in the midst of COVID, but I'll get through it. So basically, if we're looking at this material list here, we have quite the challenge, as mentioned previously, to use the inspiration of the original design, obviously, and we tried to attain a design which reached the price point that we're all looking for. So a few changes have to be made. So right now, as it stands, we have the roof panels for the top of the shelter, which was explained previously as a polycarbonate option, which is a Lexan product, which is UV stable. It also it's scratch resistant, impact resistant as well. It's much lighter than glass as well, so we have a lot of advantages by using this product here. We also have the option of using clear laminated tempered glass, which was the original intent. The wall panels are shown to be 3/8 thick clear tempered glass. Sorry. And again, this is what is shown as it stands, but I just want to shoot it out there that we still have the option of using polycarbonate for the walls as well. The benches and all of the furniture that would be installed inside of these shelters, the lean bar and the benches, would be rotomolded plastics. So these are very cost effective, being that we only need to purchase the molds once, and we can produce, roughly, depending on the actual furniture, but we can produce almost 1,000 units with the same mold. And the lean bar also has aluminum, so the bottom structures or tubing is aluminum, 6061 aluminum, and it has a rotomolded surface to lean up against. The ad displays, the main frame of the ad displays are all built out of aluminum, so 5052 aluminum. The door panels is clear tempered glass with a Cerafrit on the back surface of the actual glass.
Thank you, Renee. And just for the board's reference, roughly 40 of those are planned to be digital, and the makeup of those digital cabinets would similar, but obviously with a digital display in the static ad box area.
How much? Sorry to interrupt. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Go ahead.
How much more time would you need for your presentation? We're 15 minutes into it.
I would say I can run through, if we go quickly, in 5 minutes I can get to the
Okay, let's do 5.
We'll fly through it. Next slide, please. So in more space-constrained areas in the right-of-way, this would be a rendering of the 10-foot by 7-foot shelter, so it's half as long, same depth as the prior. This also does show the advertising panel in this rendering. Next slide, please. Next slide. Thank you. This is also, again, another 10 by 7 shelter with the bus pass and the advertising panel. Next slide. Same 10 by 7. This would be with an illuminated digital advertising display. Next slide, please. And here's the line diagram. The materials do not differ wildly or at all in this, just a different configuration. Next slide, please. This is a narrow shelter for areas in the right-of-way that are space constrained, where we have limited sidewalk space. This would be only 3 feet deep, but slightly longer to accommodate roughly the same number of passengers. The advertising display in this scenario is parallel to the right-of-way. Next slide, please. Same materials here. Next slide. So detail of the benches. These were almost exactly to the original design specification. I believe in the original design specs, they were to be made out of concrete, and for both maintenance, safety, and cost reasons, as Renee indicated, we believe we can achieve this design intent with a more efficient material. Next slide, please. So detail here. Next slide. This is intended to show, it's a shade study with the proposed polycarbonate UV stable opaque material that we referenced earlier. You'll notice that there's a gap in some of the back panels that allows for passage of people from rear to front, or from the exterior of the shelter to the interior, but from the rear of the shelter, which was, again, in the original design intent. There's no UV blocking. That's part of the glass treatment on those side panels, so hence the gap in the shade. But we think that this proposal will go a long way to providing both shelter from the elements, from rain and such, and also adequate shade. Next slide, please. Again, shade study for the larger shelter types. Next slide, please. We've talked about this, and we can address in further detail. The final selection, as far as the exact opacity, is yet to be determined. We seek the board's opinion here. Our recommendation is as opaque as possible to provide the maximum amount of cooling and shade. We only had a semi-transparent roof, again here as an attempt to honor the original design intent, but our recommendation is to use this material in as opaque selection that is deemed appropriate by the board. Next slide, please. Side-by-side comparison, the old shelters and the new, as Milos indicated. The older shelters are very heavy concrete, very thick, and they are nearing the end of their life, so they need to be either replaced or updated with this new design. Next slide, please. I won't go to tremendous detail here, but I'm prepared to answer some questions. This bus pass, next slide, please. This is the real-time arrival signage. So you'll see an example from another transit authority, but the top plaque would be designed to be specific to the city of Miami, and the e-ink display at the bottom would show Miami-Dade County Metro bus arrivals as well as trolley arrivals. Next slide, please. In the event that there is a bus stop that is determined to not be appropriate for a full shelter, we do have a configuration and a solution where we still could provide real-time bus arrivals at that location. This is completely optional and at the city's discretion. Next slide, please. A little detail on how that would be installed. Next slide. Next slide. To provide power to the shelters that do not have hardline power from the utility. Next slide, please. We have two different solar panel options we can use throughout Miami-Dade County. On the bus shelters that we currently operate, we use a rigid solar panel. The roof there is not in any way transparent, and so they are the most cost-effective, most reliable option. If there was a desire to have flexible solar material applied to glass in the original design intent, or the polycarbonate as we're proposing, we could use a flexible solar panel film, which we are currently undergoing testing with in, I believe, the city of Miami. And Marcelo, you can correct me if I'm wrong there. Next slide, please. That's it. I hope I got through that fast enough. Sorry if it was rushed. But we'd like to field any questions.
Thank you very much. Anyone from the public wish to speak, please come forward or raise your hand online.
There's one person with their hand raised. I'm not sure if they're part of the team or member of the public. It's M-T-O-U-C-E-D-A.
That's Marcelo. He's a member of the Outfront team, the operations. And
with that, there are no other members of the public with their hands raised online.
Okay, so I'm going to close the public portion and turn it over to the board for comment. I'm going to jump in just because what I remember from the original review is that we had very big skepticism about the feasibility of the roof of these things in the original plan, which photovoltaic cells were included with colored plastics. It just wasn't, everyone didn't believe it was going to work, which is true now. We also didn't like the seating, which now you've replicated in plastic as opposed to concrete. And we also didn't know how you were going to drain the roofs. So that's where I want to start.
Speak to the drainage, if you like. So the sort of V shape.
And by the way, at that time, we weren't asked to give an approval or anything. We were just asked to comment.
That was my question too. What exactly are we commenting on, or approving, or what?
This is a new approval. This is also going to go to the Historic Preservation Board, I believe, next week for their review and approval.
And so we're approving the design, the seating, the placement, all of that.
Basically, the kit
materials.
of parts, not the location, but the overall design concept, yes.
Can I ask a question? I'm not sure. Is this perforated and open, or is it a solid roof with perforations embedded within the plexiglass, or what?
Damien, I will let you answer the questions regarding the roof and also drainage, which I know the drainage is being addressed, and I can go back to seating.
Sure. So the roof is solid. It's the perforations you see in some of the renderings were, as the prior gentleman just referenced, in the original design from Akai Pininfarina, they had a pattern laid into the glass roof on top to provide that sort of patterned shadow on the ground. We could replicate that if it was so desired, but the roof needs to be solid, obviously, to protect from rain. Drainage is accomplished, sort of the roof is a bit of a V shape, which turns that channel into essentially a gutter, and the water is then collected and drained through the leg, one of the legs of the post.
Now, the other thing is you just have shadow studies facing west. So why wouldn't you have shadow studies facing east? Because I think you'll find the 4 o'clock west-facing shadow study, which shows that there's no shade at all, might be the equivalent of a early morning facing east situation. So I think it would behoove you to study it in both directions.
I'll defer to Renee on that. I believe the time of day was selected given that was the assumption that was going to be the hottest part of the day, and so that is when shade would be needed the most. And Renee, I'll let you speak.
Yeah, that is correct. That was our assumption, but we can definitely do the scenario where we show it facing east if that is required.
What the hell are we going to do if the shadow? I mean, it's going to be hot anyway when you're waiting for a bus, and it's going to stop the rain. But I just can't even imagine on a 6-foot sidewalk that you can do anything to create shadows. I'm glad to hear about the drainage. How did you get stuck with this project? Such a good guy. Poor guy. Are you?
So I will maybe address the shadow portion. So unfortunately, our city is laid out the way it is, and there are really fixed locations of the bus stops. So what we can do in terms of providing the shade is making sure that that roof line is as close to the ground that it can be, right, which is about 7 feet. Our current shelters are about 8 to 9 feet the height of the roof, so that creates a little of an issue when it comes to the protection from elements. So unfortunately, there is no way for us to move or rotate shelters around. We just have to be installing them where the bus stops are. There was another comment regarding the seating. So we went to DRB before DRB and HPB back in 2018 twice. The very first time there were concerns with the seating. The second time around, the design was approved as we addressed the concerns with the seating. The concerns were related to material and also ergonomics of the seats, which we addressed, and we piggyback off of that approved design to move this design that we are proposing here forward. That's not to say that we are committed to this design or that we cannot change it, so we can change it. We also provide the option of leaning rails at some of the stops, whether we have a limited right-of-way or there might be some undesired activity at some of the bus stops. So we might not want to choose to provide seating, but also it depends on number of riders and ADA compliance and similar.
The seating seems to me to just beg to be graffitied. That was my biggest concern, just the surface area and it getting,
It seems like plastic might be harder to clean, but I thought that too, or even just a sticker.
Or people putting their feet in just dirty, like walls, like pony walls.
Yeah, I think that we can work with our planning department in terms of color of the seat, and further tweaking design if that's needed. I will let Outfront Media and then their designer chime on that as well.
I would say.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, I love how you characterized our community, and I think it's very true that it's not the easy, it all has to look really nice. Understandably, I don't think that this design has reached iconic status, but I do recognize that iconic is expensive. So, I'm sad to see the bus shelters with the white sort of zigzag awning. Those are the ones that you're talking about that are being phased out. It's a shame because I think those are, certainly have a little more to do with the identity of the city. So it seems to be this is the best that we're going to get. Is that?
Well, I will tell you. Yeah, I will respond to that question this way. So we worked on achieving that iconic design originally. Unfortunately, industry said, "Hey, this is just way too expensive. If you guys, if your goal is to install 250 shelters, it just simply doesn't work on a large scale." There is always budget, and the budget associated with this particular project is about $20 million. So it's for us to determine how we spend those $20 million. We obviously want to provide the best benefit to our traveling public out there and provide coverage at each one of the bus stops, because what has happened over the last 20 years is that, again, only 1/3 of the bus stops are covered by the shelters. So, every third or 2 out of 3, if you are waiting for the bus, simply you are exposed to sun or rain. So not to say that there is no other design, there is no option for other design. We are just limited with funding associated with design and how much we spend in each one of the shelters.
And I'm a little unclear. The roof, it is going to be solid. I don't understand, because can you explain that a little more? Because it would seem to have a roof that is a little bit perforated with, a film that's not going to block the sun as much.
Damian or Poitras, would you mind responding to that question?
Sure, absolutely. So again, our recommendation is to have a solid polycarbonate, very, as opaque as possible. If the original design intent was to allow a little bit of light to come through the roof, which was, that was the goal behind the glass with the pattern, that's why we proposed this polycarbonate. The vast majority of the shelters that we have deployed throughout North America have solid roofs that do not allow any light transmission at all. So not knowing if the sort of pattern shadow on the sidewalk was a requirement or not, we proposed to have the polycarbonate with a bit of a film on it. But if the pattern is not required, it's not necessary, and it's more important to just have a fully opaque roof, then we are fine with deleting that pattern effect, which we were going to accomplish with a patterned film on top of the polycarbonate roof. But it is a solid structure, but it's not perforated.
The ceiling being opaque, which I think you're coming around to, if it were translucent in any way, you could use color. And if it were a bright sunny day, that color might look nice, both outside and underneath it. I'm curious about you're bringing the water down a leg. Well, where does the water go when it goes down your leg?
Damian, would you mind?
Yeah, sure. I can feel that. Renee, I'm not sure if you want to address that in more detail, but in the installation we have to remove the sidewalk pad, the concrete pad that's there, sink the legs in as anchors, and at that point, provide dry well essentially for or there's that option, or it would run out the bottom of the leg. Marcelo, do you want to jump in here? And I don't know if Marcelo can join. He would manage the installation.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Marcelo,
Yes.
I just need to swear you in before you address the board. Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Yes, it would be the same system we use currently in Miami-Dade County. It will run through a leg, and it will go discharge on the sidewalk on the back of the shelter. That we can adapt that discharge for whatever location to go to the side or whatever we want, but it will go to base level on the sidewalk. It's not going to have a drainage connection to the road.
Well, I support working with you guys as much as we can to get these things built and put on the streets. If this started in 2018, it's 2022 right now. None of this is even built yet and ready to install. So, I mean, for a project like this to take, 5 to 6 to 7 years, to me is ridiculous. And knowing that only 30% of our bus stops even have a shelter, I mean, I don't know. I mean, provide shelter, provide some shade, get the advertising up. I think this design, obviously, we've been working on it for 4 years, so I think it's probably the cake is baked. So I'm ready to take it out and start eating it. I don't know how much more we should even. I mean, we're doing a disservice to the city by not getting this thing out. We're trying to encourage people to stop driving their cars, but there's no shelters. So, at least if we can get another 100 of these out there, so maybe you can get 2/3 instead of 1/3, it might start to be something that people look at as a viable option, especially if not residents, tourists.
Okay, I'm going to make I would like to, before we do 100 or 200 or whatever number of shelters, I wonder if they could do a mock-up. Just build one.
That's a very good idea.
Just what does it look like? Or build a big model.
That's a great idea.
Build a big model of one. Just find a way to gather consensus. Because I have a feeling we could talk about this for the next year. And until you build something, they won't come. They're not going to happen.
Sure. So I believe I would have to go back to the agreement, but I know that as we're drafting agreement, that mock-up was actually one of the requirements. I just have to make sure that it still stayed to be a requirement as part of this agreement. But yeah, that.
But if we don't like the way the ceiling looks, you can tell then. But we can't tell you now.
Understood.
I think one of the critical things is to take a look at any elements that are glaring that should be changed, like in terms of the ceiling. One of the things I do think was faulty with the original design was a glass roof in the sun. I mean, it may look nice, but primarily you want to shelter the people that are riding the bus, not to look pretty for people that are driving by. So I think we want to make sure that if you can provide some translucency through, but have a thick enough, polycarbonate roofing system that provides the best of both worlds, maybe that's the best option. And I think we did discuss, probably before replicating this, hundreds or dozens of times, you'd want to have this kit together and assemble the pieces and see if it works before you replicate it, 100 times.
Well, I would be supportive of it. Approving a mock-up. That's what I would approve.
Also, what are the possibilities of creating a trench drain under the shelter to catch the water? Because it worries me that all this water is going into the sidewalk.
I don't believe that is any different than the situation that exists today. So if there is no critical issue with the way that the shelters today are draining, then really we're just talking about adding an expense. Milos referred to this before. Our firm has committed a $25 million budget to help the city accomplish the expansion and renewal of its bus shelter design. We're happy to apply those funds in any way possible. The lower the per shelter cost, the more shelters that can be deployed with that budget. And so, these decisions about when to add cost and, what is the best possible use of the fixed budget that we have for this project, those are all, for us to determine as a group.
My concern, and again, I wasn't here part of the initial, I would think, it's so hot here that having whatever sort of covering is going to be the coolest. Whether, if the perforation makes it a little warmer under there, then maybe just have it be solid.
It should actually have misting built in.
Air conditioning.
And that was actually one of the options that we were looking years ago in 2016. But then we realized that some ladies particularly might not want to have any moisture in their hair.
Why ladies?
Ladies.
I make a motion
That's only ladies.
to continue this application, I guess until they've had a chance to build a mock-up, which is going to take more than a month. So,
Did you get from this what you needed to?
Excuse me?
Did you, like, the feedback, and have we been helpful in any way?
Just a couple of things. So my understanding is that we are to go back and build a mock-up, and then we would also look into the roof and coolest covering possible for the roof, if that's accurate. All right, we will go back. I'm not sure if design team could just provide a feedback as to the timeline for building a mock-up.
So the mock-up, in my opinion, would include all elements. And you've mentioned lighting, you mentioned the signage, you mentioned that there will be this real-time notification of a bus arrival. All of that would be part of the mock-up. And there's also, you talked about a solar voltaic film that you could put on top where there's not, electricity available to provide those other services. And I'm sure there's a battery somewhere, and there's the drainage coming out of one of the legs, and how that'll be handled. Yeah, I don't think the drywall is feasible.
All right.
So I think those are all, and the seating, by the way, the seating looks clumsy to me, at least, especially the 3 seats in a row. I hope everyone has the same size bottom that the seat is designed for, and that it's not a concave.
Yeah, and if it is concave, does it drain?
Does it drain, or does someone pour their Coke on it and it's sticky for the next year and a half? I don't know. These are all parts of the feasibility.
Understood.
The seats do drain. The Coke is unavoidable. We do, obviously, part of our scope is to maintain and keep these shelters clean on behalf of the city. And so we would address sticky seats much sooner than a year. But all that's understood. I would just implore that we perhaps choose one of the types, not build a model of all 3 types. No. As long as the design elements are consistent.
Build the largest one.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to continue to the November.
Do you guys think you could create the mock-up before the November meeting? November 1st?
I will have to get back with the Poitras team. It's not.
We can continue until November. And then
worst case, they go to November, and if they haven't met it, they can continue.
And then also it'll be good to provide an update, because the DRB is going to be looking at this too. And so, of course, they're going to be the same.
Historic preservation.
Yeah, Historic Preservation will be looking at this.
Other reasons.
Too. So the design will be consistent, and we want to have the comments the same. So we can either come back with an update.
Okay.
But I think November is a good.
Okay, that's the motion, continuance to November.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Continue to November 1st. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And before we continue with the Miami Beach entrance sign, we're going to do 1600 Cleveland Road first.
This is file DRB 22-0870. Property address 1600 Cleveland Road. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a second floor addition to an existing single-story home, including 3 waivers and variances from the maximum lot coverage, front setback, and interior side setback requirements.
Thanks. So in terms of the 3 waivers requested, as mentioned, the applicant's proposing to construct a second floor addition onto an existing single-story home. The first waiver pertains to the additional setback required for the front of the house, the additional 5 feet required. The second waiver is for the setback required for the street-facing side. And the third waiver is for the length of the 2-story side elevation facing the street. Now, it's important to note that although these are all technically applied to a second-story, the second-story portion of the home, this entire home, including the addition, is under the maximum height allowed for a new single-story home, because the existing home is below flood. So we measure the height of the house from BFE +1, and they're already below that. So when you measure the height of the house with the addition from BFE plus 1, they'll be less than 18 feet in total for the 2 stories structure. For those reasons, we are supportive of the waiver requests. And as mentioned in the report, this home will be over 6 feet lower than what would be allowed for new construction from BFE plus 1, and 11 feet lower than what would be allowed from BFE plus the maximum freeboard of 5 feet. The variances are all related to doing a second floor addition onto the existing single-story home. The first variance is for the lot coverage to go from 30% up to 31%. This is really to allow them to add a solar carport on the street-facing side. Any sort of covered areas beyond 5 feet from the building count as lot coverage. For that reason, the additional square footage does require a variance. In this case, it's a minimal variance to go up to 31%. The second variance is from the minimum required front setback of 40 feet for the 2-story portion of the home in order to provide a front setback of 26 feet. This is all related to the retention of the existing home. And the last variance is from the minimum required interior side setback of 7 foot 6 inches in order to follow the existing the existing interior side setback of 5 feet for the construction of a second story. With that, we are recommending approval of the application.
Sorry to interrupt, Michael. Did we skip one?
We skipped that one because we had the architect left to go to another appointment and came back, and I promised that Wesley could go next. So we're going to do Wesley first with 1600 Cleveland. Then we're going to go to the Miami Beach entrance sign.
Okay, thank you.
And
Thank
sir,
you, Michael.
You been sworn in yet?
I did it this morning via Zoom, but I'll do it again.
No, that's okay.
And I did from a
And
shower
then
when I saw it via Zoom.
How much time do you need?
About 5 minutes.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I appreciate your time in this application. My name is Wesley Castellanos. I'm a registered architect with Castellanos Design Studio on 7300 Biscayne Boulevard. So basically, I just want to give you a little synopsis of the project, of how we got here. The owner has purchased a home, and he basically loves the area. He fell in love with Miami Beach. He's a New Yorker. And the idea for him was to take the home and be able to expand with his existing family. So the idea, when we started looking at the project, the original house, the entrance was on it was on Cleveland Street, Cleveland Road. And then when we started understanding the way the home was positioned now, they changed it to the Hendon Street. So the architecture was a 1950s, mid-century modern. And when we started looking at the expansion of it, we were just going to go in front of the BOA. It was just basically asking for an adjustment to the variances. And then when Michael and I started working together, so we have worked together on numerous projects, but particularly this one, we started noticing that it was going to trigger the design review board. So that's why I'm here today. That being said, one of the items that we started really looking at was really the architecture, how we're going to propose it, because it is a mid-century modern home. It has these beautiful cantilevers, and that's what we're trying to preserve here. So when we went up to the second floor, I believe Ms. Sarah Geller was mentioning about like shade and structure. We were trying to propose that too, but what happens is if you exceeded more than 5 feet, you start going into unit sizes in the code. So that's where we started playing around with it a little more. And then, so we were landlocked because we couldn't really go to the back because he's on the canal, and also there's a pool already. So the only option we really had was to go up. So that's why we really just pancaked this structure, set it back on the original, on some of the sides, but we really couldn't because structurally we wanted to just place it on top of each other, but definitely add a lot of detail to the architecture. So if I may, the left rendering over here is actually the Cleveland Street side. It's buffered by landscape. We used Vincent Filigenzi, who's a local landscape architect, to do some of the work here. But the deck, we're increasing pervious area on the left side. And on the right side is Cleveland. It's Hendon. So that's the main entrance as it is now, and that's where we're continuing. So they're doing a solar carport. Again, there's extending cantilevers. The balcony in the second floor, bringing materiality into the street. If you notice, if you go down the street, there's a lot of construction, people developing. We got some very notable architects on the street, but then you have some of the other homes. And so we're not really going mass height, but we're just asking for the request to mass in the floor plan on the second floor. We added so the idea is that these Ipe materials on the second floor would be sliding shutters. So it would be on that's on the Cleveland side and the Hendon side, And then the setbacks, that's where we're asking for the variances on some of them, but again, the second floor. So we're trying to keep that same relation of the architecture. We weren't really trying to change the design because I do love mid-century modern architecture in Miami. I think it should be preserved. And I am a historic preservationist. So, and actually also I did send a letter to the immediate neighbor, a certified letter requesting if you wanted to meet with me, we can go over the design. Michael, did you receive any letter of opposition by any chance?
No, I have not. No.
Beautiful. And those are the items. So we're really trying to stay within context. We're really trying to design a beautiful structure for the homeowner. This is not his intent to take it or flip it or anything. He paid premium for this location, and he really, really loves the building, the area and the house, and that's why we're trying to propose a second floor. And we thank you. We appreciate any feedback or anything, but considerable approval would be very happy.
I think one thing to note too, as I mentioned in order to Wesley, is that they have to stay under the requirement, the value, the existing value of the house of under 50%, in order to avoid bringing the entire house up to code. So that's why they had to maximize, using the existing walls and structure to minimize the cost of the addition, which I understand the owner doesn't want to demolish the house and go through the expense. So they're trying to minimize the cost to add a reasonable addition onto the house.
Correct.
That completes your presentation?
Yes, sir.
Anyone from the public wish to speak on this project, come forward or online?
And there is nobody online, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Chair, before we start your deliberations, I just forgot to ask, have there been any ex-parte communications on this matter?
I see none.
No, thank you. Sorry about that.
So I'm going to close the public portion?
Yes, sir.
And turn it over to the board for comment.
Thank you.
I'm definitely supportive of variances 1 and 3, just because they're relatively de minimis, increasing lot coverage from 30% to 31%, reducing the setback from 7'6" to 5 feet. I'm curious to hear from the other members of the board how they feel about the second variance, which is much more significant, reducing a minimum required 40-foot setback to 26 feet.
That's really a factor of the existing. The existing house has a setback of 26 feet to that portion, so they're building on top of it, and that's the reason for the variance. They would have to set the building back. They would have to set the second floor back further from the existing structure to meet that requirement. But again, as I said, the overall height is under 18 feet. For a single-story structure at 18 feet could be built without that variance. But because it's 2 stories, because the code says stories versus height, they technically need that variance.
Okay, I find that pretty persuasive. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
I like this design, and I'm in support of the variances and the waivers, and I understand why they're necessary and why the homeowner is choosing to do it in the way that he's doing.
Okay, hearing no additional comments, I make a motion to approve the design.
Motion made by Mr. Sheldon, seconded by Mr. Gorlin to approve the design. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Can I get a motion on the variances?
I so move.
And a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Hagopian. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Now we're going to move back to the Miami Beach entrance sign. Ricardo?
This is for DRB file, DRB 22-0864. Address 2057 71st Street, Miami Beach, entrance sign. An application has been requested, requesting design review board approval. On advisory basis for the construction of a new Miami Beach entrance sign and associated construction to replace an existing entrance signage in the right-of-way to be demolished.
And staff is very supportive of this very iconic design. We did have a recommendation, because we do think people are going to want to go to it, that they do provide some sort of safe pedestrian connection on the east side to access the site. Again, this is a review on an advisory basis. So we'll send your recommendations to the City Commission. With that, I'll turn it over to the architect, Mr. Alan Schulman.
Mr. Schulman, before you begin, have there been any ex-parte communications on this matter?
I see none.
None. Okay. And Mr. Schulman, were you sworn in this morning?
No, I wasn't.
No.
so
Okay. So,
that was next.
do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And how much time do you need?
Oh, I can go pretty quickly. Maybe
5 minutes?
5 minutes or so. Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Alan Schulman, founding principal of Schulman and Associates, and our offices are at 7300 Biscayne. And I'm here today to discuss the North Beach entrance markers, which we're working on with the City of Miami Beach Office of Capital Improvements, or CIP. And I'm very happy to be here because this project actually began in 2014. And it's been slowly working its way through various levels of approval in government. And so I think things are finally moving forward. Our partners, and if I can just ask to have the digital presentation brought up. Our partners on this project are Doug Wood, who's actually the prime, the structural engineer, and Barry Miller of Savino Miller. And I think they may be on as well. So if we can go to the next slide. Well, okay, so there's actually two of these entrance markers. One is going to be at the northern entrance to the city on Harding and 87th, and the other one is going to be on Normandy Isle, just where the Causeway Bridge arrives onto the island. As you can see, our site is an island on the island, and behind it is a larger island with a gas station, and behind that you may remember the Walgreens. That's there. And there is an existing sign, kind of a monument sign that's ground-mounted at that point as well. It turns out that this is a location with a lot of traffic issues, so we've been also working with DOT in the development of the project. Next image. So again, here's the location. You can see we're kind of in a CD1 district, but this is an island in the middle of the road. I don't actually believe it's a lot. Next image. That's the existing sign that's there. And I think you can see some images. The top right image probably describes it most clearly. Next image. Some context photos looking through that intersection. Next image. So in thinking about what would be an appropriate entrance sign for Miami Beach, it seemed like we began to think about things that were authentically Miami Beach, that were Miami Beach traditions. And one that we hit on was the idea of the folly, the concrete folly, of which probably the best known examples are on Lincoln Road. We're looking on the left photo of the three pavilions that used to stand at the intersection of Washington and Lincoln, but there are many others that still exist, which you can see in photographs and renderings there, which make Lincoln Road distinctive. And I believe this idea of the kind of shade canopy is something that certainly, well, not originally Miami Beach, is certainly nurtured here very much as a local tradition. Next image. And, we also see such canopies used as porte cocheres in front of hotels, as beach pavilions, the entrance to the North Beach bandshell, which also employs these kind of forms. So we are working with a kind of a concrete canopy, a floating concrete canopy. But the other elements are sky signage, and you can see some examples of sky signage there as well. Before these size of signs were controlled, they were often very large, maybe 1 story high, and sat at the top of the building. And then the other element is that we are allowing the landscape. We're very interested in this idea of the integration of the landscape with the canopy, and so we're allowing trees to sort of grow through the canopy. So it's at once both an architectural canopy and also a landscape element. Next image.
And here we're looking at a plan. So there are two kind of woggly shapes, amorphous shapes. One is the raised planter bed. It's raised 2 feet, which sits within the island, and the 2 feet high retaining wall serves also as a kind of a crash barrier, but it also serves to bring the signage up off the ground. You can see the 3 columns or piers that hold the roof. And then you can see with hidden line, the line of the roof above. And then you can also see all the openings for the trees. Next image. And this is looking from above and looking down on all those openings. So the trees are actually designed to come through the openings and arc over. They would be coconut palms, which is a culturally appropriate tree for Miami Beach, I think. Next image. The piers would have each one a separate color on them. We picked colors that somehow spoke to things that are happening elsewhere on the beach. And the signage is almost 5 feet tall. It would be channel letters with LED lighting inside. Next image, and you can see that the signage is mounted on top of the retaining wall. This is a kind of a conceptual section through it, so you can see the canopy, the retaining walls, and the foundation for the piers here, and the trees growing through. Next image, and a conceptual diagram that shows how all these pieces come together. There is quite a bit of existing landscape on this island as well, so we're trying to preserve as much as we can and reuse it. And it's going to form a kind of a backdrop, which you can see there on the right-hand side. I should also say that this idea of being able to visit the canopy was part of the initial conception. Like, we saw it as a place that people could go to and enjoy, and that would be a really interesting thing. But, in conversations with DOT, the reason we removed the access, we actually had a ramp that went up to this platform, was the concern over safety. So we can discuss that. Next image. So this would be a perspective rendering coming off the causeway down, going east, 71st. And you can see the relationship of the signage to the retaining wall. There would be low ground covers on both the area outside of the retaining wall and on top of the retaining wall, and then the trees growing through the canopy and the canopy itself. Next image. And a view at night. So at night, the lighting would be the signage, the canopy, and the piers. And I believe that's it. Next image. I guess that is it. With that, I'll conclude. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anyone from the public wish to speak? Come forward at this time.
There's nobody online, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, then I'm going to close the public portion and turn it over to the board for comment.
I think this is brilliant. And actually, I think you should be doing the bus shelters because it shows how with an economy of means and simple...
You turned on?
I accept, by the way.
With an economy of means...
The brilliant part.
I mean, that actually something iconic does not have to be expensive. Also, I also think you should look at the cancer center, because the same amoeba shape that's of the cancer center is similar to this, and we had a whole discussion about what to do with that big porte cochere and the terrace, and it should be punctured, and I think there should be cross semination here.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so I think this is wonderful. Actually, I never noticed it said Miami Beach on that sign. Can you also do something about the Kennedy bust as well?
Alan, I commend you for the integration of the architecture and landscape architecture. The whole group really worked together.
Thank you.
I wonder how you're going to... I know there's not supposed to be people taking pictures in front of there and stopping, but just like coming over 195 and people pulling over where there's room, I have no idea how you're going to prevent people from running across the street and standing between the I and the B. And with Instagram and social media, this is going to be a huge draw that the current entrance sign probably is not so much of, but I think someone has to figure something out about that. Like, I know there's no sidewalk there. It's really not meant to be accessed, right? Period. Like that, you're just making the assumption nobody's going to go here, but we know. Yeah. People are going to stand next to that M. They're going to be in front of the M. They're going to want to be on the wall. They're going to.
The safest point to access it would be from the back side, which is the gas station side. Unfortunately, probably nobody would know that, who's not from around here. So, I think the fear is that people are going to pull over on the side of like on 71st Street and just like get out and run across the street or something like that. So I don't. It's a good question. Like, how do you communicate that you're not supposed to go there?
You won't be able to. Yeah, you won't be able to. The first reaction I have to many times of these signs is when you come into town, like at 5th and Alton, or below Alton, the next block below, or at the one coming in from the Julia Tuttle, is that they're too small. You want to be loud and boisterous and exuberant. So I would say this is too small. It's interesting. The letters aren't as tall as a car, and cars will. If a big truck, it's going to look small relative to its. Remember this context. It goes for about maybe 100 yards. There's an open space.
Yeah, it's a lot of open space.
It's a lot of space for this little thing to occupy.
Yeah.
And I think it'll be more effective at night, but it'll still look small. And at night, you'd want to uplit the bottom of that soffit, the bottom plate, to make sure it's nice and bright, and the trees from above the soffit upwards, like the canopy of the trees. That'll make it look bigger at night than the sign will by itself.
Agreed. Yeah.
So this is advisory. We don't approve this, or?
Right. I just send an LTC to the commission with your recommendations.
Yeah.
And they take that under advisement.
I think most of us really like it. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't want to speak for the whole board, but I think you're the perfect man for the job. So I'm glad.
Do we want to make a motion to approve this, to recommend this?
Yeah, there should be a motion, including any sort of consensus on the recommendation.
Yeah, the consensus is we like it.
But do you agree with Mr. Bonner? Would you like to see them explore a larger signage? And
I think he heard me. I think he understands that if you go back, he's not going to charge a whole bunch. It's not much more expensive to make the letters 6 inches taller or something, or 12 inches. I also am concerned about them looking like plastic. That is, if they're just a plastic M, plastic all sides.
You mean the structure or the letters?
The letter itself.
The letters would be aluminum.
The letters are aluminum, and how are they lit?
They're lit from within the channel by LEDs. By LED, there'd be a lens on the thing as well. So it's basically like hotel signage.
So the sides are aluminum.
Yes, the sides are
aluminum. The
aluminum.
front face is plastic.
Exactly. Or they could be stainless steel too. I mean, I suppose.
Yeah, I think something that is flashy would be good.
Yeah.
Then I'm less worried about them looking like plastic. If they have real solid sides and you can actually see it.
And the intention is that the plastic lens would be recessed into the channel, so you'll see the metal wrapping around.
Shadow in the day.
Yeah, and that's also a language of Miami Beach. I think those signs are kind of everywhere around here. And about the size, I can experiment with making it with increasing the size.
I think the proportions you have right now are very good. Letter to canopy to tree. But I was trying to find a way for all of it to read together as one thing and make sure it feels big. A new icon, right? I'm reminded of the Ugo Redione sculpture out in front of the museum.
Oh, yeah.
That I consider iconic.
Yeah.
And that's big.
And do you want to reference or make a recommendation for the city to explore a safe access?
I believe he has.
Yeah, I don't think we. I don't think any of that needs to be formally in our approval. So yeah, no, I think.
You guys just want to make a recommendation.
To approve it and build it.
Yeah.
Second.
I don't second anything.
Sure, I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Carry 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Normandy. Next file is DRB 22-0850. Address is 1960 Normandy Drive. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new 4-story mixed-use building with workforce housing and including a variance from the site setback requirements.
As indicated in our report, this project will include 60 units of workforce housing. This will be the first new workforce housing development proposed within the city since the workforce housing ordinance was adopted in 2017. Staff is very supportive of the application. We've been working with the architect for a while. We do have some concerns regarding the driveway on Normandy Drive with a double egress and the size of that driveway. We are recommending it be reduced to one exit lane. We're also recommending in favor for a more prominent connection from Normandy to the lobby and elevator on the eastern side of the site. So with our recommendation to reduce that driveway width, correspondingly we would recommend that the retail be expanded towards the front, towards the east. Regarding the variance, the applicant's proposing to construct the circulation core with a zero setback on the east, which abuts an alley that's just, it's not paved, it's not used now. We're recommending that the applicant revise that setback to 5 feet, which is typically what's required for an alley in case it is developed in the future as an alley. And we believe that because that circulation core is sort of an arm that's independent, they can provide that setback of 5 feet without impacting the number, the location of the workforce housing units above. Let's see. Lastly, there has been an issue with a delay in completing the required peer review for the transportation element of the project. So we are recommending that the application be approved, but that the final resolution of the traffic study come back to the board for formal approval at a later date. With that, we have the applicant's attorney and architect here for the presentation.
And before we begin, Michael, any ex parte disclosures at this time? No. And was everyone here this morning and have been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, then please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you'll be given in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And Michael, how much time do you need?
10 minutes.
Sure.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, board member, staff. Michael Larkin, 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. Here is Alan Wasserstein. The applicant with me is Gustavo Berenblum. He's our design architect, and my colleague, David Butter. Could the presentation please be pulled up? So I will briefly turn it over to Gustavo, but it is important to note that this is the city's first workforce housing project. And at the multiple hearings I've been to in the last 6 months, the only conversation I hear is how can we grant more incentives to workforce housing? And Alan is in a unique position. He's owned this property for a long time, so his land cost is down. But I will tell you that any incentive the City Commission could adopt to further facilitate workforce housing would be most welcome. And I think this will be a great project. It's going to add 60 units more to an inventory now of 0. So we're going to push forward today. What I would ask, though, is Michael and our team have a legitimate back and forth concern about the width of the driveway cut onto Normandy. So any conditions relating to that, we'd like for those to be moved to October because it all depends upon transportation comments. And actual variance request itself, Michael, I think you would agree because you're asking for it to shift 5 feet in, but that is if the driveway cut is narrowed, there's space for that, but we just want to be able to discuss that with you because the traffic study was just submitted, hasn't been peer reviewed, so I don't feel comfortable talking about the driveway cut because there's a lot of operational conditions swirling around this property which militates in favor of a larger driveway cut, but it's a good discussion to have. So that's okay.
Yeah, so we'd be supportive of approving the project with the exception of the driveway and the variance to be continued to October.
Great. Okay. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Gustavo and have him walk you through the presentation.
Thank you and good afternoon. I'm Gustavo Berenblum, principal of Berenblum Bush Architects, 2618 Northwest 8th Avenue here in Miami. And this is a great project for us, for what Michael was saying, for the city, but also because of the scale of the project and what we believe does to the neighborhood. So I'll spend a few minutes talking about that and the interaction between workforce housing, retail, and how we plan to activate this project. Next, please. It's interesting that Alan was talking, next slide. It's interesting that Alan was talking about the site for the signage of Miami Beach, which is not very far away from our site, so it was a good segue. But if you look at the photograph of the site plan and the context, really to the west of our site is the Walgreens. There's very playful Walgreens structure. And then the site currently sits several storage, kind of derelict structured, and a big 6-foot wall that doesn't do anything really to the neighborhood and has been there forever. So one of the things that immediately we engage in discussions with the client is how to create porosity on the site to bring the neighbors in and actually to work in tandem with the Walgreens in the sense that people that go to the Walgreens maybe can come here and have a coffee and so forth. Next, please. An image, actually, I don't know, this presentation is a little bit off. It's not necessarily like the one I gave, but anyway, I'm going to be jumping around, I guess. So bear with me. This is an image of the proposed project on Normandy Drive. The retail that you see that is highlighted in yellow, we thought to give it a very industrial look. Industrial because not only of the repetitive nature of the units, they're all 60 studio units, but the language and the materials actually that I think tie well to the concept. So we are using corrugated metals a la container look on the ground floor for the retail, what is not storefront. And then on the upper 3 levels, the finish is stucco, but each one of these balconies that have a playful staggeredness to it will have an expanded mesh metal finish. And that ties to the staircase, and again we're bringing back the corrugated metal into the vertical core that ties all the levels together. Next. Okay, now we go to the site plan. So here we are in the project within Normandy and Verdun Court. And like Michael was saying, the future alley is on the east and Everglades Court on the south. As you can see here, we've purposely created 2 bars that are separated to each other and open the intermediate space to the parking. And we've actually set in the parking so that there's no parking on the street, but that the sidewalk is expanded to welcome pedestrians to come in. Next. Okay, so here we go, and this is the site plan. Porosity is part of the concept. Each one of these units, 1 through 12, it's a 20 by 8, kind of like a original container size, even though it's traditionally built and made to look like a container. But the idea is that these are small retail spaces. A tenant may want to have 2 or 3 or only 1. And, small shops that will serve the neighborhood and will serve the workforce housing above. So we envision, a bakery shop, a laundry, things of that nature that can help revitalize this area. Together with that, we are adding to the west in Verdun Court many bike parking spaces. We welcome people coming here biking, and we have long-term and short-term parking, long-term for the residents as well, because we would welcome them to work, hopefully nearby, and get there with bikes if they can. The whole driveway is impervious concrete, and we've gone to the extent to actually adding as much landscape as as we can. I think the strategy of opening the inner court allows us to have planting there wherever we can as well, and grow there with natural light. On the east side, towards the future alley, we have the vertical core, the elevator core actually, and the staircase that will tie all the floors together. Next. Okay, next. Okay, so here you'll see this is the second floor. There are actually 3 floors that are the same. And hopefully we'll get to a slide that has a blow-up of the unit in itself. But they're studio units of 400 square feet each, which is what Miami Beach Workforce Housing allows. They're very decent in layout. And we think that it allows for a different type of organizations of the floor plan. And if we get to that plan, I will discuss that a little bit later. There are 20 units per floor with 3 floors, and bounded on the inner side with a catwalk and the vertical circulations. The balconies are staggered on each floor to provide a little bit of playfulness on the facade. It, of course, is workforce housing, and so it's quite restrictive, the type of aesthetics and materiality, but we achieve, I think, a good balance by breaking these balconies and separate them or adjoining them depending on each floor. Next. This is units 21 through 40, third floor. Next. And 50 through 60 in the last floor. Next. A roof plan where we've added actually a roof deck, hopefully during short periods in winter it can be used by the residents. Next. So here we see the facade with this composition that I was talking about, with the ground floor retail. Actually, the rest of the building is elevated above, and this unification of the bottom with the retail and then the vertical circulation. Next. Next. A section here. It speaks by itself. Simple, but very clear. The idea of the inner core or the inner corridor, I think, ties to a language that we've seen throughout the years in Miami Beach. Next. Next. Materials that are, industrial, but with good quality, we think, that will give a texture and a finish unique to this project. Next. A view from Verdun Court with a retail component opening to the street and to Walgreens, with the parking on the alley and looking to the left to Normandy. Next. And a view of the inner court with the catwalk or circulation between each floor and each unit with its own entrance. And hopefully we'll have a blow-up floor plan next somewhere. No, I'm sorry. That's it.
So that's all we have, Mr. Chairman. Happy to answer any questions, comments you all might have.
Okay, thank you very much. Anyone from the public wish to speak at this time, come forward or raise your hand online.
And Mr. Chairman, there is nobody with their hand raised online.
So I'm going to close the public portion and turn over to the board for comment.
Yes. Gustavo, there is one issue with Unit 11,
okay,
which is a commercial space, right?
On the ground floor?
On the ground floor?
Yes, yes, sir. 11 and 12 are...
We have a visibility triangle right there, which makes 11 encroach into the visibility triangle. So you might have to make that unit a little bit smaller.
Okay.
To comply with the visibility triangle on both sides.
Okay, good point.
And the same visibility triangle applies to the entrance through Normandy Drive, where you need 2 two triangles, one at the edge of pavement and one at the property line. I believe the tree on the right-hand side might be on the encroaching the triangle.
Okay. Since we have to come, we have to address the traffic study. I will address this next month.
Besides that, everything else is fine.
I'm curious why the building is elevated 2 stories, and the retail really, since there's small retail, couldn't you have gotten another floor of units by elevating it 1 story?
Oh, we have a restriction with the FAR, and
there is.
Yeah, so we are up to the limit of what we could do.
Oh.
I am so happy to see this project happening. When did this ordinance come into play?
2017.
Okay. So, and I think you're exactly right. The fact that Alan's doing this new sign, and then you have this Walgreens, and then we have this. So I sit on the house. I'm the president of the Miami Center for Architecture and Design right now, and I co-chair and work a lot with the Housing and Mobility Committee, and I go to lots of design awards, and I see amazing, successful projects from firms like yours and Brooks and Scarpa everywhere except here in Miami Beach. So to see a workforce housing project like this from a firm like yours coming here into a neighborhood that I used to live in, I'm really, really excited. And I know that your firm is up for the task, and you're really, really familiar with this kind of product and this type of, I like to think of it as like equality of design and equality of architecture. Like everybody deserves to have a well-designed space, no matter who they are, where they're from, or how much money they have. And more often than not, that's not the case. So to have a product like this, which is so needed here, especially in this neighborhood, so I'm really happy. It sounds like you really understand the neighborhood. I've lived here, so you know there's lots of small retail, all the successful restaurants. They have to come. They start with mom and pop. They're small. There's small grocery stores. There's very small spaces. There's lots of them. This community probably needs a lot more of them, and to have affordable housing coming. Because we've approved quite a few other housing developments in this area that are not, I would not call them workforce housing. They're going to be high-end condos. So I think I like the simplicity, yet the complexity at the same time. I know getting this program in here and the way you've kind of clustered the retail around the site and even on the alley to kind of address the activity that happens right in front of the Walgreens. I think it's really thoughtful, and it reminds me a little bit of something like a student project in a way, where you kind of have all this time to kind of have these dreams and these wishes of these corridors and the external balconies and everything. And I think you really, for me, it's a really nice, like a collection of your expertise and then creativity at the same time while meeting this function, which workforce housing is very functional. Yeah. It doesn't always end up looking very nice.
If I may, with your permission, the project comes in front of you, the board, today, but let me tell you, we've been working for a long time, pre-COVID, on this project. It evolved through time, and I think the result, the product that you see, seems simple, but there's a lot of thought to make it work through our team the last few years, because it's not easy. It's not easy financially either for the owner, right? So we are glad with the result.
Well, thank you for that. So, Michael, help me understand. So the variance is not before us today?
Well, we're saying, as the applicant's requesting, and we agree with that the variance be continued, the variance portion be continued, to be reviewed in conjunction with the review of the traffic study at the October meeting.
So today it's just the design?
Yeah, just the design.
Any other comments, Sarah? Go for it.
First of all, I'd like to say one of my favorite parts of this design is the color. It's almost sad to me. I mean, I guess it's a special thing for the residents that they can enjoy it, but that the outside is not as colorful as the inside. I also think it's really interesting how you've placed the retail component. I'm conflicted, though. I have to say this, and I don't say it. So one of the issues that I've had, and of course, living in Miami Beach, we've been hearing about the town center and the workforce housing and all of that. And I keep going back to this, the fact that the units are 400 square feet, which, that was the compromise. You have such a big space between the two sort of arms of the building. Why not make the units 500 square feet? You've got the space for it.
It would be fewer
I don't
units.
think actually, because I do a lot of this also in New York. The financing, and I don't know if in New York it's the HPD. They actually prescribe the exact square footage, and it's I don't know if it's the same in Miami, but it's not really flexible, unfortunately. But I think he should answer and see if it's related to the financing.
Yeah, it has quite a bit to do with the financing and the maximum allowable square footage actually that we have on for the FAR. So we're maxing out. I would love that if you can put maybe another of our. I would love you to see the layout, because we spend a lot of time, and I think it's very it's very, very decent. It's very nice, the unit itself.
Sure,
But I
just
do agree that they're tight.
Right. I just have a philosophical problem with saying that 400 square feet is all you get. As somebody who's working hard every day. I think it's.
Agreed.
I find it problematic, but I realize that it's tied to other things. But I just think that here's an example where the space is there. So it's a shame.
Yeah. Maybe that's a larger question, really. The FAR goes from 1 to 125 with work for housing, so that's the bonus that we have. And maybe there's an opportunity to incentivize even more for future projects. Maybe this is an example. You say, we love it, but it would be better to have a, slightly bigger, and it's a conversation that everybody should have.
And I think it points to a larger issue of, equality of here we're approving 6,000, 10,000, 12,000 square foot homes, and yet, the people in our community that are working so hard, all they get is 400 square feet.
Yes.
And this is what the system is set up for. So I feel like projects like this I'm so conflicted by, because yes, I'm thrilled to see it, and, this is going to be a great, and I agree with Jason that, this is a great design for, but yeah, it's just a little hard to take at a certain point. So.
But Sarah, on the other hand, they wouldn't be able to afford to live in Miami Beach. They'd be coming from the mainland, because then we wouldn't really, the financing wouldn't work here. Here, they might have a smaller unit, but they can get on their electric bike and hop to the beach or take the bus, or there's plenty of room for all their cars as well. So this gives them a toehold in Miami Beach that they otherwise would not have.
What happened to the floor plan? It's funny because my first apartment on Miami Beach was 406 square feet. And it is really, a lot of these Art Deco buildings that's the size.
Well,
and
I'm also thinking that a lot of the workforce housing individuals, maybe they're not single, maybe they have families, and you're going to be mushing all these people,
Yeah, that is really nice. It has like
you can
alcove
even
and
close that. I'm not
you
bragging
could make
because
a
it's
bedroom out of
400
it.
square feet.
Exactly right.
It is.
That's a really nice. That's a really nice.
But you can
floor plan.
rework it and have some flexibility if that's what you look for within that unit.
It could be a tiny one bedroom, actually. Yeah, that's a nice floor plan.
I make a motion to approve, obviously excluding the variance. Make a motion to approve the design.
I second.
Seconded by Mr. Comas. All in favor of the design?
Aye.
Aye.
And then if we can have a motion to continue the transportation study and the driveway and that related design, including the variance, to the October 4th meeting?
I so move.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Diffenderfer. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you, and I'll see you next month, probably.
Okay, moving right along.
Okay, next file is DRB 22-0807. Property address is 7711 Carlisle Avenue. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new three-story multi-family residential building to replace an existing single-story home to be demolished.
So as noted in our staff report, we are recommending in favor of the application. We are recommending some further development of the north and south side elevations. We are recommending that at the ground floor, that the layout of the units be flipped so that direct private access can be provided to the units that are on the ground floor facing the street, just to provide more pedestrian activity. With that, we are recommending that the application be approved. And do we have the applicant here for presentation? Or online? Seeing nobody. Oh, here we go. Pablo Pensado?
Yes.
I'm sorry, can you speak up, Pablo?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yes, I hear you now.
Pablo, I will, a couple of things, housekeeping items. Are there any ex parte disclosures at this time? None. And then, Pablo, I need for you to be sworn in. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I work with Pablo. My name is Xavier Vera. I am the lowest representative of the owner and building construction. Yes.
I can't hear him that well.
I'm sorry, Pablo, we can't hear you. Can you get closer to your microphone?
Barely. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you very clear.
Do you have another device on? Because I kind of hear feedback or something.
Yes, Pablo, if you have another device on, you should just be speaking with one on one device and turn the other one off or turn the audio off.
Yes, please allow us for a couple seconds just to check our device.
Pablo, we're gonna hold up on you. We're gonna come back. Maybe you can try to find a different connection or a call in with the phone. Use the phone number to call in. We'll come back to you.
All right, thank you.
So we're going to continue to the next application, which is for
DRB
621 West 44th Street. Go ahead.
415 East Toledo Drive.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
DRB 22-0820. Property address is 415 East Toledo Drive. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story single-family home, including review of an understory area to replace an existing home.
So staff is recommending in favor of this application. There are no waivers or variances. This is before you because it's an understory, and currently all homes that have an understory do require review by the DRB. But again, they are not proposing any waivers or variances. We are recommending approval of the application. And do we have the applicant here? Rob?
I believe they're on Zoom, probably logging in.
Yes.
Hello.
There you are. Hey, Rob.
How you doing? I need to be sworn in.
Sure. First, let me do any ex parte disclosures at this time. None. Okay. Yes, sir. If you can please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And how much time do you need?
5 minutes will do.
Sure. Thank you.
Go ahead, Rob.
My name is Robert Mooring, principal of Gilmore Architecture and Design. My partner, Francisco Yado, is also joining us virtually. Our office is located at 420 Lincoln Road, Suite 506, Miami Beach, Florida. Christopher Cawley, the landscape architect, is there. in the commission chambers as well, if you have any questions for him. Can you bring up the presentation, please? Next slide, please. So the property is located on the east side of Toledo Island, very near, it's 2 lots down from the causeway. Next slide, please. The immediate context around the subject property is a mix of 1- and 2-story, both sloped roof and flat roofed homes. Some of them are modern insertions, primarily along the causeway itself, though there are a few mixed into the interior of the island. Next slide. The existing home on the property was originally built in 1933, although there have been quite a few alterations to it over time. Next slide. This is the main home. There's a 200 square foot garage structure in the front that at some point was converted into units. Next slide. And at the rear, you can really see the modifications over time. They occurred in 1953, 1965, and again in 1989. It's really an eclectic mix of styles kind of mishmashed together with an elevated pool and a non-conforming lawn adjacent to the pool. Next slide, please. From the street, there's a garden on the left-hand side, and then the garage is exposed to the street front with open-air parking. Next slide, please. So we're including this as a little background on the project. This was the impetus for the home. The property owner is European. We designed this home for him previously in Ibiza, Spain. It was sited on a very expansive site in the Ibiza countryside, placed atop a hill with a terraced hillside. The retaining walls and these ruins you see on the right adjacent to the pool were existing structures, and we were given the task of inserting a modern home within a historical context. Next slide, please. In the design of that home, we wanted to not do, some very stark and imposing on the site. We wanted to blend the natural materials of the area into forms that worked with the existing context. Next slide, please. So how do we place that onto a Miami Beach context where we have a 60 by 180 foot lot? An interesting thing is the Ibizan origin to this project is really a study in topographic architecture, or emphasizing the horizontality of the floor plates and roof plates of the structure, creating this line when viewed from elevation. And with the understory home, that allows us to do that by giving us one extra floor plate to really emphasize that character. In siting the property, towards the front, we have, first of all, it's all an understory home, so it's elevated within the buildable area. At the front is a 1-story guest house, kind of a flexible structure. When we get the floor plans, you'll see that the property owner is probably going to use it as a home office, but it could also be a bedroom. It's got an organic form to the roof line. And then between that and the main house to the rear is a elevated courtyard garden with a water feature. And then the 2-story structure is located towards the rear of the property and includes a roof terrace. The setbacks on the first and second floor exceed what is required by code, and we meet the side yard setbacks for the property. Next slide, please. So let's look at the architecture. So from the street, we're bringing more the organic form of the horizontal, topographic lines of the floor plates and roof plates. As this is Florida, we are rendering them in more Floridian materials and coral stones and the tones and textures that we find here. As you can see, it'll be a layered landscape from the front with louvers in front of the windows for privacy, but it gives really a warm character. We didn't want to do a harsh cubic stucco home here. We wanted to differentiate it from the neighborhood, but also as a way of putting a modern home that is also very warm and natural at the same time. In this view here, you can see the central gate with 2 vehicular gates flanking left and right. You circulate in one, go under the house in the understory, and exit out the other. The pedestrian entrance to the middle goes up a grand staircase under the guest house to arrive at that elevated courtyard garden. Next slide, please. Within the courtyard garden is the water feature, and then you arrive facing the two-story home towards the rear. You circulate around the perimeter of the garden. So it's really interesting because it gives you a way to create more garden space and landscape, which would normally be occupied by driveway in a at-grade home. Next slide, please. And then from the rear, the pool is elevated up to the level of the main home for accessibility and ease of use. Then it terraces down to the waterfront. The first two levels of the floor plates we are cladding in coral stone, and then as you go higher away from the ground, we refine it into a plastered finish, some thermochromics or similar lime plaster that will allow for a little bit of patina over age and give a little more interesting character and quality to the material. Next slide, please. Material palette, as I mentioned, is more Floridian. The stone elements are clad in coral stone. We do have a plastered lime stucco finish, as I mentioned, for the higher roof line. The stucco is only located within the understory, like on garages and support columns. The wood scrim and cladding, proposing to be a aluminum with a PTF coating. It's a powder-coated wood product that looks just like wood. Until you get up and touch it and knock on it, you can realize that it's aluminum. And then the mullions are in a bronze finish with clear glazing, impact glazing. Next slide, please. So let's look at the floor plans. The understory, as I mentioned, you circulate through one driveway, go through the driveway under the home, and exit out the other side. The grand staircase from the front is gated, and you go up the steps to arrive at the elevated courtyard garden before entering the home. There are two one-car garages flanking an entryway heading into a glass enclosure, has an elevator, and the staircase up to the first floor of the home. At the rear, the pool basin creates this volume that supports the rear structure, and we tuck the pool equipment away underneath that as well. So it's out of visual access from the neighbors, as well as helps to muffle the sound. The rest of the understory is left completely open to the sides. The driveway is open to the sides, and the landscape extends 5 feet in under the roof line above per code. Next slide, please. This is the first floor elevated. It is set at 14.5 NGBD. Note that is 6 inches higher than base flood elevation plus 5. We took that 6 inches out of the overall height of the building, so we are still compliant with the parameters of 24 foot for a two-story home. At the front, as I mentioned, there is a, go back one, please. Thank you. The front is a one-story structure. It's essentially got 2 small rooms with bathrooms that can be used as bedrooms or flexible to use as a home office. The main structure of the two-story home is more your entertaining spaces with a large living room, entertainment room, and family room that all open together. But the floor plans are very open. There's 4 volumes or pods that support the roof above. And we did some really interesting things with tilting some of the facades to get a little more movement. And then to the rear, you exit out into a terrace to the pool and then steps down to the waterfront. Next slide, please. Now, the second floor contains the family's bedrooms. There's a master and 2 guest suites here. There's a large terrace with a significant overhang on the rear on both this floor and the floor below to provide shading and weather protection. In South Florida, we do get a lot of rain and harsh sun, so we feel that is very important. Next slide, please. Then rooftop access, there's a terrace with some planters to bring a little more greenery and vitality to the roof terrace. Per code, only the elevator enclosures, elevator, hoistway, and vestibule is enclosed. The rest is open air. The stair is open air going below. We are compliant in terms of rooftop area, deck area, as well as the canopy. Next slide, please. There's a canopy over the elevator, providing a little bit of cover to that code parameters as well. Next slide, please. In elevation, you can see the first floor is set at 14.5 NGBD. We've also indicated where the BFE plus 5 is located. Yes?
Sorry to interrupt. How much more time would you like?
Just give me 3 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. So most of the volumes are cladding material. We don't have a lot of stucco, like mentioned. It's really only in the understory. The first 2 floor plates are clad in the coral stone, and then the rooftop is in more refined plaster finish. Next slide, please. From the front, again, nice materials. There will be louvers over the windows. They'll be under separate permit. You can see the rooftop terrace, the elevator enclosure. This is from the waterfront. Next slide, please. From the other side, again, very almost a mirror image of the property of the previous one. Next slide. And from the front, this is a section through that water feature, the elevated garden, with an opening below for the staircase. Next slide. And elevation, again, looking the other way through to the guest house at the front. Again, we're trying to get away from stucco cladding. It gives these warm materials that are interesting to look at. Next slide, please. And then from the front. Next slide. The sections, we do have the roof overhang. They're 25% of the setback per code. Next slide. And we are compliant with all code restrictions in terms of height and setbacks. We exceed the front 1-story setback on first floor and at the rear, and second floor exceed both front and rear setbacks. Next slide, please. And we are also compliant with yard section elevations, minimum and maximum. Next slide. And next slide. The next slide, just go through real quickly the zoning. We're compliant with lot coverage for all floors. Next slide. Lot coverage is compliant at 29.9%. Next slide. And either size, we're also compliant. We're at 50%, or 1 square foot under what's allowed, but is compliant with code. Next slide. Next slide. And next slide. That concludes the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rob. Anyone from the public wish to speak on this project? Come forward or raise your hand online.
There is nobody online, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, then closing the public portion and turning over to the board for comment.
I'll start. This is Jason. Thank you for utilizing the understory. Always happy to see that. A great example, everybody, of how you can do a home without needing to increase and ask for a height variance. Somehow you did it, and all the spaces look amazing and beautiful. Clearly, your team, knows how to create a home with texture and drama and excitement and mystery. I spent a lot of time looking at this package because it's a fairly unique looking home, not like so many of the ones, not that all the ones we see are. So some of the things I really like is this entry as you come up from the understory through the staircase. I'm not exactly sure who's going to always get to use that, but I can imagine kind of coming up into this, with all this water around you up on your first floor, essentially, which will be really dramatic. And the spaces you've created, even though the floor plan is quite simple, actually. It's just a cross shape. The way you've articulated the spaces and the way you've even created like that front section, but it's only 1 story. So you kind of probably heard a lot of our critiques when we get homes that have sort of a front structure and a back structure. The front structure is too big. So I'm really happy to see that through the years and you doing work here on the beach now more and more, that you've kind of listened to what our board has to say and sort of has been able to create these homes for your clients that are truly unique. I don't, every time you come in front of us, it's quite unique. So I'm a big fan. I'm really happy to see kind of this type of I guess a kind of a unique architectural object here within our landscape. I think it's exactly what Miami Beach is all about. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
Could you explain the fascia of each floor? It looks like there's stone that's applied to it, or could you discuss that?
Yes, the stone is applied to the roof profiles or the floor plate profiles. It'll be done in larger sections with a split base, so it gives a little bit of texture to it. The walls of the volumes themselves will be clad in that PTF aluminum wood cladding, kind of a scrim, and as that wrap of the house to the front, where we have louvers or shutters over the windows, they'll be in a similar manner, but 50% open with every other slat removed. That allows for kind of a contiguous look to the volumes without breaking them up where the windows occur. And then as you go to the rooftop, then the roof profile, the edge of the floor of the roof plate itself, has a plaster finish to it, and thermochromics is one that we're recommending, but we put into the application or similar to allow for budgeting to vary a little bit. But it is a plastered finish with a line finish to it, so that as time passes, it'll develop more patina and movement in the material, which gives a little more depth and interest of character in it. The stucco cladding is on the understory, where it's not really visible from the street, waterfront, or adjacent properties. And those will be around the structural columns as well as the garages.
Well, how thick is the stone? And it's just that I think if it's not 4 inches or more, it's going to seem like wallpaper, because it's just really applied to that 2-foot depth of the roof structure, and then it looks like there's wood below one section, but I'm not clear what's. Anyway, I'm just concerned that it doesn't look, unless that's the intention, like an OMA project where it's clearly supposed to look like wallpaper. But here, since you're basing it on this Ibiza project that's very earthy and clearly made of the stone is much more kind of monumental. I'm just concerned, and that it grows out of those stone walls that are part of the landscape. And then all of a sudden here, it's just, I think the detailing again is crucial to the appearance of the stone.
Yeah. The Ibiza project, the stone there is obviously a different type. It's from the area. It's got more of a rounded face to it. Whereas here in Florida, we want to use more materials that came from here, whether it's lytic limestone or coral stone that has this texture to it, and that over time gets a little. The voids get filled with a collection of dirt and water. It gives a little more depth that we all love for Miami Beach and these historic buildings. We wanted to bring that to this project for the stone. And again, it's really about the horizontality of these floor and roof plates. So we wanted to highlight that by using the coral stone, as it is a lighter color offset against more of these darker teak-like wood cladding on the volumes or walls of the home.
Yeah, I think
we are proposing a thicker stone attached to it. It's not meant to be, a half-inch veneer. We want to have a little bit of depth and variation of each piece. We'd be happy to provide a sample to planning as well. I think it's required as a draft order.
Yeah, I think it's just a little confusing because in the renderings, what I believe, and in your elevations, what you're calling ST1, which you're pointing to, in the rendering, it looks like it's this dark, rocky stone, but in your material board, it says coral stone. So those are two, to me, they are two completely different things. So maybe you can just clarify what those bands actually are supposed to look like.
Yeah, so it would be the coral stone. I'm sorry, it's a nighttime rendering, so it really does darken it up. The materials, so it may tend to look darker in the renderings than it would be, as viewed at daytime.
Also, where is this
waterfall? We're thinking more coral stone.
Also, in the rendering, you have a waterfall coming off the side, but I can't find it in the plan.
As a rear elevation? It's the infinity edge of the pool.
Oh, I see. Okay.
The return trough is at the lower elevation. If you look at the section on page A-5.1.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Alex, do you have any other?
No. Oh, no, I have no more.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion.
Oh, I had some comments.
Sorry,
Sorry.
Sarah, go for it.
So I like what Jason said about drama, because I definitely think that this is a real embodiment of drama. And I think what also, the fact that your renderings are all night views with this dramatic uplighting and sort of contributes to that effect. My one concern has to do with the materiality, as sort of Alex started to get to. I'm concerned. I understand the desire for privacy, but I'm concerned that the entire wall is, this wood louvers. I understand that you didn't want to make, a sea of stucco, but I think you swung the other way. And I feel like my eye needs to rest somewhere, and there's nowhere to rest. I'm also a little concerned that, looking out, it's from the inside, it's just going to seem almost jail-like, that it's just all of these wood slats surrounding, enclosing the rooms. That was my impression. I don't know. Yeah, so it just seems like the louvers just need to be broken up a bit. We've seen homes that have these large expanses of louvers, and it's not necessarily successful, and it's something that we've, recommended be refined a bit. I also had a question too, and maybe this is to code, but it seems like the entrance gates are a little high. I don't know if that's, but these were my impressions, and I was curious to get your thoughts.
So, Alex and Sarah, do you think there should be... I'm sorry, please.
Comment. I looked for an elevation of the front fence and gates. Maybe I missed it. Do you have one?
No, we do not. It's a...
So what's
we don't, other than the rendering.
Okay, so I'm sorry?
The rendering is from the streetscape on A7.0.
Well, the renderings also show a hedge, which is not there.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I will make the condition that the front fence and gates be at least 50% transparent.
Okay.
In their entirety?
Yeah. Well,
or just
it's practically, if you look at the plan, the entirety is covered by the visibility triangles.
Okay. So within the visibility triangle, at least 50% open.
Which is the whole front.
Yeah, Sarah, I agree with you. I think, and we had this issue on North Bay Road also. Well, actually, all over Miami, it's like
well, that's what I'm also.
People don't want to look out the
windows
in the
I'm
front,
a little,
and I don't really
get
it somehow.
Yes, and I wonder too. I worry that something like this is just going to feel dated, in 10 years, and I don't want that to happen. And the louvers are everywhere, and this is just all louver.
So, Sarah, would you like to see them come back, or also good to see you, Alex?
No.
Well,
it doesn't have to come back.
So
as long as it's 50% transparent. It's a condition.
Yeah. Did you mean 50% transparent for the gate, or I'm looking at the house?
No. Oh, no. I'm talking about the fence and gate.
Oh, yeah.
With respect to Alex and Sarah's comments regarding materiality being refined, is that something that you're comfortable having the applicant work with staff on, or do you feel like you need to see this again?
I'm curious to hear what the architect has to say about that.
Well, also the back on the second floor is also all louvers. It's all
louvers.
slats. I mean, I could see, I could understand the front for privacy, even though I don't agree. But the back is like, why would you not want to look out at the water in the back? I don't know what the clients know what they're getting actually half the time here, honestly. So,
Rob, do you have any comments about that?
Yeah, so the louvers are at the street side facade of the guest house at the front, the first floor, and then the second floor bedrooms facing the street. The rear waterfront is open, glassed, but master level and living. And the living and guest house at the courtyard is also doesn't have louvers on it. We can make the louvers operable. I would prefer to keep them at the guest house facing the street because it is close to the street. But on the second floor of the main house, we can remove them to make it more transparent and open.
Isn't this the second floor?
Oh, it's just, in other projects that we've reviewed, we've just asked for much more transparency. You know, I mean, this is running the entire length of the property.
Right.
It just seems like, you know, a wall of wood slats.
Actually, I'm looking at number 12, the rendering. Okay, so 12 is not the street? Where is that?
That is the street.
No,
No,
12 shows
11
the
is
inner
the street.
courtyard. Yeah, 11
That's
is the
not
street.
12 is
facing
in the courtyard.
the,
Yes.
that's not
That's
facing
the
the
second.
water.
That's the two-story main residence. You're
Those are
standing
good.
in front of the guest
I
house.
see. Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's guest bedrooms up there on the second floor looking down on that. Again, I'm not sure why. Maybe just there could be louvers in front of the bathroom window, but it could be open at the bedroom windows, maybe?
We're willing to do that. We can work, if you're amenable to it, work with staff to make reductions.
That's
Do you want
fine
to?
with
Again, it's only on those two spots.
Do you want to add, have areas with no louvers, or increase the distance between, the slats to make it more open? What is the direction?
Explore different permeability options.
Okay.
I mean, or even can we do even percentage that can't, has to be opened as opposed, 40%. I don't know. I don't know what's
I'm hoping that this is just a rendering error because there's lots of windows behind there, and there's,
Right,
it
you
looks
can't
like
see any
you
of them.
wouldn't see it, and that would be like no one would do that. You wouldn't put windows and then block it with like the butt face louvers. That doesn't make any sense. So I'm assuming there's going to be some transparency, and I think we need to see that. I mean, you need to work with staff to create more transparency with the louvers.
We can work with them on the
Okay,
transparency.
so subject to Mr. Combs' requirement of 50%, minimum 50% visibility, and subject to Mr. Hagopian and Ms. Giller-Nelson and Mr. Gorland's requirements to work with staff on the points that have been discussed, I move to approve this application.
I second that.
Second by Mr. Gorland. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0.
So I have to leave in a few minutes, but I do want to go on the record in support of the next application, 621 West 44th Street, if I may.
Okay.
This is my neighborhood. This house, 621 West 44th Street, is 4 houses from my house. I can tell you that I speak for the entire neighborhood when I say that we are thrilled that somebody has bought that house and is tearing it down. It is a horrible eyesore, and I think it's a lovely design, and I support the variance. And I'm delighted to welcome my new neighbors to the neighborhood.
Thanks, Sam. So we're gonna.
Are we going to go back
Pablo
to the
is
one?
not online anymore. So, actually, Pablo is back. Before we continue, let's go back to the 7711 Carlisle. Wait, and see if Pablo, are you there? Pablo Pensado. Hello, Pablo.
Yes, we're here. Can you hear us? Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Pablo, are you with somebody else?
Yes, we are here. I am Xavier Olvera. I'm going to be talking on behalf of
Who else is with you? Because I have to swear both of you in.
Yes, the owner of the project, Abel Barahona.
Who is that? I'm sorry?
The owner of the project, Abel Barahona.
What's the name of the owner?
Abel Barahona.
Is there any way you two can sign in on different devices? In separate rooms?
Yes. Let's see if we can.
There's a lot of feedback, so you should only have one Zoom application open anywhere within the room. You can't have multiple applications open. Pablo, are you there?
Yes. We're here.
Well, let's. Do you have the presentation? We can continue. Sorry, go ahead.
Can you hear us now?
Yes, that's better.
Okay, Pablo, I need to swear you in.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is back on DRB 22-0807. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you will be giving in this proceeding is the truth,
yes, sir,
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and is the other gentleman, the owner, going to be testifying as well?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay, then I need the same from you to please state your name.
Abel Barahona.
Okay, and please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you'll be given in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I swear.
Okay, and how much time do you need for your presentation?
5 minutes. 5 minutes.
Okay. Please proceed.
And can we bring up the presentation
Okay,
again? Sorry, can we bring up the presentation? This is DRB 22-0807 for 7711 Carlisle. Okay, Pablo, the presentation's on the screen.
All right, thank you. So pretty much we're proposing a small building that was meticulously designed in order to comply with our client requirements, along with the City of Miami Beach Planning Department recommendations. In order to comply, we started already, even in this stage, to following the City of Florida Building Code 2027 edition. And thank you so much, Michael. I know you've been a great help for us and helping us to move along through this process. Thank you for your time and consideration, and thank you. We want to thank the DRB committee as well for your time and expertise. Okay, so if you were to stand in front of the proposed building, you will see the properly designed garden. On the left north side, there's a 5 feet width walkway that leads to the main entrance of the building that is on the north side of the building. This becomes a non-slippery textured concrete walkway, ramps that is protected by the railing. Since we designed the building thinking on being compliant with the ADA requirements. Can you please move to the next slide? Next slide. As requested, we did a walk through the neighborhood, and we got our feet wet with what was going on around the neighborhood, and so pretty much, yeah, we're planning on demolishing the house on the existing lot that we're proposing the new building. The house is the one located on image number 3. Next slide, please. Next slide. Next slide. This is pretty much the existing condition of the house. As recommended by the DRB comments, we may implement some recycle program in order to try to salvage some AC units and some ceiling fans that we saw there. Other than that, we don't think there's so much more to salvage before the demolition process star. Next slide, please. This is pretty much a floor plan in which it shows the FARs. If you can see the lanes, the livable areas. That's pretty much the floor plan on the first floor, which shows this is only one, the first floor, which showing one unit, which is, you can see to the left of the screen. It's got 3 bedrooms that are facing the south, which is Carlisle Avenue. If you stand on the main corridor and as you're walking in, you turn left and you're gonna see the bike storage for bikes and the storage for mopeds as well, as long as the trash room, the utility room, and the electrical room all were planned to be above the flood level, as well as you're gonna see now on the following slide as we get to the elevation. Next slide, please. This is the second floor. It's pretty much 3 units, 3 apartments on the second floor. Pretty much on the second floor, on the left, you're gonna see a copy of the first floor apartment. To the right, we got two apartments, each of them having 2 bedrooms facing the east, which is the back side of the property. Next slide, please. And this is pretty much a replica of the second floor. All right. Yeah. Next slide, please. Slide, please. This is what is there now in order to the existing property. Next slide, please. This is a site plan in which you can see the ramps on the north of the building. On the south of the building, there's a walkway made out of gravel that goes all the way to the back area, which is a common area, an outdoor space for the people in the building, so they can have an open space. It's all made out of gravel to allow for more open area or more permeability. Next slide, please. This is the site plan with which we're including the floor plan as well. It gives you a more detail of the spaces inside along with the spaces outside. Next slide, please. This is pretty much the same I already spoke before. It's just that here it gives us more detail what is happening inside. Next slide. Next slide. This is a roof plan, pretty simple. Next slide, please. These are the front and the back elevation of the building. As you can see on the further slide, we're gonna talk about the materials. Next slide, please. These are the north. This is the north. Right here, wait, can you go back one, please? Can you go back one step? No. Forward now, one. Right there. The orange element that you see there is behind there is the core of the stair. We're using to conceal the stair perforated aluminum or perforated stainless steel, which can be further designed to make it more attractive. The idea to have perforated is to still allow for natural ventilation as well as natural light coming into the core of the building, and as well to give it some sort of protection from the elements. Next slide, please. And these are some more renderings that we worked on. The first one to the left is the front. The first one to the right is also the front, in which you can see how it started ramping up to the main entrance of the building. Next slide, please. The image on top, it shows the ramp, how it ramps up as we are allowing fully access to ADA in order to be ADA compliant to the first apartment, to the apartment on the first floor. And on the image below, you can have a little bit of a feeling of the common area on the back of the building as well. Next slide. And this is pretty much a little bit more, some more images of sorry, I'm getting a feedback. I'm sorry about that. We're proposing pretty much a white painted stucco. All the area that you see white, whatever that you see, the areas that you see in wood, we're proposing either some sort of composite material to imitate wood. We were thinking of using wood, but it's going to be more of a high maintenance element. So we either using proposing a composite or ceramic imitating wood. Next slide, please. And this is our material board. And without further ado, you should please feel free to ask any question that you have. And thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone from the public wish to speak about this project? Come forward now or raise your hand online.
And there is nobody online with their hand raised?
So I'm going to close the public portion and turn it over to the board for comment.
I can start. Hi, Pablo. I just want to say how much I like this design. Thank you for giving me a circle. And it has all the elements that I really like, including, like the eyebrows over the balconies, and I like, how playful it is. My one question/comment, the gray tile that's on the front, it seems like it's going to have a bit of a color variation to it. Is that correct, or is it going to be solid gray?
It's going to be a solid gray. We're trying to imitate exposed concrete. So it may vary a little bit, but it's going to be solid gray.
Yeah.
It may have some sort of tone to imitate exposed concrete that when you see exposed concrete, it's not actually perfect. That's what we're trying to attain. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and I was going to make the suggestion, there's so much going on with the facade, with the colors and the the shapes and everything, that I think it would look better if you kept it more simple, to be as solid as possible, as opposed to variation.
Okay. So, all right. Sounds great. Thank you so much.
And then the color there, it's sort of a dark blue or a black.
We were envisioning like a charcoal. However, sometimes the rendering machine it plays tricks on you, and I know it looks a little bit dark bluish, but what we are envisioning is like charcoal.
Yeah. It might not be everyone's taste, but if you really wanted to go there, you could make them aqua, and then it would really stand out.
Aqua?
Mm-hmm. That's just me, though.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is Jason. I agree with Sarah. I think I know a lot of this is happening in this neighborhood, so it's nice to see supporting kind of a non-car-driven transportation mode. I'm really happy to see you've provided more than ample bike parking and moped parking, which is really nice to see. And I really like the public amenity. Or so I guess it's not the public amenity, but the amenity space for the residents in the back. I think that's very thoughtful, and the large landscaped area at the front, too, is kind of a nice front porch to the building. So I'm happy to see a project like this moving forward. The units are very well sized. They look, family sized to me. I'm not sure how affordable they're going to be, but it would be nice if they were, at least something that a family that lives in that neighborhood and works around here could afford to be in.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
I like the architecture a lot, and the landscape is well done. Except for one thing, I don't see a tree disposition plan. And if you Google the property as far as August, there were trees there.
Yes, we submitted our proposed landscape.
I'm sorry?
At the moment, yes, we submitted the proposed landscape It must be in one of the other files there. However, in my last visit to the site, as you can see on the existing pictures that I took, there was, at the moment, there was no tree there. Right. Only bushes and grasses.
No, I wonder what happened to the trees that were there. Because the Google date is August 22.
Hi, this is Abel Barahona. When the property was bought, it was like that.
When was the property bought?
The property was bought October 2021, last year.
Then I guess Google is wrong, right?
Yes, I don't know because we didn't have a trees in there.
Let me.
Because in the pictures they're showing.
Well, the survey doesn't show anything. And I don't remember the survey, what date it was.
I'm looking for the survey update, sir, right now. The survey was done on April 22nd.
Yeah, but it's also common for the survey not to include the trees.
Not to include the trees.
Yeah, there is a large tree shown on the Google aerial view. I'm not sure what that year of the aerial view, but there was a tree there when the house was there.
There were 2 or 3 trees in the back.
Okay, we can do it.
Last year.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're here. I'm here with the owner, and yeah, it would be nice to check out the Google. I mean, I totally agree with what you're saying, but I mean, I'm speechless with this because of at the moment we went to see this the property, there was no tree. So let's see. Yeah, I can see there was a tree there.
Well, yeah, there is in the Google Street View, you can see the tree in the back of the house as of July of 2022.
July.
Yeah.
Well, we could add a condition that they have to
Yeah, if you
provide
wanna-
a tree disposition
if you
plan
wanna-
if there's a tree.
Right. Or have them add more landscape or enhance the landscaping further than what they already have.
Okay.
Let's say that they can mitigate an estimated tree.
Oh yeah, we can.
According to the image.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
That would be fine.
All right, thank you, sir. We'll address that with our landscape architect.
Well, I'm not blaming the landscape architect because if he was given the survey, there was nothing in the survey.
Yeah. No, but we will address your concern in order to mitigate or further improve the landscape. Could that be a possible solution?
Yes, we're going to add that as a condition.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay, then, if nobody else, I'll make a motion to approve DRB application 22-0807 with the condition that the landscape architect will add an additional tree.
We'll mitigate.
We'll mitigate the tree based upon the estimated size of the tree that was there.
Yes.
I second.
And also, we're going to add in a condition regarding Sarah's note to have a continuous color and finish for the solid gray for the front elevation.
Yes.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much.
I second it.
Seconded by Mr. Comas. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Next, we're going to move on to
DRB 22.
415 East Toledo Drive.
File number.
Wait, we did that one. We're doing 621. 621 West 44th Street.
Yes. So file number DRB 22-0838. Property address is 621 West 44th Street. An application has been filed requesting design review approval for the construction of a new two-story single-family home, including review of an understory area and a variance for the height of the home to replace an existing home.
So just separate, I know that this application is an understory. They are asking for a height variance. What's different here compared to the application we saw for Toledo is that East Toledo has a higher flood elevation, which is a foot higher than this property, with a BFE of 9, meaning they have to go to plus 10. That gives them more allowance for the grounds for the understory area to have a higher clearance without asking for a variance. In this case, BFE is 8. They're requesting the variance to provide a higher clearance for the understory, and that's why we are supportive of this variance in this case. And with that, I'll let the attorney continue with the presentation.
Thank you, Michael. Good afternoon. Emily Balter, Burke Cordell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez.
Sorry to interrupt. Two things. One, any ex-party disclosures? No? Okay. And is anyone here that wasn't sworn in the morning?
So I was not sworn in. We also have members of our team via Zoom that were not sworn in.
Okay. And who are they?
Via Zoom, we have our design team, Janet Bloomberg with Cube Architecture, and Travis Harrison with Coastal Operations Landscape Architecture.
Okay. Ms. Bloomberg and Mr. Harrison, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Mr. Harrison?
Mr. Harrison, I think you're on mute.
I'm here.
Okay, great. Please all raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you will be given in this proceeding is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay.
I do.
I know we have a 4:30 stop time.
Yes.
The chairman has to leave at 4:15.
Okay. I will go as quickly as I can. 10 minutes?
Okay, I'll set it for 10, and if you're done earlier, great.
Okay, great, because
Thanks.
we're already a board member down, and this is a variance, so we need 5 votes. So as I said, Emily Balter, Burke Cordell, Fernandez, Larkin, and Tapanez, opposite 200 South Biscayne Boulevard. I'm here today on behalf of Mary Eileen Murphy, the applicant and owner of the subject property. As Mr. Sheldon mentioned before he hastily left us, everyone in the neighborhood is very excited that this family is moving. They are very excited. They specifically picked this property because of its location. If we could pull up the digital presentation, please. The property is a mid-block lot. It's irregular shaped, fronting West 44th Street. The family sought after this property because of its proximity to Musk Park and Pine Tree Park and its proximity to North Beach Elementary School. Next slide, please. The site has a number of confining characteristics to bring a modern, resilient home that more closely complies with today's land development regulations. First, the lot has an east property line that is drastically slanted inwards. Second, as Michael noted, there are some elevation issues with this site. The existing yard and home are at extremely low elevations of 3.45 feet and 4.97 feet. This is comparing to what the minimum required of 8 feet will be for a new home. And this puts the property itself and the surrounding properties at risk of flooding. To build a new home that complies with today's regulations, addresses these hardships, and meets the needs of this new family, the applicant is seeking design review approval of a resilient understory, as well as the variance for 1 foot for that understory portion. Next slide. Oh, no, this slide. The height variance is directly related to this hardship. As the staff recommendation points out, to clear the ceiling heights of the habitable spaces would be compromised if we didn't have this height issue with the understory. Also, the overall massing of the home is sensitive to the neighbors because it's under the permitted lot coverage and it has ample setbacks. Lastly, before I move on to the design, the project is so important to this family that in advance of today's hearing, they met with many of their neighbors, over 20 neighbors. The 2 neighbors that would be most impacted by this height submitted letters of support, which I'll put into the record. I will now pass the presentation to the lead architect, Janet, who will walk you through the design, some of the height constraints, some of the materiality that staff noted in the recommendation, as well as some elevation modifications that have been made as the design has been refined. Janet?
Yeah, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so I guess I have to say go to page 5, which is, yeah, R1. So you can see, oh, sorry, I'm on that page, but you're not. There you go. I have a separate thing. So you can see it's a modest house. The idea is that it's divided into 2 volumes to lower the scale of it. It has a series of textures. The vertical dark elements show on the left are actually very thin vertical boards, which don't really show up very well in this rendering like that. And on the right, inset to the window, the same thing. We have slats that are in front of a glass staircase. And then as you can see, the understory, everything is raised up. The garage is on the right, on the bottom, and that is a darker color in order to act as a base. And you don't see the garage door because it's facing to the side. We did that on purpose, so you're not looking at a garage door, and that's actually a textured tile on the bottom. So I think some of these colors look a little, you don't get the sense of the texture as much from this rendering, but you can see that it's set back. There's a lot of green space. It's set into the landscape, and that's on purpose. So the darker colors actually blend into the landscape a little bit better. Go to the next one, please. You can see that it's very modest. As I say, it's divided into 2 volumes. That's so that it doesn't read as one large building. There was a comment from the staff about possibly not doing lightening up the darker elements, but we have a rhythm of darker framed within the lighter stucco. And by the way, you don't see a lot of stucco from the street. That's also on purpose. So there's a lot more textured materials that you see from the street. But I think that that rhythm of dark and light actually helps with the massing and helps it feel not quite so large. We're afraid that if it's all one tone or one set of tones, it might feel a little bit too big. And so that's one reason that we did that. Also, the corner kind of wrapped overhangs and the set-in angled window is slightly referring to the deco tradition of Miami Beach. I know it's subtle, but we're really making that playful corner that kind of picks up on that you see at South Beach. And in the back, you see we also have we have decks that are set in. So there's a lot of in and out and playfulness within this simple building. Let me see. And then I don't know if I'm supposed to go over the floor plans with you. We're really low on time, so I don't really want to take too much time there. But if I go to, I think Emily wanted me to go over the heights with you guys. Go to sheet 45, which is A25. Yeah, I just wanted to show that 9-foot understory there. We're asking for the 1 foot extra. We actually have to use some of that for mechanical anyway. So if we start to go lower than that, it really does get very low under there. And also I want to point out that we're not doing a roof deck or a railing on top, which could potentially add another 3 feet, which we are not doing. So that low parapet was on purpose to keep the entire height a little bit lower and not have it overpower its neighbors. So unless you wanted me to go over anything else, I can go over, let me see, I can go over the finishes if you would like, which is sheet 38, A18. I'm trying to be quick. So you see we have a slight amount of color. It's very subtle, but there are some elements that have that blue color in them. The front corner column and in the back, there's a little bit of color on the railing. And also you see that there's obviously the stucco, that the tile has texture, the vertical wood siding on the front and set in within the windows, and that's actually a taupe. It's going to be a warm gray, so not a cold color. And then the slat. which give privacy and shade for the windows. I think that's it.
And Janet, just very briefly, if you could touch on the modifications made to the elevations, so we can include that.
Oh, I'm sorry, right. That is on, okay, pages 10 and 11. So page 10, which is R2.
Perfect.
You can see we added just two small windows, narrow vertical windows on the two sides. Since our last presentation, we realized working through the plans that we just needed a little bit of extra light and air on those two sides, and then we slightly widened the garage door, which was just not wide enough. And again, you don't see that from the street.
Thank you, Janet. And in order to save time, we do have ownership here just to introduce herself, but I think we'll save that for board comments. But she's here. She's a person with a family. So with staff support and neighbor support and Sam Sheldon's support, we're respectfully requesting approval of the design with the understory, including that 1 foot of variance, as well as inclusion of these design modifications, and we'll reserve time for rebuttal.
And I'll just state that there is nobody, actually, if we have any public comment, there's nobody in the chambers here, and there's nobody online with their hand raised for public comment.
So I'd now like to close the public portion of the discussion and open it up to the board. Now that Jim is left, though, can we vote on the variance anymore?
Yes, but if any member is inclined not to approve the variance, they can let us know now, and then the applicant can request a continuance till the next month's meeting.
Okay, and what about how Sam said that he supported it before he left? Does that count?
He's not here, so it doesn't count.
Okay. So we
He
do
has
have
to be here. He has to be here for the motion.
Right. So we do have a short board, and even if we are continued, I do want to be respectful of your time. We have 15 minutes. If we don't have the votes, we'll come back again. Regardless, we're happy to hear your comments. I know Mr. Gordon said that this is turning into a zoning board, but we feel this is design. We want to improve the design, so we'll take the 15 minutes, regardless.
The original house was much closer to the street. Is that correct?
Correct. It has a very short front setback. That does not comply
now,
with today's code.
But now when I look at your new design, the house is, you've set it further back, but it's, if you look at the relationship of the pool to the house, it's actually like right on top of the pool. So I'm just curious why you would do that, because the usable backyard, it would seem, with the addition of a pool, would demand to have the house or something in between what it was there and what you're proposing.
So I can let Janet elaborate, but with the design intent and getting that 1 story, they do want to be able to use the understory as part of their living space and indoor-outdoor space. They also want to be sensitive to the neighbors and keeping everything as centrally located as possible in compliance with the code.
But I mean, you could, can this house stay, is there anything about the code now that demands it be set back this far?
Well,
actually that is the setback. That front garage is at the setback line of the front.
Let me take a look at the site plan.
I don't see any dimension for the setback here. Show me a plan.
Sheet 812 shows.
So we are just about at the 30-foot setback, which is required for a 2-story home.
See.
If we were doing a 1-story with a 2-story above, we would have to be at 20 feet, which is 10 feet closer. But this is a 2-story.
All right.
Yeah, I like the fact that you're utilizing the understory space to expand the pool deck, kind of creating a shaded space. It's nice to know that the understory isn't just used, as a, I don't know, just a parking lot or something. So.
Also, in answer to the question, I just wanted to say that overlap was also important. We did want the pool to be close to the house. They have young children, and we thought that would be really nice to have the house act as kind of a shading device for the pool. So we did want to compress it, but we also have the setback issue in the front.
I like the design a lot, and I hear what you're saying about the color, the dark color, and I keep going back and forth as I was listening, and you were justifying, the contrast. But I also was thinking of staff comments and also the discussion that we had earlier this morning of another structure that had a lot of very dark elements. So it's just something. It's the color. Well, there's a lot of black tile along the bottom, but what I'm more concerned is the areas that are dark in the living space, because that's going to make it so much hard. It's going to make it so much hotter and harder to keep cool. So I was just going to, and I think that you should try to work with staff to maybe find a common ground where maybe it's not so light that it's monotone, but, and still have this idea of the contrast, but also, make it a little bit less dark just for livability, at least something to explore.
We would be agreeable with that condition to explore with staff on the materiality, for sure.
Any other thoughts on the landscaping?
I just have some questions. In the rear and the two sides, there's a double line and a fencing top. Is that a curb or a wall with a fencing top, or what is it?
If you could point us to a plan page. I know we have our landscape architect Travis on the line.
Well, that's really an architectural.
Are you talking about around the perimeter of the site?
You see two lines and a fencing.
Yeah, around the whole site, the whole site has to be raised up 2 feet. So that is a retaining.
Yeah,
it's a retaining wall.
It's a retaining wall?
Right.
How high?
Well, it's not, Travis can talk a little more to it, but it doesn't come above the, as far as I know, he's landscaping around that edge. So my understanding is it doesn't come much above the new grade, which is our grade of 2 feet.
The reason I asked that retaining wall would probably have a footing, right?
Yeah, is Travis there? Because he has a specific system he was proposing for that.
And if that retaining wall has a footing, then that tree in the corner and the one a little bit further up are practically, the root ball is practically on top of the footing.
So, can you guys hear me?
So they need to be moved.
Yep. We can hear you.
We can hear you, Travis. Travis, we can hear you.
You can hear me? Okay. So, in the corner, we've relocated one of the, we have a sea grape on site that's going to be going up there in the northeast corner, and we have another site-required tree in the northwest corner.
Travis, the sea grape is fine. It's CD, probably a cocoa plum. I mean, a pigeon plum.
We do have pigeon plum. Yeah.
And there's another one in the lower corner.
Yes.
And those are extremely close to the wall, and therefore the root balls are going to be on top of the footing.
So that retaining wall is just barely above grade in the backyard, the adjusted grade. That retaining wall will be close.
How about the footing?
Probably. Well, there's a couple of options I think we could talk about for that wall.
Just moving the tree a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, whether or not we just slide the tree over, I'm just trying to avoid having the tree directly on top of the pool or too close to the pool structure. I was just moving it in the corner, so that's fine. If you'd like us to just slide the tree away from the wall,
you can play with it.
Maybe, yeah, we can play with that to get it balanced in there.
We've got 5 minutes on the clock. Does anybody want to make a motion? Any other comments?
So we have to vote on the design, then we have to vote on the variance?
Yeah, I have one more. I have one more issue. I think the Ficus FM will be Ficus Green Island.
Yes.
Wouldn't that grow over 30 inches?
Are we talking about the site triangle?
About the planting plan, let me see. LP 100.
Yep.
So maybe that liriope can cover the whole triangle, and you can eliminate that little bit of ficus green island inside the triangle.
Sure, we can do that.
Yeah. Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Before we vote, is there anybody inclined not to vote for the variance? Okay.
Okay, then I make a motion to approve the design of DRB application 22-0838 with the conditions that the applicant will work with staff to explore lighter colors overall on the structure of the home, and to work with staff on revising landscaping to move trees away from footings and taller landscaping out of triangles.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. And a motion on the variance?
I make a motion to approve DRB 22-0838, inclusive of the variance, the one variance.
I second.
Seconded by Mr. Comas. All in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
With that, I'm going to read into the record the items that will be continued to the next month's meeting that we didn't get a chance to get to today, which are DRB 22-0833, 301 West San Marino Drive, DRB 22-0825, 1311 15th Terrace, and DRB 22-0853, 1015 Stillwater Drive. If I can just get a motion from the board to continue those to the October 4th meeting.
I'll make a motion.
Second? Second by Mr. Comas. All in favor?
Aye.
Those items are continued to the October 4th meeting.
Do those end up going at the top of the
They'll
list?
go first, yes.
Okay.
With that, we can adjourn the meeting. Thank you.